is Eldra Echo, and today we're going to be playing Strange Antiquities. Strange Antiquities is, I don't know if I would describe it as a sequel, but it's the second game in the Undermere series. I don't know what the official name is for the series, but it's all set in a sort of, I don't like the word steampunk usually. I wouldn't say steampunk, I'd say more just Victorian magical version of England. It is obliquely set in England. Let me know how my volume is. I'm trying to use the ASMR microphone today, and we're going to see if it's any good. Now, the first thing we do, by the way, if when I play this game, it looks a little different than you're used to, here's why. We're going to go to options first, and you'll see here, I turn off auto labeling because I'm a librarian, so I really like to do all kinds of labeling myself. It's a really fun feature to have auto labeling, but if you are like me and you like to have to slow down, then I would turn auto labeling off, especially if you like immersive sims with a lot of realism. I really like this for realism because part of the reason I turn off auto labeling is because I have my own labeling system, which you'll see. I have played this game before, but one of the benefits of getting older is that your memory starts to go so that you can play games for the first time all over again. I really hope you have a fun time today. It's a very cozy game. Now, I won't be able to tell you very much about unlocking achievements because I have played this game on my Steam account before, but you can check out some guides on this on the Steam store if you're curious about getting specific achievements. All right, so visuals, we're obviously going with not simple. Oh, ooh, that's good. There's a spider toggle for people with arachnophobia. I've been noticing this is a more common feature in video games recently. Shadows Over Loathing has, I think, arachnophobia mode, but also extra spiders mode. I like extra spiders mode myself. So if you have a fear of spiders, this may not be the best game for you to watch. We, of course, have sound here. Our controls, as you can see, we can use the arrow keys or WASD to navigate our shop. We can use shift or the middle mouse button to find them, to use the magnifying glass, but I'm not going to remember to do that. And we're going to have we have the left and right mouse, obviously for inspecting, and for, maybe it's not obvious, and for closer inspecting. Ooh, so we have a question. Is I am an actual librarian. In a way, I'm a mad librarian, like a mad scientist. You know how mad scientists have mad doctorates? I'm a mad librarian with a mad master's of library science. But I've performed unethical library experiments, so I'm not a normal librarian. I'm not like the other librarians. We're gonna say no, we don't really want to quit. We're gonna press back. We're gonna also, I'm gonna turn down my volume a little because it's really loud for me. Let's actually, maybe I won't. We're gonna press start game. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We can do it from in here, can't we? I'm not that smart. We're gonna turn down the sound effects a little bit just to make it nice. I know this is really some peak gameplay. There we go. That's perfect. We're gonna press start game now. We're gonna do a brand new game. This game does have multiple endings. See, oh look, I told you I played it, but it was a long time ago. A whole 3 months ago, 4 months ago. No, wait, October, November, December, January, almost 4 months ago. Yeah, so we're gonna press a new game. We're gonna clear. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna clear the save. We're gonna start from total basics. Oh, that was loud. Sorry. I do not have an amazing voice. You're too sweet. As a thaumaturge's apprentice, there is a lot to learn. Every object must be treated with care, and it is important to identify the harmful from the harmless, the potent from the mild. It was only supposed to be a temporary arrangement when Eli left the shop Strange Antiquities in my hands. None of us knew that by then the pendulum was already swinging with a terrible certainty that could not be stopped. The ravens. The ravens were an omen, a circling unkindness of Black wings and cheerless cries that seemed, even then, to signal the start of a rising dread. Loading. I need to lower the volume for myself, so we're gonna give me a sec. It was very loud for me. But I have such big ears, all the better to hear you with, my dear. So we're going to. Oh, loading. Day 1, Thursday. That didn't adjust anything for me. We're going to very quickly. My apologies. Now I'm going to ask you to let me know how the volume is on your end because I've lowered the volume significantly for myself. So you can see it's a nice rainy day. We have a friendly cat here with heterochromia, one amber eye and one blue eye. Can you hear the purring sound? It's very nice. And as you can see around here, we have a variety of tools we can use, like the candle. We have a variety of we have a board here. Ooh. We unlocked a new verb, the explore verb. We have some items in here for some reason. We have a map that says Undermere, 1868. Over here, we have a magnifying glass. It says you can use shift to bring up a magnifying glass. And we have here something called onthomic fields. All thomic objects produce a field of sorts. Although invisible to the naked eye, they can be observed by placing an object over a thomic lens. And then there's a picture. There's 2 sets of concentric circles mirrored with symmetry, partially, I'd say about a third of them, essentially wiped away. And they have 1, 2, 3 black lines, a diurnal field pattern. These fields are not fully understood, despite attempts to study them over the years. Over the years? What did I say that for? Over here we have some kind of tile, which I would assume goes here. We're going to move this over here into our document section. There's 1 tile here. We're going to move that down here. This says, reminder, I've stored a couple of items in the cellar of the wine merchant next door. We have this tile here. We're going to move this note over here. We're also going to look at this pattern here. There's a lot of things we do at the beginning of the game before we actually get really deep into the weeds. Perfect timing. You just finished the game yesterday. Good, simple salamander. Good, good. That means you'll be able to help us if we need help. So what we're going to do here is we're going to look at the pattern here. So this is the, I forget which planet symbol this is. It comes after a D usually. So we're going to see it usually goes some blank at the D symbol, this symbol, and that symbol, right? So if we look here, we have a D symbol, we have a blank, and we have that same symbol. So that's going to be where this one goes. We're just going to leave it in here, lock it in. We can't really lock it in. There's no like right click to lock. This ain't Photoshop, kids. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to look up. We have a variety of weights here we can use to weigh things. So of course this would be way more than half a pound. This means it weighs about 2 pounds, right? Remove that. We can move this left and right. We have a plant here, very cute. I'm going to move the plant down here, and we're going to move to the left. We have a locked cage here with some artifacts in it. You'll notice none of these artifacts are marked. There's a little spider here. Spider. We're gonna move this plant as well down here because this ain't a plant shop. This ain't Strange Horticulture. Oh, I can't do message moderation using the tool I use, so you're gonna have to edit your message. We're gonna put these back in the drawer just in case their drawer placement matters. Now we also have something here. What we're gonna do is we have the explore button, and we were told that something is in the cellar of the wine merchant next door. So we're gonna go to the wine merchant next door. Now here is Strange Horticulture. It's number 2, right? But we're not from Strange Horticulture. We're at Strange Antiquities, number 29. Here's Strange. So the wine merchant next door. I don't know which one's the wine merchant, but it'd either be this one or it'd be this one. So we're going to check it out. I'm going to try this one. We're going to try the right-hand path first. Thursday. The proprietor, Mrs. Cranmer, begrudgingly grants me access to the cellar when I explain that I'm from Strange Antiquities next door. Yes, well, take the lot of them out of here, would you? I can't say no to Eli after all he's done for me. But I don't like the thought of those unnaturals in my cellar. We're going to press OK. We've just discovered 3 items. Now these items are not identified. Now you'll see we have a check mark here. This means that we've resolved the event that this note has to do with. So we're going to put that away right now. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to explore again. We're going to check out Strange Horticulture just to see if there's anything fun going on there. This curious plant shop on the edge of town is a quiet haven away from the bustle of the center. Ordinarily, I'd be delighted to while away some time there, but I have important work to do. And yet, an hour later, I find myself leaving the shop with a potted palliance and a weight off my shoulders. I've been chatting with the proprietor about the similarities and differences between our 2 disciplines, with a gently purring hellebore curled up in my lap. Hellebore is not a cute anime girl, it's a black cat, which we saw in Strange Horticulture. I almost said Strange Agriculture. I think my dad might play video games if they made a Strange Agriculture, like farming simulator, but for fantasy things, like crops that don't really exist, like quinoa. Alright. So this is a palliance. We're going to put this down here and try to remember that that's palliance. And now it looks like there's not really much else we can keep on exploring if we want, but what does this do? Ooh, 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 ooh. Clicking the slider does nothing. We're gonna call our first customer or client. Eli White. I have been called away to assist in an urgent matter in Ravenglass, and must leave at once. I am leaving the shop in your care with some reluctance, I might add. Make use of my reference materials here. Take this. There's an index in the back that may be useful to you. If in doubt, study it carefully. And remember, there are some powerful artifacts here. Under no circumstances should you seek entry to any locked doors, drawers, or cupboards. In fact, safest not to touch anything at all. I should be back in a few days. I think we should touch everything. I think if it's in a locked door, drawer, or cupboard, we should touch it. The instructions weren't clear. He said under every circumstance, didn't he? Yeah, under no means every in Undermere, I think. So we're going to press OK. Let's see. Would be fun if they added a penny auction scene in said farming sim. Ooh, yeah. You're too much of a red. You're not. This game is not too. I am a country girl myself. I'm from a if you check out my website, you can see Father Dagon has a farm in Australia that I spend a good amount of time on during the harvest. And not like a harvest of people. It's like a harvest. See, that's the ultimate thing. Is my Father Dagon's plan for world domination is you grow crops and then you sell the crops to the humans for their gold. They'll never see it coming. So we have a reference text here. Do we got any labels though? Wait, are labels built in now? Oh, labels are built in. Oops. So we're gonna do a little thing real fast. You do not have to move something over here to label it. It doesn't look like we can label the Palians. We are gonna move this down here though, and because it's not super, we can't really use it, right? So here we go. We have our first reference text. And now, if you will allow me, I will be using the reference text and trying to identify the items. Yeah, I'm a farming girl. If you want to see an eldritch being, look up double muscled cows. It's a real thing. It is safe for work. I know it sounds like something from a weird website, but look up double muscled cows. They're so weird. Yes. So here we go. So the difference is in this game, we have an index, right? Oops. I meant we have an index. This goes by curse words. Oof. By keywords. We have, for instance, the subject of darkness would take us to Shadowhold. This is very helpful given there are so many items in the game. Now, you'll notice. Have I ever heard of someone making a story about Lovecraft being a cryptologist or intelligence analyst? Yeah, all of them. And it's a very common motif, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Someone asked, have you ever heard of someone making a story about Lovecraft being a cryptologist or intelligence analyst? I have, however, that means it's a good idea, baby. Yeah, good artists steal. Embrace the dark side. All right. So you'll notice here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 items here, right? There's 21 items listed in Strange Artifacts, the reference text. Come on. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 25 public items, right? Items that we can currently access other than the plants. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7 hidden. So the question is, does that mean that they overlap? No. So the way it's going to work in this game is our goal is, it's a visual novel game, let's be clear. Our goal is to make choices in this visual novel by giving people certain artifacts. But we obviously need to tell what the artifacts are and not just be lol random about it. So that's where our reference guide comes in. As we complete tasks in the game, we're going to get more artifacts as well as more entries here to use to label the artifacts. Now what's interesting is not every single artifact will even be used once in the game, but it's important to know which artifacts are which anyway, because there are penalties for getting wrong answers. Oh, thanks. I'm new to Lovecraft myself. Where should I start? Says somebody. So what you should do is you should listen to the Eldra Echo audiobooks. No one's ever heard of her, but listen to the Eldra Echo audiobooks and read her blog on eldraecho.com. Read the Eldritch Etchings blog because I cover anything, and leave comments on each story and I can give you some information. But here's the argument. We have this question about Lovecraft. We're going to answer the question about Lovecraft real fast. So arguably, Lovecraft's own work features him as a cryptologist / intelligence analyst. A lot of the characters are self-inserts. So for instance, we see in Randolph Carter, we have somebody who's in the Randolph Carter character who first appears in the account of Randolph Carter. I think it's called the account of Randolph Carter. I just recorded it. He's a paranormal investigator, essentially. We also see in the Shadow over Innsmouth, we have somebody investigating their own New England heritage, and so we do see that Lovecraft self-insert into the detective role. Part of the reason we see this is because Lovecraft was a very big fan of pulp fiction and detective fiction, which were genres that led to things like the comic book, For instance, that's why DC Comics was originally Detective Comics. That's why we have Batman, who's a detective. That's why we have Superman doing some detective work, being undercover as Clark Kent, right? So that's like the big difference right there, right? So he comes from the pulp and detective fiction tradition, and he self-inserts. The statement of Randolph Carter close enough. Well, you know what? I got a very small brain. I got small brainitis. It's because all the blood went somewhere else. That's right, to my tentacles. What did you think I was going to say? So that's the thing, is we do see a lot of Lovecraft's work is about self-inserting, but it wasn't really considered it was considered rather déclassé to do that back in the day. And so, like, to see, he couldn't just be like The Adventures of Howard Phillips Lovecraft. So yeah, that's the thing, is that is Lovecraft essentially self-inserts, you can see. Yeah. There's a lot of good work to be done on this, and the thing is that original characters are, obviously, for instance, we see the detective archetype being strongly utilized in the Chaosium Call of Cthulhu TTRPG as well, I believe. The person you may want to talk to about this would be Eric Patrick on my channel. Sorry to shout you out, viewer, but he has a lot more knowledge about that kind of stuff than I do. I'm much more of a purist. I mostly focus on the works of H.P. Lovecraft by H.P. Lovecraft. But I also think there is that Howard Phillips Lovecraft movie series about him as he, like, young Lovecraft or whatever. Like, literally, it's about child Lovecraft, but it's an animated series, which does feature him as a sort of detective figure. I would say if you're talking about H.P. Lovecraft as an intelligence analyst, the thing you might find things in which there's Lovecraftian characters in the role of the intelligence analyst. Whether or not it's H.P. Lovecraft himself, that's a question, and the question of every author must face is, why must my character be this historical figure? Well, not every author, but some authors, right? Not to say that your idea is bad, I'm just saying that that's a consideration, right? Is why use Lovecraft versus a new character? So, yeah, that's a good question. But the other thing is that in terms of historical accuracy, the intelligence agencies at the time in America would have been recruiting people who had a military background and possibly an Ivy League education background, both of which Lovecraft, not unfortunately, he did lack. We see this in Polaris. We see in Polaris he talks about feeling like he failed and not being able to commit to his military duties because of, and he was medically exempted. Yes, for sure. But yeah, I think the problem you'll face is people who argue about the realism, given that Lovecraft would not have been considered fit at the time for the role of an intelligence analyst. But yeah, I mean, go for it if you want. There's no reason not to. Have fun with it. That's the great thing with fiction, is you can write and say anything. It's a license to lie, and everyone just has to deal with it and allow it. So, I'd say write what you know and have some fun with it and lie to people. And just like I'm gonna say, like, so happy that I lent my friend that Lamborghini last week so that they could take their mom to the hospital. You know, what are you gonna do about it? I can just lie on the internet. All right, so we're gonna play some game now. So the ecumenical here is the first thing we have to identify. Okay, sorry, it says an ecumenical is a receptacle commonly featuring a memento mori. Now, a memento mori is I don't know how common a phrase that is. A memento mori means a reminder of, okay, it says it right here. I look like a jerk. It's a reminder of death. So a reminder of death might be an hourglass. It might be a skull. It could be like a gravestone. It could be a bone. It wouldn't be something usually like a leaf, unless it's like an autumn leaf. It wouldn't be like a growing tree. It might be a dead tree, right? It wouldn't be like a bird. It would be like a bird, unless it was like, I don't know, an omen or something. So it's a symbol of death. And memento mori is sometimes translated as remember you will die. A memory cannot reside in an ecumenical is a receptacle commonly featuring a memento mori that acts as an aid to recollection. A memory cannot reside in both the mind and the ecumenical at the same time, and it cannot be stored indefinitely. When a memory has been left for long periods, it can begin to emit unpleasant vapors. An empty ecumenical, on the other hand, has an ominous presence pulling at the threads of one's mind. So we're going to close the book. Oops. Yeah, my microphone is right in front of the back button. That's what's been going on. So we're going to go up here. we're going to see, do any of these things have a memento mori? This does not have a memento mori. We're also going to start doing some organization right now. What I like to do is put the big objects over here where there's more room. So I'm going to make some organizational piles here, okay? Bottles. This is a bottle we just got. This is a sort of stone artifact. This is a wood artifact. This is a metal piece. This is like a prehistoric piece. I'm going to put this under prehistoric art over here. This is metal. Or this is like, I'm putting this under creepy vibes over here. This is also where I'm going to make a category for creepy vibes. We have a sort of totem here. Creepy vibes, because it's got blood on it. We're going to put this under that sort of section over here. This levitating thing's going over there. Also, you will at certain stages need to start. We're going to put jewelry over here. We're going to put this in the cute looking things here. We're going to put naturalistic jewelry with naturalistic attributes over here. So animal parts, stones. We're actually going to put stones down here. We're going to put metal jewelry over here. This is definitely made of metal. I'd say this is like magic. It's going to get its own category. Bones. I'd say this is magic because it's got a creepy little eye. This is clearly made of metal. This is made of metal, although it has an animal motif. And this is like a little, I'm going to make a little animal guy shelf. This is for my little figurines here. Remote viewing is definitely on that level. Yes. Yes, hello, Summertime. Hello, everybody. I'm so sorry I got lost in the sauce for a second. It's nice to see everybody. Sorry I haven't been streaming as much. I've been doing more recordings of my audiobooks. I've been doing audiobooks of H.P. Lovecraft using my ASMR mic as a way to learn video editing and OBS and Shoost and VTS and stuff like that. It's been a lot of fun. Please join me over there on the place where I keep my VODs, if you know what I mean. We're gonna move this over here. Okay. So none of these things. Oh, and this is also gonna go over here in the I'm going to say this is like ritualistic items over here. This is like nature totems. These are things that look like they'd be used in a ritual. So, oh, and we have these things down here too. We have a sort of nature motif here. We're going to put that under there. And we have something that's clearly made of metal. We're going to put that over there. So it says that an ecumenical, when left for long periods, can emit unpleasant vapors. But it can also have an ominous presence, pulling at the threads of one's mind. And it's some kind of receptacle. None of these things really look like a receptacle. This kind of does, but if we use sentence sound here, it says there's nothing remarkable, and there's nothing remarkable about the perception, so this would probably not be the ecumenical. Plus, it also lacks memento mori. This, for instance, has bones, but it's not a receptacle, so I wouldn't assume that's the ecumenical. Remember, we may not have every single item here. There's an asymmetry regarding when you get the items and when you get the identifying pages. Aries remnant. These objects induce a form of synesthesia, where colors, tones, light, and shadow can be felt through touch. They are sometimes used by those who work in low light conditions, such as miners. The gemstones in an Aries remnant are arranged in the shape of the constellation that shares its name. And we have the Aries constellation here, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 little stones that we would see, but we don't see anything with 4 stones here now, do we? This is 4 stones, but in the wrong order. This doesn't have any gemstones, so we don't have an Aries remnant yet. We're going to move on. Binding seed. These items are made of 2 distinct materials, representing the mentic and the wixic, the mind and the body. The winding path of the mind is described by a spiral encompassing the body, the seed. A binding seed is a form of punishment that amplifies feelings of guilt and shame. So it's going to be something made of 2 distinct materials, right? That's important, and it's going to involve feeling. So if we look for something with 2 materials, this has 2 materials, for instance, right? But if we look at color, if we look at sense of touch, hard and rigid, rough and pitted, we have some sort of, I'd say, bone or shell, maybe a fossil, and we have a stone here, so there's 2 materials there. If we go to inner perception, it says, I notice a slight out-of-body feeling, like my hands belong to somebody else. That doesn't have to do with guilt. This one is interesting. This one isn't made of two things. Inner perception, nothing to remark. Red paint or blood is what it says for color and composition. You'll notice we have more tools here to analyze the objects than we did in Strange Horticulture. I can't say Strange Agriculture. It's Strange Horticulture. Secretly lurking while in a while. You can't say. I've never apologized for perfection. Oh goodness, too sweet. It says hard and cool here. Nothing to remark here. That's cool. All right, so we're gonna move on. The binding seed. Again, we may not have it. Ethereal key. An ethereal key is designed to be hidden from prying eyes. When activated by moving the object in a circular motion, the key is revealed by its gemstone of light. These are rare items and generally not known about outside of thalmic circles. Gemstones of the night power the concealment charm. So let's need something with gemstones. There would be two gemstones because one of them is going to be the gemstone of light, one of them is going to be the gemstone of darkness. This is the only thing. We have two items here with gemstones. This ain't doing anything. It's bullshit. This one isn't doing anything, so I don't think we have it yet. Eye of Cernunnos. Known as the Eyes of the Forest, these ancient artifacts enable one to enter the minds of lesser creatures. It is alleged that Cernunnos himself wielded an eye. Who's Cernunnos? We're going to have to figure that out, right? And I have not heard... No, I have not heard of it. Someone asked if I've heard of an author. I have not heard of that author. I'm a purist. I'm an uneducated. I'm just a simple woman. Eyes of Cernunnos are hard to come by. They are powerful and should not be used carelessly. We're gonna try. Someone said to try smoothing something in a faster way. Wait. Are you kidding me? Okay, so this is the ethereal key. Can we use this here? Let's break the rules. Alright, so we broke the rules already. We're gonna tag this as probably ethereal key. We can pick a color, tag, and an icon here. I forget what the icon is for darkness because I haven't played this game in 5 ever. We're gonna go with this because it's fancy looking, and we're gonna say ethereal. Did I spell ethereal right? Ethereal key question mark because it's not confirmed yet. We're gonna go with, we have a color system we're gonna go with. We're gonna go with blue for this if it's not confirmed, red if it's harmful, green if it is confirmed, white for guesses, yellow for, I don't know. We're gonna forget the system like in 3 minutes, by the way. So you'll see it says ethereal key. It says we've actually identified it, so I think this is the ethereal key actually. I'm still gonna leave it. We're gonna put that down here as a utility item. I don't think we need to lose that. Oh, we have something over here too. We're gonna touch this. Nothing to remark. There's like three materials. This can't be the 2 material item. Eye of Cernunnos. Oh. Known as the Eyes of Forest, into the mind of lesser creatures. It is alleged that Cernunnos wielded such an eye. So, I mean, this is an eye, and we have a cat here. I'm a lesser creature. Can it enter me? Don't click that. The person who recommended the author, please leave a comment with that author's name on my wall on that platform. I'm not supposed to say it. Or on a video there, because then I will be able to look them up. And of course, thank you very much to the user who recommended being better and not having a skill issue. That was very cool of you. Very sick nasty. We're gonna keep going here. Guys, Lillian. These items can allow the bearer to pass unrecognized. If used for any length of time, the wielder can begin to lose their sense of self. The remains of bygone creatures have been used in thaumaturgy for centuries, from petrified teeth and bones to trilobites, ammonites, and devil's toenails. What the hell is a devil's toenail, folks? Siri, what's a devil's toenail? A guise of Lillian is one such item that makes use of this ancient source of power. So here's what's important. It's only, I'm probably overthinking this, but that means other items could also use them. So we're gonna go back here to this trilobite looking thing. Color and composition. It appears to be a fossilized creature of some sort. Oh, like a guise of Lillian? Stone. Hard and rigid, rough and pitted. Nothing to remark on scent and sound for either section. Inner perception. I notice an out-of-body feeling, like my hands belong to somebody else. Does that match here? Yes, losing your sense of self. We're gonna put this under blue for guise of Lillian, question mark. We're actually gonna put this under yellow, because this one we're pretty sure is a green, but we don't actually have it confirmed. Like, we used it and it got checked off. You know what we're gonna write? We're gonna say that. We're gonna leave that as a note here. Used on cabinet. Marked as identified in text. No pop-up. Confirmation. Yeah, buddy. We're gonna put Guise of Lillian back. We're gonna keep going through here. Hearing charm. A simple trinket that amplifies sounds. While generally used by the hard of hearing, they are a curiosity that can be enjoyed by young and old alike. Do you think I can use those Medicaid points to get one of these? And of course, they have more devious applications too, making it possible to eavesdrop on private conversations. Hearing charms take the form of animals known for their hearing. So, do we have an animal known for its hearing here? Yeah, the bat. Color composition, iron and a black gemstone, cold. Every sound has become both louder and clearer. You know what this is probably? The hearing charm. Inner perception, nothing to remark. Okay, so we're gonna write hearing charm amplifies hearing, that equals hearing animal. Leave that alone there. We're also going to move this to the possibly identified section over here. Heart chamber. There is a vast skull in the catacombs, said to be that of the beast Blencathra. Holgar's followers believed that when he slew it, he trapped its soul along with its power in an item known as the Wraith Chamber. Heart chambers are based on this mythical object, but they have morphed over time into a way to keep those dear to us close to heart after death. Got a picture here of Holgar wielding his twin axes, Wolfsong and Fearbringer. So this kind of looks like Holgar to me. It says foreboding. I'm gonna just write on this just a white note. Looks like Holgar. Horns. Wait, he has... Maybe it's me. Wait, maybe that's my skull. But that makes it a memento mori. No. Alright, we're gonna keep going. It says, keep those close to her death. It's gonna be like... It says it's gonna be like a wraith chamber. It's gonna be some kind of receptacle, I feel. I don't know. Horned shackle. Horned shackles are used to bring about change in one's life, bestowing the ability to overcome personal demons. In use, the horns are rubbed between one's fingers, causing them to become worn smooth over the years. They can be worn as pendants, but are more commonly totems of some kind. Alright, so it's going to be, it says it's an elaborate example of a horn shackle. Does anything we have horns? This is horns. Inner perception. I have a strong sense of being watched. No sense or sound. Rigid and smooth, and it's just made of bronze. Okay. So I don't know about all that. Also, we're going to go back to the beginning for ecumenical. Memento mori, receptacle. This has a memento mori, has a skull on it. It's got a little thing in here with white paint, gold. This light. Oh yeah, also some objects move. Nothing to remark. Sense of touch, raised detailing, smooth and textured. We have gold, bronze, wood, and white paint. I'm going to put ecumenical. Maybe ecumenical, receptacle, memento mori, skull. Lock it in. Or I guess not lock it in. We're putting it over there for now. We're going to go back to our little list over here. Hunter's Boon. A hunter's boon is a primitive item. They grant the power of the predator, enhancing perception and agility. They are made from trophies taken from slain beasts, with those from the deadliest predators being the most prized. They are simple items, without embellishment. Oh, you mean like this? Yellowy brown, yellowy white color, smooth with hard ridges, it's some kind of tooth. Nothing to remark. Sensation of power. Oh, maybe this is a hunter's boon. We're going to put this under yellow. Simple. Animal part. Feeling of power. And the reason we do this now, I know it seems a little silly, is because we're going to get overflooded with a lot of items, right? If you think this is already hard, it's going to get way worse if we don't do this now. Lamb Siphon. Used to reverse the effects of the Black Heart curse. A skilled hand is required to perform the procedure, drawing the curse from the body over the course of several hours. The instrument is made using the dried seed pod of a sheepsnap plant. Now, we're going to remember we saw this in Strange Horticulture. We don't have this yet. We don't have anything that looks like this. No, don't have any instruments. Sheepsnap, a plant said to bring good fortune. Cool. We don't have the good fortune of having it. Libula. Libulae are purported to offer reassurance in the time of upheaval and change, but they are not held in high regard by most scholars of the occult. That being said, an imbuement of wisdom shows that a libula is not merely decorative. There is power in symbology, as the old thaumaturges knew well. We don't have the symbol book yet, so we don't know what that means. Orford Spire. During the rite of red knives, an Orford Spire is fully submerged in goat's blood for 9 days and 9 nights. When performed correctly, the rite is said to impart vitality and clarity of thought, although perhaps not for the goat. This one's pretty easy. So have we seen something covered in blood that's kind of spiky looking? Yeah. Has an energy. Nothing to remark. Raised detailing. A substance flakes off and leaves a mark on my fingertips. Iron. Dark metal. Gray metal flecked with dark iron. Gray metal flecked with dark red. It's not rust, it's blood. Yeah, this is going to be an Orford Spire. Is it Orford or Oxford? Orford Spire. This is definitely an Orford Spire, but you know the rules, we can't do it. We can't. Until it gets confirmed, we can't give it a green tag. It's very rare that we get an illustration that shows what the thing is. Ossic Ring. These somewhat macabre objects were originally made as offerings to the goddess Kortken, but the practice fell out of favor as belief waned. They are hard to come across now, but are occasionally sought out for their ability to keep vermin at bay. Some say they can hear Korkin's unearthly hiss when they hold an Ossic ring up to their ear. Korkin, the serpent goddess. A soft sound, like a serpent's whisper, emanates from within. Alright, so I low-key cheated on this one because Ossic means bone, so this one's bone and it's made of a ring. It says it has an evil quality. I do not like to hold it. Coarse fibers, hard, somewhat rough. Color and composition, we have bone, yellowed white, and brown twine. So this is definitely the Ossic ring. We're still going to do this. Ossic ring. This is... Go back. It's an evil object, though. Restful Mether. A mether is a thaumaturge's link to the inner mind. A hot tea made from the Dranthium plant is drunk from them, taking on different properties depending on the type of mether. It's a wooden mug, we don't have any yet. This particular type can be used to enter meditative state and bypass, well, that's not a word, bypass the rush and clutter of consciousness, promoting clarity of thought. Yeah, we don't have that. Sextrum protects against insanity in all its forms. These items, like the mind itself, are not well understood. We don't have enough information here to use anything. Shadowhold. A shadowhold, or oshatic vessel, is a container of any kind, sometimes a jar or a bottle or some sort of box. It can be used to contain an oshatic spirit, the manifestation known as creeping dark, pulling it from the shadows like a poison from a wound. They are decorated with an elaborate design called a shadow catcher. Here's a shadow catcher design. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's like the same design, just tilted. It's the exact same design, it's just tilted. Is it OS Shattuck? Oh, shadow hold or a Shattuck vessel, okay. Shadow hold or Shattuck vessel. Design matches, just rotated 45 degrees. We're gonna put this over here. Sorry. Shimmer. These belong to a series of objects that were designed to slot into armor or weaponry. They induce calm rage in the face of the unimaginable horrors of battle, allowing the bearer to stay one step ahead. The Knight of Thorns famously wore a shimmer on his chestplate, but it didn't save him from being slain in the Battle of Sutherfell in 1356. Do we have anything that looks like it goes into a shimmer slot? Not really. Not really this. There's also like a weird ring here. So we're going to move on from that. Silent Breath. There are those that consider the white hart a prize to be claimed, but there is no glory to be had from killing such a noble guardian of the forest. A silent breath contains a small token taken from a living white stag. While the stag lives, the item will retain its power, allowing the bearer to sense danger before it arrives. The white stag, guardian of the forest. We're gonna click this. This looks like a stag to me, don't it? Nothing to remark. It's made of clay, textured and pointy. I mean, it kind of looks like a white stag, so it could have something white stag related. I don't know. Oh, there's also this. What does this do? Nothing to remark. Staring at the symbol makes my head swim. Okay, then I won't stare at it. Voice of Kernanos. The name Voice of Kernanos is used to refer to any bronze torque that has certain imbued properties. Can someone look up what a torque is? T-O-R-C. Thank you. Of course I know, I just want to make sure you know. But in case I forgot, with skills, such an item can be used to read the patterns of nature that are otherwise hidden to us. Cernunnos is a pagan god of the forest and nature, typically depicted as a man with the antlers of a stag and often wearing or holding a torque. Oh, a torque is going to be that bronze thing around him. Okay. I could have context clued. Bronze, uneven texture, nothing to remark. Voice of Cernunnos. Okay. One N and then two N's, yeah. I drew a picture of you in my journal. You can't do anything about it. The ring of osteoporosis. Zaya, worn about the neck to place them closer to the heart. These innocent-looking items instill a sense of fear and paranoia. They can be difficult to remove. Zayas are made of any single material except wood and clay. They typically have no symbol or other writing upon their surface. So it's worn about the neck to be one of them necklaces. Innocent-looking item, fear and paranoia. Okay, let's see what makes us gives us fear and paranoia. And it can't have wood or clay. Heart feels lighter. It's not going to be that. Nothing to remark. Not going to be that. This has writing, so this doesn't count. Nothing to remark. Then it's probably not going to be that. There's a darkness to it, as if it holds untold fears inside. That's not really the same, I don't think. Maybe it is. Strong sense of being watched. This is wood, so it's not relevant. Is that wood? Yeah, it's wood, so and also there's nothing to remark. That's wood, so it's nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. That's not wood exactly. That's in that it's not wood at all. Okay, we may not have the Zaya, or I may be lazy, so we're gonna move on to the next one. Alright, now we're gonna actually have to play the game. Sorry. Alright, we're gonna move our books over here. Take a customer. Thomas Pope. Congratulations, today is the day you meet the great Thomas Pope. That's me. Alright, store's closed. We don't need to talk to this guy. A man of two loves. Fresh mountain air and a little white dog called Hamish. That I reserve some room for laughter among friends in shops with cats in them. If you'd be so kind, I'm looking for a replacement for my hunter's boon. Yeah, we already inspected it, so we're going to go over here. We're going to give him the hunter's boon. So this has now been successfully identified. Clue, they give you the clues here, by the way. This is a tiger's tooth, a trophy from a predator, and on closer inspection it gives a sense of power. Those are the two things we could have used to identify it, which is what we used. We're going to press OK. We have now the Selenic Totem page. These carved totems, more commonly known as moon hearts, can be imbued with a sentiment or feeling such as love or joy, and then held tightly to recall the same feeling. They sometimes feature crescent shapes associated with both the Selenic and Gothic disciplines. Indeed, the form of the item itself will often have a connection to either the moon or night. Alright, so low-key, this has nothing to remark. There's no sensation, so I don't think it's going to be that. We're going to move over here. We're going to mark this as green. As that means we have this confirmed that this is what it is. Hunter's boner. Oops. My apologies, you didn't see that. Alright. We're going to move this over here to its identified section. We're going to move this down here to the unidentified section. And we're going to take another custody. Jack Hungerford, the nights are drawing in again. Dark shadows hide dark deeds, or so my father always used to say. Seems like the shadows have grown darker since he passed 2 winters ago. A creeping dark has set up in my house. I'm told a shadow hold will draw it out. Did we mark a shadow hold yet? My guy, you might be at the wrong shop. Oh yeah, we actually have a shadow hold. Hee hee tee. Alright, it's this one. Clues a container, designs the same as the sketch. Yay, those were the clues, which is what we said. Sunbond. A sunbond is small and lightweight, designed to be carried discreetly and made of a non-precious metal of some kind, housing a gemstone of light. They carry the warmth and the light of the sun, a brightness that can pierce the darkest gloom. Sounds terrible. It says there's an auto-labeling option if it's not your thing. I hate auto-labeling. Throw it away. We're going to mark this, by the way, as... We're also going to have it say Oceanic Vessel, just in case anyone asks. We play cozy games on hard mode in this house. David Schaefer appears again. What's with all these ravens flying about Undermere today? What's the deal with ravens? I can't remember ever seeing anything like it. Not a good day to be the sort who believes in dark omens. A letter for you. Yeah, buddy. We discovered some papers in a hidden desk drawer in the boatyard last night. Mr. Jones almost threw them in the fire pit, but I asked to take a look at them first. That man does like to burn things. So do I, which is why the game we're going to be playing after this is Little Inferno. They look old. Maybe there's nothing of use here. Maybe there's nothing much use here. Maybe there's nothing of much use here, but I thought of you when I came across an entry on the shin. Charlie Weathers. Thanks, bro. Okay, we're going to the boathouse then. That's what we're doing. This looks like a boathouse. Boatyard. The yard has seen better days. A mess of broken and rotten timber covers most of the outdoor space that isn't taken up by upturned boats, slowly being claimed by weeds. Bro, don't be upset when you go to the boatyard and there's boats there. You went to Boat's house. Boat would be there. In the middle of all this, a man looks up from repairing a small rowing boat. You must be from Strange Antiquities, he says with a smile. He takes me into the dilapidated office where 2 metal buckets collect drips of brown water, and a thin window pane rattles with every footstep. Who up, rattling the window pane? He pulls a sheaf of browned papers out of a desk drawer and places them gently in my hand. We got some interests here. We have the sleep vessels and something else, the shin. Apparently, as an afterthought and somewhat reluctantly, the man gives me something else as I'm leaving. I've no use for it, he says. Don't even know what it's for. Something funky. We're gonna put the funk over there. Now you'll notice there's a check mark on this that was not there before. I'm not gaslighting you. It wasn't. That means we've solved this, which means we're going to archive that letter. And we can always pull up letters from our archive anytime we want. We're going to take our next customer. Stanley Hume. I want an Ossic ring. Ossic. That's a pleasing word to hold on the tongue. You know what, Stanley Hume? I'll allow it, because you put your whole chest into it. Made of bone, this item satisfies the description of macabre, and closer inspection confirms that a hissing noise can indeed be heard. Also, it's a ring. It's a bone ring. It says Ossic ring. That means bone ring. This is a ring of bone. That's the bone ring. That's why it's a ring of bone. The Evocant. We're going to mark this as solved before we forget. Yeah, buddy. So we're gonna just check this out, see what they gave us. Evocant. These stone items weigh the same as a man's heart, according to popular myth. The truth is a little less dramatic. But the weight of these items is nevertheless important and should not stray more than a hair from precisely 1 pound. They are placed on the chest of those in a coma to draw them out. We got any stone items? Yeah, buddy. Not really. I don't have any items that are pure stone. Oh, wait, this one. Maybe. How much this weigh? This 1 pound? Is that exactly 1 pound? Wait, is this the Evocant? It's so hard to read this. I'm going to write 1 pound. There we go. We're going to put this over here. We're going to see what else weighs a pound. This weighs more than a pound, so it can't be that. It can't be that. It can't be that. The reason we're putting this with a question mark is because this might fit something else better. We don't know yet. We're going to take another caller. Also, we have little profiles here. And I want to encourage you to buy the game, so you're going to have to buy the game to read the profiles properly. Edmund Bishop says, the behavior of these ravens is disturbing, to say the least. As a rule, they only come together to feed. Ravens are omnivores, carrion eaters mostly. They'll take anything they can get their talons into, and they'll kill, if necessary. I didn't plan on dropping in today, but there's something happening out there, and I'd like to know what. A voice of Kernanos might help put me at ease, or it might do the opposite. Yeah, alright, let's see. Bam. Items made of bronze. Similar looking items around the neck of Kernanos in the sketch. Yeah, that's right, buddy. Spirit Eye. Bam. There are some who stay away from the spirit eyes, believing them to be a window into a world that should not be seen, and others who deride their fear as nothing more than superstition. It is not exactly clear what they do show. Another layer beneath the visible world, perhaps. A layer that requires more than the traditional senses to experience. They draw their power from the opposing symbols inscribed upon them. So we don't have a symbols guide yet, so I'm not going to be able to do anything with that, but we do know that this is the voice of Kernanos now, so we're gonna, this has been positively identified as, hey, we have a verified voice. We have a verified voice of Kernanos. I repeat, we have a verified voice of Kernanos. We're going to go over here, see what we have here. Anything that has opposing symbols. This has opposing symbols. Inner perception, nothing. Sense of touch, cold and smooth. Color composition, bronze, darkstone, greatstone. Can we do anything with this? I mean, it has opposing symbols, and it's got a hole. But if having opposing symbols in a hole is all that's required, then a lot of people... Ooh, what's this? This turns blue, and this makes the candlelight turn blue. Okay, we're gonna write that as a note. Makes candlelight turn blue or something. Very interesting. We're gonna end the day here. Not the stream. When I say end day, that does not mean end stream. Also gonna have some tea. Oh, no, I guess not. The black mare thundered through the icy rain, shining wet in the silver moonlight. Her cloaked rider was exhausted, cold, and soaked to the bone. He knew he would not survive the night if he did not reach Backbarrow. And you'll see here it goes through 17 days versus I believe there were 14 in the original. And not, I shouldn't say the original, in Strange Horticulture, so this is a longer game. It does not take an hour a day. It's because I am reading everything out loud. Oh yeah, we also get to do a puzzle here, but we're going to have some water first. Well, some tea. Actually, it's Earl Grey tea. Sometimes I do something really disgusting, which is I get a 2-quart Rubbermaid jug. It doesn't have to be Rubbermaid, but it just adds to it. I take 2 boxes of tea, black tea, and I add it. And I add hot water, and I let it sit, and then when it's cold enough to go in the fridge, I put it in the fridge, and I let it sit for 3 days to make hypercaffeinated tea. Don't tell anybody I do that, please. This is a secret just between you and me and the VOD watchers. So this, basically, it doesn't matter how you move it. You don't have to follow it exactly. It's not, nothing's going to happen. This is not a reaction. This is not like the potions thing in the Harry Potter game. Or the spell thing in the Harry Potter games. Some Harry Potter games. So we have a pair of manacles here, or handcuffs or cuffs or something. An escaped prisoner ran northwest. He hid in the first building he came to. This is a little clue card. We're going to get, we see these in the first game too. We see them here too. First thing we're going to do is try and solve this. An escaped prisoner ran northwest. So let's find a prison. or a jail of some kind. The old jail, number 10. He ran northwest, north, and west. Card expires. These don't go into the archive. If you saw them, they just say they expire. I forget if there's a time limit, so I always try and do them on the same day. The dilapidated warehouse is dark and imposing, and the struggling flame of my lantern does little to pierce its depths. I slowly search through its contents with a sense of despair, wondering if I'm even in the right place at all, when suddenly and unexpectedly I uncover something of value. More relieved than elated, I take the trinket back to the shop for further study and a warm drink. What do we get here? Some kind of weird-ass claw, that evil-looking at hell. Watches it's like a good guy item. I don't know, but it's going on the evil shelf for now. Veronica Green, my old friend. Ah, well that's just perfect. Undermere, fizzing with fear of these ravens, and the thaumaturge has left his apprentice in charge. Sorry, my dear, that was rude. Pay no attention to me. I'm an old lady who got out of the wrong side of the bed. She just like me for real. These ravens have got under my skin is all. Please do let Eli know that I was looking for him next time you see him, and pass on my thanks for letting me borrow his copy of Hermetic Symbology. Yeah, girl, we got some symbols. Which means we're going to be able to do some symbol stuff, and we're going to keep going. Tess Sherwood. I feel paralyzed. I have no job, no partner, no friends, no prospects. I heard a horn shackle might be the answer. We're going to open this up because I forget which one's the horn shackle. Horn shackle, change, overcoming demons. In use, the horns are rubbed between one's fingers, causing them to become worn smooth over the years. They're worn as pendants. They can be worn as pendants, but are more commonly totems of some kind. Okay. A horn shackle is going to have horns on it. It has like a center eye thing here. This low-key looks like a horn shackle, actually. This isn't bone. I thought at first it was bone, but it is in fact clay, painted to look like bone. It says here, hard and somewhat rough, whereas this is all rough. Okay, so this isn't going to be the horn shackle. Foreboding, that don't sound nice. I don't think that it. This also has horns. This part feels smooth. This part's rough and pitted. Inner perception, nothing to remark. Scent and sound, nothing to remark. Color composition is wood. So what's interesting here is if we could do sense, we do pointy here, textured here, right? If we go over here to something that does have horns, we're going to click it. You see it's rigid here. It's not smooth. This is smooth. It would say smooth if it was smooth. So I would like to, I think this is actually the horn shackle. We're going to test it. Yep. The item has horns, and close inspection reveals that the horns have been worn smooth. So this is one of those cases of the illustration being both a hint and a bit of a red herring, because it makes you think, oh, it's going to be a wearable, it's going to have horns, it's going to be the ram. It's not. Vesiger. A vesiger can be used to prevent the spread of disease and pestilence, among other oddities. Flames burn pale blue in its presence. Oh yeah, we know what the vesiger is then. All right. So we just saw this do that, so we're going to say that this is the vesiger. Vesiger, blue light test fits. And we're also going to make sure we marked the horn shackle as confirmed as the horn shackle. I'm glad we can make that girl's day a little better, aren't you? Maybe she'll bring friends for repeat business. Also, don't forget to pet the cat. At least the weather is looking a little better out there today. Thanks, David Shea, for the mailman. I like it. Things I love tropes. When the mailman is a repeating character, just like in real life. You're just like me for real. Good day. You might be interested to hear that my plow overturned a strange-looking object yesterday. Come to the farm and it's yours for the right price, of course. Kind regards, John Royston. Oh, they put my pops in the game. This my dad would, you know what my dad always says? If you find an artifact on your land, you know who you should tell? Nobody. So we're going to look here. Oh, look, Royston Farm, number 30. John grins as I struggle to hide my obvious interest in the item he shows me. Any hope that he might not be fully aware of its value quickly evaporates, and after a lengthy negotiation, I reluctantly hand over the amount he originally asked for. Damn. He should, like, come here and work for us. We need him. We need John Royston's powers. We got some kind of weird raven thing. This note's been solved. I'll print that in the archive. We're putting this in this section of stuff. We're going to answer another call. Hello, caller. You've reached Strange Antiquities. How can we help you? Ah, Jupiter, we meet again. Our paths crossed late last night on Princess Street. I do like the storytelling here where they don't tell you. It's not like, oh, it's just Jupiter. You find out through dialogue. We shared a moment before he slunk off into the dark. On important business, no doubt. I'm wondering if you can help me. I'm visiting my grandmother later, and I want to bring her something. It's going to be the hearing aid, isn't it? She lives all alone on the edge of town, out on Clanbrook Road, and I don't always manage to get out there as often as I'd like. I thought maybe a moonheart would bring her some comfort. Girl, I don't know what the hell that is. I'm going to give her the hearing aid. No, you can't do that. I don't think you can do that for like 90% of things. Is it interested that they're singing at the back that might be helpful for you? Okay. So I just clicked this. Selenic totem is a moon heart. Crescent shapes associated sometimes take. Okay. These carved totems, more commonly known as moon hearts. I'm sick and dying. Something to save my life. Kidding. These I'm gonna have some tea though for my throat. I'm also gonna double check to make sure. So my notifications are busted. So we're gonna just double check to make sure everything's all good on everyone's streams real fast. Sorry, give me a second. I better not, if I don't survive this. Tell my family I wish I'd played more video games. Give me a second. I'm sorry, I also have to check my Twitch noties. It's because if I don't do it and someone raids me, I'll get in trouble and they'll cancel me. I don't want to get Google Docked. Don't Google Dock me, bro. Give me a second. I'm on to create a dashboard. I'm a stream manager. Give me a second. We're double checking this. I got so many follow. Oh my gosh. I got cheers. I didn't see that I had cheers. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the cheers. I'm gonna die. A mysterious presence is entering my chamber, bearing a gift, a syrup, an elixir. I can't say which one because I'm not sponsored by them. When's GamerSup's gonna put out cold medicine? I want that FDA-approved GamerSup. It's disgusting. Goodbye, mysterious stranger Hazmat VT. We'll never know who it was who brought me the cold syrup. I'm gonna drink this cold syrup. Okay, back to the game. So here we have the carved totems. Okay, so it's a carved totem. A totem is usually going to be a physical handheld thing. We're going to press X on here. We're going to close this. We're going to open up our book here. It's a Selenic totem. So Selenic is usually has the symbol right here, Selenic of the moon. These are imbuements. Those little symbols. We have various elements here, materials here. Yeah, that's right. We got urine. That's right, piss mentioned. Hello. Is the voice holding out? Also, howdy. I don't know why it says you're... I don't know why it's doing this. Give me a second. How do I mod tool? We're gonna have to figure this out. For some reason here was there, your messages get shown as something. I think someone mass reported you. All right, we have seasons here, weather here. Voice is gonna be okay. I'll survive this thing. I ain't hear no bill. We have Wicca symbols here. For instance, the triple goddess, horned god, etc. So the Selenic symbol, as we can see from the very beginning, this is a very short text. I forgot how short it was. Is right here. It's gonna be small circle, big circle, triangle, circle. heart's usually going to be a totem. It's usually going to be associated with crescents, engraved symbols. A sense of crackling energy flickers into the depths of my mind. This has a crescent symbol on it. Oh, it's got yew wood. Rough and gnarled. That's not really helpful. This says it's warm at the top. It's hard and cool down here. Engraved detailings and hard and cool. Inner perception says I have nothing to remark on the entire thing, which is a little bit problematic for me. Sense of touch is, we just went over that. We have gold and stone here. Those aren't necessarily selenic materials. We're going to have to check this out too. We have just stone here. This is a difficult one. A moon heart will bring her comfort. We're going to open this up. Luckily, it opens it back at our bookmark. It says they can be imbued with a sentiment or feeling such as love and joy, then held tightly to recall the same feeling. It says some connection to either the moon or night. It says sometimes feature crescent moons. It doesn't mean that they always do. So we're just going to have to go through all these and find something that gives us warmth. For our grams. Wait, is a bat? No, this one does hearing. Notice myself become drained of energy. That's not going to be it. Nothing to remark. I'm going to move that over here. Some kind of bird guy. Nothing to remark. That's not going to be one of them. I wish you could close this again. I don't like how this makes me feel. That's like some roller coaster tycoon ad dialogue. Urine is a very useful thing, especially if you encounter a lot of jellyfish. It says there's nothing to remark on this. Nothing to remark on this. Surprisingly, nothing to remark here, nothing to remark here. My heart feels lighter. That doesn't have a moon, though. This has the wisdom marker. We're going to mark this, by the way, just with has wisdom symbol. And we're going to give it under the tag shape, just boop. And then we're going to put the wisdom symbol on it so we don't have to zoom in next time necessarily. Boop. Oh, I guess we don't have to zoom. We still have to see it. Okay, whatever. This is not a moon symbol. This just says I have nothing to remark. Okay, maybe I should have done more identifications. Okay, we're gonna close these drawers. How big would your grandmother like a nice plant? Oh, okay, we can't give her the plant. We're gonna put these weights away. This has nothing remarkable on it, so it's not gonna be this. We're gonna start making a list of what it isn't. Okay, it's not this. It's not this. This is. We're gonna look up what this actually is real fast. What's that symbol for? Vinegar. This is just bottle o' vinegar. Under icons, we're going there, and we're doing just one of these. Bottle of vinegar. Vinegar symbol. Does it have a sound? Strong odor, and when I shake it, it rattles. Cool and smooth. Green glass cork, yellow paper, green glass. Nothing to remark. I know that they said that the alchemical would have a nasty smell, but I think this is just that it has vinegar in it. I don't think we can attribute the bad smell to that. You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't think every bottle of vinegar is an alchemical. That's what my mom says. She works at Big Vinegar. We're going to move this down to the identified section. This is also going to be moved out of the identified section. I do wish that this didn't go everywhere. And is this foreboding? That's not going to be the one she wants. This is probably a vestiger, so this is probably not going to be what she wants either. Nothing to remark. We're going to move that over here. Nothing to remark. Oh wait, this is a symbol of the night. It's an owl. I am overcome by a warm, loving emotion. Oh yeah, and it's got a crescent moon. Yeah, this is going to be it. Just going to be that moon heart. Yeah, buddy. You have a carved wooden totem. I didn't check. Oh, jeez. It's because, see, this is because I can't read so good. Clues. This is a carved totem. The owl is associated with night. It bears concealed crescent shape and Upon closer inspection, the tool tells me it imparts a feeling of joy. This is the Selenic Totem or the Moon Heart. We also have the Holy of the Hogan Grim. These eerie creations are worn by priests of Holgar and various rituals relating to life and death. The sacrament to ask for his protection, Wolfsong's truth, to seek his judgment, path of the warrior to help the dead find their way. So that's going to be that. We're going to mark this as Selenic Totem / Moon Heart because it has been confirmed. My apologies for not reading that fast enough. You are very helpful. You have the perfect... somebody in one of the chats has been giving me very good help. Thank you very much for that. It's been very good because you're not giving away the whole spoiler. You're just giving like a little bit of a push to make sure stuff gets done. I very much appreciate it. We love backseating on this channel. Backseating is the best. Nummy backseating in my tummy. We're going to say that this is the Holgar's Grim because it matches what we can see. Even from the preview here, Holgan Grim, we can see there's like a mask here. Yeah, eerie creations, it's created, right? It's made of clay, are worn by the priests, so it's a Holgan Grim. Yeah, it's going to be a Holgan Grim. Holgan Grim. Question mark. We're going to make it blue, because we're pretty sure. A friend of my... Oh, sorry, yellow. We're going to make it yellow. This is actually very important. Fuck this customer. Sorry. A friend of mine, or former friend, should I say, has been stealing jewelry from me. 3 necklaces have gone missing over the past few weeks, including one that was a gift from my great-grandmother, from my late grandmother. Do you have a suitable pendant that I could leave lying out for her to find that I will teach her a lesson and make sure it never happens again? We have 2 options here, the Binding Seed or the Zia. It needs to make a choice. There are no wrong answers, but my decision will no doubt affect the events in motion outside my shops. This is where you come in, folks. We're going to ask you what you want to do. So I'm going to tell you what the options are, and you can have 2 minutes to figure out which ones you want. The Binding Seed is going to amplify feelings of guilt and shame, whereas the Zia is going to instill fear and paranoia. Fear and paranoia or guilt and shame. I think we want guilt and shame, but let me know what you think. Binding Seed or the Zia? It also implies that we have both of these in our possession. Yes, it does. Take a nap, your excellent channel, recommending my friends. Thank you very, very much. You can always come back and you can always just leave me in the background if you want to listen to me while you sleep. So we're going to let people vote here. A simple, which one did you pick? Did you pick Zia or did you pick the Binding Stone? I think I picked Zia my first time around, but I'm very interested in what other folks want to do. We have the Binding Stone here, or Binding Seed. It says it's made of 2 distinct materials representing the mentic and the wixic, the mind and the body. Spiral encompassing the body, the seed. Guilt and shame, guilt and shame. This kind of looks like one. Does this make me feel guilty and shameful? No. I have both already. Which one is it? Nothing to remark. It's going to be something that makes me think. This one's fear. Is that a Zia then, if it's fear? Heart feels lighter. It's not going to be that. It kind of looks like a Mentic Stone. I think this would be the Mentic Stone because it's got the spiral. Sorry, the binding seed. I think I'm going to put this here because this is actively being used. You haven't the foggiest notion, neither do I. We're going to see which one the Zia is. The Zia is going to be hard to remove. There's a darkness inside. Being watched. Oh, this is probably the Zia. So folks, do you want to make her feel paranoid with the Zia? I think this, have I identified this correctly, Salamander? Binding Seed or Zia? Binding Seed or Zia? Whoever decides, that's the path we're going down. I think we should do Binding Seed personally. Let me know what you think. I'm going to give you 30 seconds left. Also, let me know what you've been eating recently. I had What did I have yesterday? I had eggplant fries. Very, very good. Just air fryer eggplant. We did a batch with no olive oil. We did one batch with olive oil. Both had Old Bay. Very, very good. I got them both correctly. Great. And we're going to also... what did I do? What the other thing that I have? I had tuna. Tuna steaks. They were been frozen, so we only had to sear them on the outside because they were safe, I think. And they were in honey, soy sauce, and furikake, which is like the Japanese rice topping usually. Which is the one we have is nori and what is seaweed and sesame seeds. Very tasty. Soy sauce, honey, sesame oil. That was the other thing, and nori. Very, very good. Very tasty. Loved it. We're gonna go with the binding seed this time. That's right. Thank you very much, Hazmat VT, for the recipe. How did you know? We're gonna press use item. Yeah, we got the binding seed. Items made of two materials, wood and stone. I forgot about that part. And it features a spiral surrounding a seed. So we have the shield charm. Generic charms of protection have little to offer the skilled thaumaturge, but can have some small effect, and a shadow spirit or wandering shroud will not abide them, for example. Such charms make use of the art of symbology, an ancient and some would say primitive component of thaumaturgy. They can be made from a variety of materials, though rarely precious metals. So we're going to mark this as binding seed because we have this confirmed. There's like a weird smell. I'm going to close my door. Sorry about that. A controller fell on the ground. I'm not playing this with a controller. Basic brown rice, soft-boiled eggs, and chipotle hot sauce is a simple lunch. That sounds really, really good. That sounds really tasty. I hope no one did anything gross in my house. That's what the outhouse is for. Sorry, VOD watchers. Emmett Barrows, there's a man just now in the house where all them ravens were. I wish I hadn't seen, but I did. He was sheet white, but it was his eyes that are gonna give me nightmares. I don't know why I gave him an accent. All black they were. It was like you weren't there anymore. I don't need to wait around for another sign. I'm taking my family to Sedberg, and I'll be taking a Libula to see us through safely. Can you spray something in the hallway, please, for me, like an air freshener? I don't care if the microphone picks it up. It's just there's like a stank. So he needs a Libula. We're gonna look up what a Libula is. It's gonna be something that requires, I think, the text to decipher, because I don't know. Oh, wisdom. It says it has an imbuement of wisdom. What did we mark as having wisdom? This one. Has the wisdom symbol right on it. The item bears a symbol of wisdom. Identified. Witch's finger. They're said to be the severed digits of the witch of Undermere. They are capable of inflicting immense pain, but their goal is supposedly purification of the body. A most unpleasant experience, but a last resort that has cured some and finished off others. I sound like Calculon from Futurama. Alright, so we're going to mark this as the Libula. We're going to leave that symbol on it because it's helpful for me. Who out here touching the Libula? Okay, we're going to move this to the identified section over here. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to read about that witch's finger. Who out here using the witch's finger on their Libula? Alright, we're going to go over here. Witch's finger. Oops. Green Church, home of the witch. We're going to go to High Green Church. It's number 4 on the list. The church is old and the roof is in need of repairs. Moss and lichen add splashes of color to an otherwise gray exterior. I wandered around the back of the church where an old yew tree stands. Its gnarled branches scratched gently against faded gravestones in the breeze. The pastor strays into my moment of quiet reflection and imparts some local lore. The tree is known as the Witch of High Green Church, and there are those that believe it to have unnatural powers. While the tree lives, the witch's fingers cut from its limbs are alleged to provide healing through pain. Inner perception, nothing to remark. Sense and sound, nothing to remark. Sense of touch, rough and gnarled. Composition, wood, you, I suspect. Oh, it's a you tree? It's a you thing? Okay. What's the X mean on it? We got like a little asterisk and a moon. Come on. Oh, come, oh. I went too fast. I got lost in the sauce. Which sign? Okay. I mean, there's a crescent on it. I don't see a crescent here, but I'll allow it. It has a witch sign. I'm calling it. This is the witch finger. We're gonna give this icon the witch symbol. Which witch symbol? I do like that they let us do this time. Very sex nasty. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Very Kino. There we go. I try not to cuss, but I do. Alright, so that was very helpful. We're also gonna explore again, just for the heck of it. We're gonna go to, where do we want to go? I want to go to the library. The Wordsworth Library is a quiet haven of books and knowledge, its shelves well stocked and well kept, a place where time slows with every turn of the page. The librarian Simone sits at the desk, her focus fixed on her work as always. I found some old books that dig into the history of strange antiquities, she says without looking up. It's very old, you know. I'll be sure to visit if I uncover anything useful. Alright, bye, bish. Sorry, I should have said bitch. If you think that Hazmat should spray the hallway, at him on Twitter and tell him to spray the halls. End of day 2. A deep pain. Oh, we can also go back. Okay. The black mare thundered through the icy rain, shining wet in the silver moonlight. Her cloaked rider was exhausted, cold, and soaked to the bone. He knew he would not survive the night if he did not reach Backbarrow. A deep pain radiated down the side of the rider's head where he had sliced himself with a diverging hook, and his thoughts were scattered and torn. He could not see out of his left eye. Let's press continue. We got ourselves a little puzzle to do here. Got ourselves a little card. Doesn't have any text on it today. First thing we always do every day is try and solve the card. So we're going to go to Explore. We're going to take our card here. We can't twist it, but we're going to try and find something that resembles this. And in terms of, you see these, the symbols of the buildings clustered together, we're going to try and find something that matches and go to the building that's been selected. This one is very hard for me, because to me it's just a bunch of blocks. I think it's this building right here. Because this building right here is split in half, but this big building here looks like this big building here. So we're going to go to this. Oh, it burns up, which means we did it right. There is a narrow gap between the two houses, and I spy a small wooden chest wedged firmly inside. Slowly, I manage to work it loose, and when it finally comes free, it shoots out onto the hard ground and snaps open, revealing its long-hidden treasures. We have 2 items that have been discovered. Perfect. We're going to move this over here to our bottles, this over here to there. And we're going to go through our book, our artifacts real fast and see what we got here. We have a lot of items that we still have to identify, but I'm going to give it a second if that's cool. We're going to take Francesca Robertson here. Good afternoon. No, morning. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm Francesca Robertson, a doctor of sorts. I assume you heard about Mr. Hungerford. It seems to be the talk of the town already. I'm used to dealing with maladies of an occult nature, but black eyes are certainly unusual. I've heard of something like this before, but I don't see how it could be the same thing. Either way, I'm hoping an evocant will have some effect. We're going to check here. Evocant, weighs the same as a heart. Boom. Made of stone, weighing the item using a scale shows exactly a pound. That's an evocant. Daedalus link. A Daedalus link is a powerful object capable of producing a levitation field. The field is extremely fragile, however, so it would be prudent not to take risks. These items are surprisingly light in weight. Their designs vary, but they might point to some facet of flight. A feather, or the wings of a bird or insect, for example. I think the Daedalus link is going to be the floating thing. We're going to tag this as evocant because we have this, or evocant? Evocant or evocant? Who knows? Because we know what this is now. We're going to check and see if this matches any symbols. Air. That's wind. Rough and pitted, vibrates with energy. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. I still think it's this. Daedalus link literally levitates. But it doesn't have any symbolry that is reminiscent. It's the problem. So I'm actually going to white label this, which means that we're really not sure. It's just a guess. It's just a theory, a game theory. We're going to go back here. We're going to go back to ecumenical here. It says it's a receptacle featuring its memento mori. Memories cannot appear and reside in both the mind and the ecumenical. It's going to be a receptacle with a memento mori. We're going to see what we have here. So we think this is the ecumenical already, so we're going to move on. We have the Aries remnant. We don't have that yet. It has an Aries constellation. Daedalus link we were just talking about. Eye of Cernunnos. It says that Cernunnos himself wielded an eye. If we go to the Cernunnos section, we can see Voice of Cernunnos. If he wielded one, there's a snake here, and there's like a stick here. And there's also this. We don't have anything that really fits that description, so we're going to move on. Guys of Lillian, we're pretty sure we've identified as the weird thing with the ammonite. Hearing charm, we're pretty sure is the bat. Heart chamber is going to be, it says it's something, so it trapped its soul along with its power in something known as the Wraith Chamber. He has a lot of stuff on. He's got a lot of stuff on. Howard Holger, there's like that little stone, like that little Wraith Chamber. I wonder what that symbol is. It's like a little Blair Witchy symbol. What is that? I just want to see. I don't think it's relevant. I just want to know. Fear. It's an axe of fear. Interesting. He's wearing that he's also got a hand here. He's got a hand with a ring. I'm going to say that this looks like the ring on Holger's hand. I'm just going to write this down. Looks like ring on Holger's hand on heart chamber illustration. In heart chamber illustration. That's what we're going to do. We're also going to Orange Shock we've identified, Hunter's Boot we've identified, Lamp Siphon we've not identified, and we can't. Orford we did, Ossic we did, Mathers we don't have any Mathers. I remember what those are at least. Sextrum protects against insanity in all its forms. These items, like the mind, are not well understood. We're gonna check here, see if we got anything that has to do with insanity here. Insanity is the weird horns. You know what we're gonna do actually? We're gonna actually just use this over here and see what these exact symbols are and write those down. What's the moon symbol mean? Blessings. Has blessings rune. We're going to add the blessings rune to this so that we know right off the bat. You spray everywhere. What? Okay, sounds good. I'll take like 4. I'm getting food delivered to me. We're going to see what this symbol is. This one is like a... Okay, there's this one which looks like the ping symbol in Chinese. It's not like a joke. That's actually what it looks like. I don't know why it would be a joke, but I'm just like, you know, it's not a joke. I don't know that much Chinese, but I know that much. Confusion. So we're going to mark that. And you'll see there's symbols here that we don't know yet. That's okay. That's because we don't have the Thaumic readings. What are they called again? Goodness. Thaumic, yes, Thaumic fields. We don't have the Thaumic fields yet. So this one has a triangle with a dash through it. We're going to see what that means. It's not cold. It's a triangle with a dash. So one of the elements? I mean, it kind of looks like an element, but it's not. Is it weakness? This has a little... I don't know what those are. We're gonna find out. Paralysis symbol. We're going to put this in under white. Perfect, there we go. We're just moving this up here because it means we've looked at it. This says you have nothing to remark. Can we open this? Intricate detailing, gold. What does this let us do? What is this pointing at? We're going to write this down just that it does this. Points at the hand with the stone in it. Why? I guess the Y is implied. Ooh, this could also be the Daedalus. Nothing to remark. Raised detailing, color and composition, tarnished silver. Alright. This heart feels lighter. Is there anything else? Okay, these have symbols on them. Okay, so Libula's been identified. This one has not been identified. We don't know. Oh, this has the... What does this one have on it? This one's got like a... This one has a confusion. That's not the confusion symbol. That's the hypnosis symbol. We're gonna write that down. Hypnosis symbol. Under icons, we're gonna go with the one for hypnosis. We're gonna see where that is. All right. Here's also what we're gonna do. We're gonna put everything that has like a funky symbol, the symbols that are funky and chunky, all together over here. The sort of negative symbols. Oh, there's a symbol in that too. This one's more like a tool. I'm putting this under here because it has like it like interacts with stuff. We're gonna put this down here too because this is also a tool because it interacts with stuff. We're gonna see what symbol this is. It's got like a, what's it called? Protection. Well, that's nice. Protection symbol. We're gonna put the color of the white on this. We're gonna give it the icon of protection. We're also gonna move this out of the danger zone. We're gonna actually make these labels red to signify that they are not nice objects. They're not bad, they're just carved that way. We're also going to see what this has on it. Circle, 2 dashes up, triangle, 2 dashes down. What was it? Okay. It's got phosphorus on it. Or is it cold? Cold. It has heat and cold. Heat and cold symbols. We're gonna go with the icon here for... I just saw them and I've already forgotten. What's wrong with me? I'm gonna put these up here because this is runic, but we just don't... This is kind of evil. I'm putting the Z over here. It's kind of evil, low-key. We're gonna move this over here. This has the blessing symbol, so we're gonna put it up with the positive ones. We're gonna see what we got on here. Protection, and what's that ram's horn one again? Is that fear? Protection from insanity. We're gonna say protection from insanity. We're gonna use the insanity mark because we already have the protection mark well represented. Where is the insanity mark? Here it is. Here we go. Go with that, and we're gonna go with white. And we're also going to go over here. We're gonna check this out and see what these other symbols are on here. There's nothing in here. Oh, this has the inner perception. It seems to make the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Scent and sound, nothing to remark. Sense a touch cold. Color and composition, glass filled with blue liquid and a white hair. Now if we go back over here, we're gonna be able to see that we have under here the... Where's the white hearts item? Silent breath. There are those that consider the white heart a prize to be claimed. But there is no glory to be had from killing such a noble guardian of the forest. A silent breath contains a small token taken from a living white stag. Yeah, that's what that is. While the stag lives, the item will retain its power, allowing the bearer to sense danger before it arrives. Yeah, that's going to be silent breath. We're going to write that as a yellow tag. Silent breath, because we haven't had it confirmed actually by a client. We're going to put this over in our possibly identified section over here. This is identified, so we're just going to put that down there. This is possibly identified. This is not identified. This is just, I mean, we know what it is, but we're going to check over here, see what the next one is here. What has protection from insanity? We're going to use the back of the book here. Insanity Sextrum. Protects against insanity in all its forms. These items, like the mind, are not well understood. This might be the Sextrum. We're going to hope that this is the Sextrum. Sextrum. We love taking notes. We're going to put this in the possibly identified section. We are going to go back to the, what's it called? Wrong book. We're going to move this book down here. We don't need it to be there. We're going to go back over here. We have the shin. These common objects are made using materials with a connection to the ocean. They began as superstition, simple objects made by sailors and fishermen to keep their boats safe. But with the help of the old thaumaturges, they became something more, and many lives were saved. Yeah, we don't have anything made of driftwood or anything, so it's not going to be that. Shimmer. These belong to a series of objects that are designed to slot into armor or weaponry. Oh, look at that slot right there. Oh, look at that. That's probably a shimmer. Nothing remark. Weathered, hard to cool. Composition, yellow gemstone, gold, iron. Okay. It says the Knight of Thorns wore a shimmer on his breastplate, but it didn't save him from being slain in the Battle of Sutherfell in 1356. This looks like a shimmer to me. Shimmer, matches slot in illustration. I like it. And what is this? This has a splenic thing on it. I think we don't know what this is. We don't know what these are. This could be a dataless link. Dataless link, bird motif. This is something that it says darkness fears inside. This, nothing to remark. Six points of a sleep vessel represent the thick 6 thaumic disciplines. They help you stay awake by storing their fatigue. Spirit Eye has opposing symbols, which we have with the heat and the cold, so this might be the Spirit Eye over here. And you can look through it. We're going to find out. We are going to be continuing onwards though, because we already put a lot of labels and stuff, and we do want to get through this today. Temperance Parker. I had a quiet chat with Edmund Bishop and the Guilty Ram last night. He's always got an interesting story to tell, but last night he was different. I can tell he's worried too, which has got me worried too. I know it's not much, but I'd like a shield charm, all the same. Shield charm, generic, charms of protection, have little to offer the skilled thaumaturge, but can have some small effect. So it says that it's generic and it uses the art of symbology. Very precious metals. We have this has a protection symbol on it. I'm going to guess this is the shield charm. Yeah. Simple materials. The symbol has a pendant of protection. That's the shield charm. St. John's Anvil. These items have much in common with the St. John's poppy plant of the same name, a fact that is reflected in their design. They have quite different uses, however. Whereas the plant helps to overcome deafness, an anvil will dampen sounds. They can even be tuned to filter out certain noises, but allow others to be heard still. Yeah, I don't know about all that, bruh. This is the shield charm. Capital C, gonna put some respect on its name. Yeah, we're gonna press back. This goes under identified. There's something I wanted to show you, says Hugh Langston. I didn't like the look of it, so I left it where I found it. What if it's cursed? It was hanging behind an old shed, all overgrown with ivy. Let me draw a quick map for you. There. Alright, let's explore. Let's go look at this creepy thing. Something with a lake and a church. There's a church, there's a lake, bam, it's gonna be here. The shed is actually a wooden summer house that looks out over the pond, but it's clear that it hasn't been used in some time. Thick brambles claw their way up and over one side of the structure, and ivy covers the rest in a mottled green cloak. I find what I've been looking for to the rear. Parts of the ivy have been torn away recently, revealing an amulet hanging from a rusted nail. Something else catches my eye as I reach for it, and I notice that there is another pendant hanging next to it, almost completely hidden by the ivy. We got two little things here. We're gonna put these under the nature section. Or just orange amulets. Verona Green, my old friend. Eli's picked a bad time to leave Undermere. I've come from the Hungerford house where I've been helping Dr. Robertson and looking for any clues about what happened there. There wasn't much to go on. I did find a shattered Oshatic vessel, but whatever did this was no creeping dark. There was a strange black stain on the flagstone floor that I did not like the look of, and the ravens, very unusual. But at least they seemed to have dispersed. I don't know what to make of it. I'm going to take a trip to Gleaston Castle to see if Edmund Bishop can shed a light on their behavior, but first, I would like a Vesiger. Whatever this is, we don't want it spreading. We're going to use this item. Yeah, because it made the flames turn blue. Using a candle, I am able to confirm that flames burn blue in its presence. And that's the Vesiger, baby. Moonstone Guardian. For the banishment of Hobbs' fear and Noctic sight. These tend to take the form of a comforting guardian. It's him. It's Hellbore. Hellbore is the Moonstone Guardian. So we're going to say that this is a Vesiger because it just got confirmed. Vesiger. Anything here that looks like Comforting Guardian that we haven't identified? I mean, maybe this. Well, we know that he's a guardian of the woods. But we're going to press End Day. 2 days earlier, the rider and his fellow adventurer were deep underground, exploring the tunnels below the Kirkhead Tower, when they made a discovery. Their elation at their find would soon turn to horror. Ah, geez, the keys. After a disagreement between two houses, I was buried between lock and key. Alright, so it's probably going to be two places, like a lock street and a key, let's see. Or two places named lock and key, let's see. Well, there's Keystone Manor. My hand was just on there, and 7 is Lock House. So here's this, and there's Lock House. Between Lock and Key. There we go. Or behind Lock and Key. A large flat slab of granite marks the otherwise empty field. It bears an inscription. On this spot, in the year 1813, Arthur Key did shoot and kill the beloved horse of Willington Lock. Buried at the foot of the slab, I find an unlocked chest containing a handful of legal documents, as well as a pistol, and another item that catches my attention. We're a gun shop now. Oh, we know what that is already, just straight off the gate. If we go in here. Oh, look. It's the Ares Remnant. It's 4 gemstones in a row. So this is the Ares Remnant. Stones match pattern. We knew it was going to be gemstones, so we're going to put that over here in the pretty sure we've identified you section. Actually, I guess that's over here. Let's take our first caller of the day. Hello, caller. You've got Eldra. Eli White. Well, the shop is still standing. That's something. Say what you will about Undermere, but this town is never quiet for long. I leave for a few days and suddenly everyone's talking about ravens and curses. I'm going to need to find Verona to get up to speed on what's going on. At least I didn't come away from Ravenglass empty-handed. I can always rely on Quiet Susan to unearth an interesting trinket or two. Quiet Susan for the win? Okay, some kind of vessel. Wraith Chamber. Let's see what we got here. Cool and smooth. Smells like a rotten egg. It smells like a rotten egg. An ecumenical smells like a rotten egg. It smells bad, but this doesn't have a memento mori on it. Edith Moore. I am not a good person. I'm a big fan of her dad's work. You know, Alan Moore, that's her dad. I'm pushing away the only people I care about. Help me do better, please. I have to change, but I don't know how. What do you have that can help me banish my inner demons and make the changes stick this time? I actually forget. Horn shackles. Okay. That's what. Okay, so she's the girl who was stealing stuff. We're gonna give her horn shackle. Get over it. But it had already been identified, so we don't need to go over why, but smooth horns. Francesca Robertson, I do declare. The etiquette didn't snap Mr. Hungerford out of it, unfortunately. It's strange. At times he appears almost awake, but he is deep in some trance, and I can't get anything out of him. He seems to be searching for something. I'm beginning to suspect this is beyond my skill set, but I'm not willing to give up so easily. I know it's a bad idea, but I'm going to need a sleep vessel to get me through the week. Alright, sleep vessel. 6 points. Help you stay up. And they represent the different disciplines. They get more difficult to handle. It's a 6-pointed object. This has 6 points. We're going to move this over here to possibly identified. We're going to make a list of things that have 6 on them. This has 6, this has 6, this has 6. These are 3 objects that have 6. Pretty sure this is the shimmer. We're pretty sure this is the sextrum, so I think it's going to be this by process of elimination. Let's find out. Sleep vessel. Maybe not, actually. That can't be that, because that's something else, literally. 6 points. They are points. Help you stay awake. More difficult to handle. Somewhat painful. I mean, yeah, buddy. Always bet on Elder Echo. 6 points. Closer inspection reveals the darkness inside. Alright, that's a sleep vessel. Resonance compass will point towards nearby resonant objects, the only objects that can be detected this way. Resonant objects are highly prized both by thaumaturges and those who collect occult curiosities. The resonance compass, well, we know what that is because we already found out about this. Resonance compass. That's why it's in our tool section. We're gonna mark it with blue because we're pretty sure. And this one we know is the sleep vessel now. Not marking as a red object just because it's painful, because it's not like a curse item. I don't think so at least. Hit that like button. And Althea O'Shea. Many years ago I owned a silent breath, but it was already old when I inherited it and its power died soon after. It's about time I replaced it. Yeah, okay, you can have this one. Yeah, that's right, baby girl. Item has a white hair, potential for white stag, and on closer inspection, my senses come alive. Elva stone. Elva stones can be used to relieve the discomfort caused by otherwise incurable ailments such as Braxis or burning blood. The planetary metal used in these items is associated with the Selenic discipline. a connection that is also reflected in their design. There's going to be some kind of stone. It's going to have a kind of metal. That kind of looks like it, but we're going to mark this first as silent breath because we have it identified now. Do we have a guide to planetary metals yet? I don't think we do. Silver is the moon. Gold is the sun. So, I mean, that's not silver, so I wouldn't say that that's what it is personally, just because it's got metal. Alright. Rufus Shelley. I've always wanted to try Daedalus Link. I have a personal interest in the Celestial branch, so I'm not completely new to such things, nor am I ignorant of the risks. And now I have a good reason for it. I need to take care of some roof repairs, and this would seem the safest way to approach it. Okay, we're going to look up the Daedalus charm, because we have two things we think it is. It says it's a powerful object, produces a levitation field, very fragile, light in weight. It may have the feather, birds of an insect. It's going to be something he can wear, right? So I think it's going to be this one, actually. Yep. Bird motif is a connection to flight. Using my weighing scales, I can confirm that it's very lightweight. I didn't do that, so maybe I should have. It's just clearly lightweight. Gothic purifier. A small topaz gem known as the eye is placed in a strong-smelling liquid. Usually some potent barley spirit or vinegar. Okay, we know which one this is yet. Small tokens, such as rings or amulets, perhaps, submerged in the liquid and left for a full cycle of the moon, are cleansed of simple imbued curses or hexes. Of course, there's a limit to the effectiveness of this process. Alright, so we're going to mark this as solved because we know what the Q's we now know this is the Daedalus Link. We just went off of the bird motif. We're going to mark this under solved here. And we're going to say this is not the Daedalus Link. We're just going to remove the tag entirely. And we're going to say this is the Gothic purifier or Gothic purifier. In blue, because we're pretty sure about this. Silent breath has been identified. We're going to move that down here. And we're taking another caller. Hello, caller. You're on the Elder Echo Show. Edmund Bishop, the Ravens are back, I see. Look like it's going to be worse this time. After speaking to Verona, I've come to extend an open invitation to visit Gleaston Castle. My family has lived there for generations, and I know there are artifacts that would be of use to you gathering dust in hidden corners. All I ask is that you stay out of the South Tower and the master bedroom, and run anything you find by me first, of course. Should we go to the South Tower and master bedroom? I'm putting that in there so I have a note. So we have a new way to use the explore verb, and we have this here. Here's something to get you started. Walk past the main staircase and turn left. Oh, you know what we're going to do is we're going to open this with the maps. So now we have two maps here. I also got hot dogs, I guess. I'm going to have mustard on my hot dogs. It was magical. No one knows how the mustard came here. No one knows how the hot dogs came here. I'm going to have to turn off the microphone because it sounds gross. Sorry about being gross. I'm also going to check some stuff real fast. I got so much. Thank you so much for all the bits, everybody. You're all so sweet. Too kawaii, desu. Too kawaii. Give me a second. I'm also going to... Can I eat a hot dog? Is that cool? I also want to eat a hot dog. How are you liking this game so far? I got 4 hot dogs here. I don't know why they thought I needed 4 hot dogs. I love hot dogs. How many girls do you think just use mustard bottles to make the sound effects for certain kinds of paid audios? I thought he said tamales. It's a fun game. Okay, here's something to get you started. Walk past the main staircase. Oh, here it is. And turn left. Follow that corridor to the end. Go in the door at the left. Well, which one counts as the main staircase? Okay, turn left. Follow that corridor to the end. Which end? What counts as the main staircase? There's a small plinth in the corner that you are welcome to. Past the main staircase means by it, right? Following this corridor down to the end, through the door on the left, this one. The plinth is not hard to spot in the corner of the room next to a small writing desk. A glass jar houses the object mentioned in Edmund's note. As I gather the item and turn to leave, my eye is drawn to a green book on the desk. The author's name is of particular... Oh no, I have mustard all over my hand. That's not what it says in the text. It's just what happened to me in real life. I got mustard toggled. There's mustard all over my hand now. I'm sorry, we have a mustard emergency. As I gather the item and turn to leave, my eye is drawn to a green book on the desk. The author's name is of particular interest. I pick it up and find Edmund on my way out, who encourages me to take it with me. I try to insist on paying for it at least, but he won't entertain the idea. Edmund's a legend. Yeah, gemstones and something weird. Okay, we're gonna move this over here. Gemstones is very helpful. We sell some other books we need to discover, though. And 3 hot dogs to eat. Very important. The squish squish challenge. Last time you made what with your mother? Apricot and ginger filling hot dogs or tamales? As everyone knows, I love a corn product. A Frito-Lay can take my soul, but they'll never take my freedom. But they will take my money. I want to check out what the heck this is. There's something that said it had to do with the moon. Moonstone Guardian. Comforting Guardian. No. Elvastone. Selenic Discipline. Planetary Metal. Yeah. Okay, this is definitely an Elvastone. I'm marking this in yellow. Elvastone. Stone. Moon motif, silver equals a moon metal. Yeah, alright, we're going with that. We're going to explore a little bit more. We're going to try to figure out this puzzle here. Mars in winter, rising in summer. Mars in winter, rising in summer. Okay. Time to go our symbols book. There's iron. And then there's like a circle. Okay. So Mars is the planetary metal of iron. Is iron. It's the male symbol. And then summer is the circle with the dot. Okay. So here's this. Where's circle with a dot? Oh, I think we need something for this that we don't have yet. I think there's another dial like we had for the last one. Where it's going to point to something nearby. Can I go to the graveyard yet? Where the tombs at, bro? What do the Blacksmiths Guild have going on today? Let's find out. The Blacksmiths Guild is alive with the rhythm of hard work. Iron heated, hammered, and shaped into purpose. There's a rumor that a guild of assassins operates from here. I'd love to poke around, but I'd rather not run afoul of a sharpened blade. We're gonna keep exploring. Why not? Oh, also, we solved this. That's going in the archive. Thank you. Let's go to Museum of History. The Museum of History has a quiet grandeur, lined with rows upon rows of trinkets and curiosities. It's not unlike Strange Antiquities in that regard, though I doubt there's much of use to me here. The curator ushers me away. Eli and I have an agreement. You know you're not to take anything from the museum. What blankets arrived? You bought blankets? I want to say Unday. At the end of a long passageway after days spent clearing away dangerous rockfalls, the duo came upon a chamber. In it, they found a small stone tomb too small to contain human remains. I wonder if anyone will take this mustard off my desk for me. The world may never know. If only an invisible agent of chaos could do so discreetly. But very difficult. Oh. Day 5 Monday. All right, let's solve our card puzzle of the day. How hard was it for them to make? It must have been really hard for them to make a map like this, where only one thing fits the symbol. Maybe not. Maybe they're better than me. I don't know. This kind of looks like it. It says I should not have come here. Oops. Sanity hit. I thought it was that one. Watch as I hit it again. Okay. Wait, we have 2 maps now. Yup. It's this one. A portrait of some dead lord eyes me suspiciously as I enter the room and start absent-mindedly opening drawers. The room is cold and austere, and I'm about to leave when I spot a crate under the chest of drawers. This could be something. Some lady. Yeah, David Schaefer would love mail. We got mail. Not sure about this fog today. There's an eerie atmosphere out there, especially with those damn ravens back again. cats, usually. Fierce dogs I'm too worried about, not big birds. Better off inside, I reckon. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. The triangle has intrigued me ever since I heard about it as a young boy. What caused the pine trees to grow like that? Did someone plant them? I know you'll at least have heard of this, but did you know it? Know this? I calculated the exact center point, and there's a small clearing there. It can't be a coincidence. What's more, there's a certain energy about it, not entirely welcoming either. Goodness, we're having a problem here. I wonder if you might take a look for yourself. Thomas Pope and Amish. All right. Run back to the main map here. It says the triangle. Is there something called the triangle on here? Yep, there's a triangle literally right here. It's on the map. Sure enough, as I approach the center of the curious triangular copse at the heart of Heath Wood, I come across a clearing. A tree that has been split in two stands in the center. Sunlight breaks through, and I take a deep breath of cleansing pine and earth. And hello, I'm doing quite well. Almost immediately, I am struck by a sense of ominous power, and my intuition tells me that there is something unusual here at the heart of the wood. I examine the broken tree and notice some strange markings carved into the trunk. Heart beating faster, I spot something else embedded in the wood. 3 pendants arranged in a triangular shape. We got pendants, mothers, just mothers. There's no other word that goes with it. We're going to put these over here in our unidentified pendant section. Gus Foley. It has been many years since I performed the rite of the red knives, but I can still remember every step. I'd do it one more time before I die if I could only get my hands on an Orford spire. I tried that place in Arnside and they sent me here. Well, we got you an Orford spire here, you can have it. 2 of the points of the item are visible in the sketch accurate. Closer inspection reveals dried blood, suggesting this item has been submerged in blood. We are going. Amphibian Talon. The League of the Amphibian Heart uses these items as part of its grim initiation rite. They guard their secrets closely, but it is said that they worship an ancient nameless gods, communing with them via the broken path. Acolytes must press the tip of a talon hard against their cheekbone to the point of drawing blood. They perform this act nightly for 49 days, 7 sevens, after which the scar will forever mark them. Okay, so it's gonna be something that has like talons on it. We're gonna mark this as solved. We know this is the Orford Spire now, or I guess identify, not solved. You can't really solve an item. It's not actually actively harmful, like it won't hurt somebody really, so we're gonna put it over there. Like unconsensually hurt, like no one's using it as a tool negatively. I need to go away for a few days again. The Order of the Black Veil will have the information I'm looking for, says our boss Eli White. They seek to understand the world beyond death, drinking an elixir that sinks them into a deep trance. I bet it's mustard. If I'm right, they may be able to shed some light on these events. The only problem is I burned that bridge long ago. Can you hand me that Guise of Lillian? Yeah, buddy, okay. It won't be the first time I've used one to get around their hatred of me. We think this is the Guise of Lillian because it's got ammonite on it, and it was. This item has an ammonite fossil embedded in it, and it has an out-of-body feeling when you inspect it. That's why we know it's a Guise of Lillian. Tenebrine Cloak. Upon activation, a tenebrine cloak can create a sphere of enshrouding darkness that will cloak all within its reach. A single stone set in bronze gives power to these totems. Okay, so we're going to mark this Guise of Lillian as solved. Again, I can't believe it's solved again. Okay, so Guise of Lillian is identified correctly. Okay, single gemstone set in bronze would be this. Bronze, orange gemstone, sense of touch, warmer, lighter, polished, nothing to remark, and nothing to remark. If we use this, if we just bump this around a bunch, will it do anything weird? No. Does this do anything weird? This has bronze, but it also has wood is the problem here. So we're going to ask for another another partner. I'm talking to Lulu. That's not too much. Hello. Oh, is that a cat? My eyes may have gone completely now, but it's good to know I still have my cat senses. I do hope I'm in the right place. My daughter told me about a shop that specializes in unusual items. My life's joy has always been painting. Without that in my life, I'm afraid I'm at a bit of a loss. I know that I will never see again, but is there anything in your collection that might help me paint again? I feel a little foolish for asking. It means such a small thing. It seems such a small thing, but to me, it means everything. We have two options here. Aries Remnant. It's synesthesia-inducing, where colors and tones, light and shadow can be felt through touch. They are used by those who work in low-light conditions, such as miners. The other option we have here is the Spirit Eye. So we're going to look at what that option would do for us. There's some who stay away from spirit eyes, believing them to be a window into a world that should not be seen, and others who deride their fear as nothing more than superstition. It is not clear exactly what they do show. Another layer beneath the visible world, perhaps. A layer that requires something more than the traditional senses to experience. They draw their power from the opposing symbols inscribed upon them. All right, so folks, what would you like to give this lady? Do we want to give her synesthesia, or do you want to give her the ability to see into an eldritch unknown? Please let me know. If you want her to see like synesthesia and probably a safer option, say 1, and if you want her to see that real nasty shit, we're gonna do send a number 2 in the chat, please. Eldritch Unknown has a vote, and my vote counts for 30 votes, so I'm also going to vote for that. We're going to do that. We're going to do Spirit Eye. Spirit Eye is going to make it rise. Nightmares. We're going to do that. Also, on Twitch, will somebody let me know when ads... Sorry, I shouldn't say that. When on the purple one. If someone lets me know when ads run next, that's when I'm going to use the little librarian's room. The reference desk. It's like, wait, what? You don't catalog every emission? But me neither. Anyway, so we're going to give it the Spirit Eye. Let's give it them nightmares. This stone has opposing symbols, heat and cold. The malachite gemstone hints at their ability to see a world beyond ours. Oh, we forgot to look at the gemstone book. Older Scythian charms are carved out of wood, but the more powerful designs make use of the planetary metals. No two are identical. They are used by horticulturalists to encourage stubborn plants to thrive. They change with the weather, usually quite cold, but warm and tingly to the touch when it is raining. Then that's actually probably going to be this one. Okay, so we're going to mark this as salt. We got to have a swear jar for that Spirit Eye. Okay, so this is the Spirit Eye. Low-key kind of negative, but I'm going to put it down here as a tool. Heat and life, sunstone, diurnic, yellow and orange. Sometimes contains impurities. It says heat and life. It's a sunstone. If we look at this, this is an orange gemstone. It doesn't say if it's amber. It doesn't look like amber to me, though. It looks like something like, what was the other ones that we have? Here's an option. Bloodstone here is Wixic. We have aquamarine here. We have iolite, jade, malachite, kyanite, moonstone, topaz. Here we go. Stone of strength, pale yellow. And vivianite, which is noctic, dark blue-green, a stone of death and decay. It grows in iron coffins and waterlogged corpses. So I don't think it's going to be that either. What do we have here? This is going to be the same one. This is also a topaz of some kind, probably. It says it's warm to the touch, but I don't know if it's always warm to the touch. It feels a little warmer than I would expect, but it's not a rainy day. So interesting. I would say this is the most likely candidate for that stone because it's that item, because it's one stone in bronze. But this one has leaves on it, which could reference the healing properties. Hazmat, can you come take the mustard away and maybe put the fan on in the hallway for me? Those ravens have done for 3 more buggers. 2 of them up at Colgarth and another fella a fisherman. People are getting a bit panicky round here. Nothing natural about folk turning up with eyes all black like that. Jay, you gotta call it. Call the aquarium, Jay. It's a baby fucking whale. And now this fog, too. With the nights drawing in and me working late, I refuse to walk down Holbrook Road without so much as a lantern. I have something nice and bright in mind. The sun's bond. We're gonna look up what the heck that is. Small, lightweight, gemstone of light, warmth and brightness of the sun, a brightness that can pierce the darkest gloom. Okay, so we have some dark areas in here. So what we can do is... Oh, we're going to put them in here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to we have a darkness over here. We're going to put this in here and see what happens when we close it. If we look here, what counts as the sunstone? It's going to be something diurnic. Sunstone is amber. What if we open this? Nope. Well, it ain't this one then. This glows, but I don't really know what to do about that. Because that's not... Okay, what stone is that? Aquamarine. It's a Dradic stone. It's a stone of water, pale blue, or turquoise. We're going to read through all the stones here. Amber, diurnic, which means of the daytime. Yellow or orange, sometimes containing impurities. The sunstone, fire and light, heat and life. Amethyst is Wixic purple, a stone of containment. Aquamarine is Dradic. Pale blue or turquoise, a stone of water. Wixic. Dark bloodstones are Wixic. Dark green or black with flecks of red, a dark stone for dark purposes. Iolite is diurnic. Dark bluish purple, a calming stone of peace and safety. Jade is Dradic. Green, a stone of the earth and of nature. Kyanite is mentic of the mind. Blue, an anchor between body and mind. Malachite is also mentic. Dark green striated. The fourth eye, a stone of sight. These are real stones, by the way. Moonstone, selenic, pearly opalescent, usually pink or off-white, a stone of protection and enveloping night. Obsidian, black volcanic glass, a stone of fire and fury. Onyx, noctic, black and striated, a stone of the night and of darkness. There are some who fear it, and some who are seduced by it. Topaz, pale yellow, a stone in its Wixic, a stone of strength, and finally a Vivianite, noctic, dark blue-green, a stone of death and decay. It grows on iron coffins and waterlogged corpses. I actually don't remember if Vivianite's a real one. And he wants a sunbond, though, and I don't know what a sunbond... Okay, we're going to open this up. This one reacts to the light. It gets brighter after it's been put away. I don't want to process of elimination this. Non-precious metal of some kind, housing a gemstone of light. They carry the warmth and light of the sun, a brightness they can pierce the darkest gloom. I think this is our best option right now, unfortunately. I think this is going to have to be... I think this is the sun bond. Yep. This item has an amber gemstone. That doesn't look like amber, though. Okay. A stone of light. It is made of bronze, a non-precious metal. Closer inspection reveals that it is strangely warm. The problem is 2 items are strangely warm. So this is the sun bond. Kyrene ward made from basilisk scales, a material known to endure intense heat. These unusual objects can permit the bearer to withstand fire and flame and remain unharmed. They do not, however, offer protection against the deadly basilisk itself. Watch as this basilisk scales. It's going to be like the witch finger, and it's going to be something that's like the Giant's Causeway. It's like a name for something that isn't literal. So this is the sun bond. We're going to put this over here in the basic bitches section. Audrey Bell. Bend your ear to the trees. Hold out your palm to the wind. The ravens can feel it, can you? Something is stirring. I will need a Holden Grim in the coming days. We've already identified one. We're going to give it to her. Holden Grim. Mask is an eerie item that can be worn. Sketch shows a priest wearing the mask. Using the index, we can find a sketch of Holgar to whom the mask bears a striking resemblance, and the gemstone is Vivianite, a stone of death. Okay, cool. Lead heart. These items depict the god Kernanos in his non-human form. They are heavier than they look, due to a core of lead hidden by a more modest exterior. They are said to kindle romantic interest and are sometimes given as wedding gifts. Okay, I think this is a joke. So I think lead heart, it's because it's a heart, like it's a heart like the animal, H-A-R-T, so I'm thinking this is lead heart. Heart and heart. Looks like Kernanos, who we know is a deer guy. Simple exterior. We gotta weigh it. You also gotta mark our Holden Grim. Solved. We're gonna put that over there. We're gonna weigh this. It's heavier than 2 pounds, which is crazy. Okay, so this is definitely it. It's heavy. 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 Alright. Move that over there. Boom. And we're gonna end our day. Inside was the reason they had toiled so hard. A small black casket. A very valuable small black casket. They knew enough not to open it, but perhaps too little to fully understand the danger it posed. I don't know. Oh, whoa. What's this? Staircase. Up the stairs, left, then left again. Second on the right's where I spend each night. But I don't live in a 2-story house. This can't be about me. Immersion broken, honestly. Hazmat, come get your mustard, please. We're gonna move this back up. We're gonna solve our puzzle of today. Howdy, folks. We're gonna solve a puzzle today here. Up the stairs. Left. Left again. Right. And right? I must have taken a wrong turn. This isn't where I meant to come. Thanks for taking away the mustard, Hazmat. Sorry, I was in the middle of a voice line. We're going to go here. Up the stairs. Here's the stairs. We gone up them. Left. Left again. Up the stairs, left, left again. Girl, what? Because if you go up these stairs and you go to the left, you just go back down the stairs. And then if you go left again, it's here. Then right, and then the second right. I'm just gonna try it. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? I think it does. I think restream counts. Yeah, that's why I don't do it. That's why there's no chat anymore. I'm gonna do other stairs. There's no other stairs other than these stairs and these stairs. There's a lot of stairs. Okay, we're gonna go here. Oh, these regular stairs. Okay, up to the left stairs, left. Then left. Up to the stairs. To the left. Then left again. First right. That's the second. Okay, second right. I forgot which one was left and right. I forgot. This game, I think, discriminates against people that forget what left and right are. And I don't think we should be acceptable. I don't know how to put YouTube chat on, and I only know how to put Twitch on, so I don't know how to do it yet. I'm baby. The bedroom looks like it hasn't been used for some time. A thin layer of dust coats the furnishings and cobwebs decorate every corner. Pulling back the thin curtains lets some light in, but more importantly, they reveal a macabre item that has been hiding on the windowsill all this time. Girl, okay. What we got here? Oh, it's the thing for the scar. It's the talon from those guys that are like... Did they say scar back here? Is that a keyword? Or talon. Yeah, it's Amphibian talon right there. As you can see this, folks, you can see it's the Amphibian talon because there's two marks here. It look like the half moons of fingernail. So we're gonna base this Amphibian talon right here. Amphibian talon. Pretty sure we're gonna lock it in. Two fingernail marks like in the illustration. Or it can make two. It doesn't have them. It can make them. Can make. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to press hint. Darn it, I'm not going to get the G for doing it hint free. I can never get any peace in my house, says Helena Appleton. When am I to find time to do my writing? I've tried beeswax, but that makes my ears sore. And besides, I can still hear the shouting and banging at all hours. I heard you might be able to help me. St. John's Anvil, baby. Alright, St. John's Anvil is supposed to look like a poppy. We don't got anything that looks like a poppy, man. You're gonna have to come back another day. Look at Pawn Stars. Anyway, we're going... Is it called Pawn Stars or Pawn Shop? We're gonna go to St. John's over here. St. John's Anvil. Reflected in their design, it would have fivefold symmetry. Or it'd be orange. It says a dampened sound. Filters noises. This kind of looks like... Sounds are muffled in its presence. Okay. This is St. John's Anvil, 100%. It's got the leaves. Because that's one of those gotchas, right? You would assume it has fivefold symmetry like I did, because, oh, it looks like a poppy. No, it's just that the leaves do. The leaves in the design are similar to the leaves in the sketch of the plant. Closer inspection reveals that it does indeed muffle sounds. When your kids are too much grace, worn as a pendant to dispel melancholy. They share the design of a shadow catcher. Okay, so we're going to mark this as St. John's Anvil because we know what it is now. Thanks, St. John. You a real one. Alright, we're going to have to start moving stuff over eventually, but we're not going to do that right now. We're going to move this to the artifacts section. No, we're not. We're going to move this over here. We're going to move these over here. We're going to start making necklace sections because we will actually be ending up using multiple things multiple times, sometimes. So, Sunbond, I'm putting over here. St. John's, anything that's like kind of orangey. I guess that's it, actually. So something that shares the design of the Dreamcatcher, the Shadow Hold, or the Oceanic Vessel. Let's see. Was that what they said? We're going to go back down here. Read that. Dupe. Gray's Grace. They share the design of a shadow catcher. If we go to the shadow catcher index, what does it say here? Shadow Hold has a shadow catcher on it, right? So it's going to have these. It's basically, it's like a Celtic knot-esque sort of pattern. I mean, that's kind of it. But kind of it doesn't matter. Also, we have to identify what all these symbols are eventually. Would you say that this counts? We click this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, these little leaves here. Oh, this kind of matches. I think that actually matches. I think it's a pretty good match, but it's only, I'd say it's not. Okay, Shadowcatcher, associated with Gray's Grace. Mourn is a pendant to dispel melancholy. I have nothing to remark. My heart feels lighter. Okay, this is probably Gray's Grace. We'll put this over here under potentially identifieds. And we're going to hit that bell button. One thing is that, why does my green tag look kind of blue? Oh, it's a bluish green. I'm learning how colors work today. You must be the thaumaturgist's apprentice, says Barton Potter. I bet he's a hard man to work under. He's helped me out more than once in the past, though. And speaking of the past, my eye has been aching again lately. That can't be a good sign. I'd be willing to make a fair trade for an Elvestone if you have one. Oh look, his eye's missing. The left eye, like the guy in the story. It's almost like he's suspicious from that reason, just for that. I mean, I guess anyone could lose a left eye if they had a left eye to lose, but I don't know. So this was the Elvestone. Design features crescent moons, a reflection of the Selenic, and the metal is silver associated with the moon. Also, does anyone play 2 Point Museum? I want to play 2 Point Museum. We got some kind of weird item here. We're going to mark this as identified in case we need it later. There are some items, again, that you will never actually use in normal gameplay, or that there's like a choices matter thing where you can't have them used, right? So that is kind of nice, is that there's a sort of, I wouldn't say red herrings, but that there's unused items. It adds to the sort of immersion here. Because I think it's kind of too easy if you just get like, oh, here's 3 items and here's 3 pages and they one-to-one correspond. Rona Green. I've been doing some reading. See what you make of this. Alright. Amphra. Ambra. These items cause mental fog, a withering of intellect and thought. They are slow to work, requiring several hours to have any effect. Through prolonged use, they cause the whites of the eyes to turn black, and the subject to become deeply disoriented. They produce a noctic field. We don't have anything that lets us look at fields. That fisherman they found yesterday has been up at Wyatt Beck, so I'm going to see if I can find out anything there. Here I go again, sticking my nose into trouble, because I don't seem to be able to listen to that part of me that says, go put the kettle on and let someone deal with it for a change. Total legend. It's bloody-minded arrogance to follow that thought up with, but there isn't anyone else. But here we are, and here I am. They do it all wrong anyways. Oh, break time. Thank you very much. We are going to do a very quick break. Give me a second. We're doing a break. Give me a second. Well, you know I couldn't take a full break. I'd miss you too much. I'm back already, and I have turned on my fan, my ceiling fan, so let me know if you can hear it in the background, because if so, I can turn it off. I just want to cool down the room a little bit because my computer runs really hot. Sorry about that. All right, so we are going to go back here. What are we doing? Okay, we have more clients today, but more importantly, it's raining today. So we know that there's something that we can do when it's raining and only when it's raining. What we're going to do is find the item. Is it the Ambra? No. There's an item that makes plants grow. And I'm wondering if we can figure that out. It's not the Zaya. We're going to go to the index. I don't know if it'll say plants or gardener back here. Pain. Growth. Vitality. It's not vitality. It's not vitality. Ooh, life. Horned shackle. No. Disease. No, thank you. Please tell me I didn't just imagine this for some reason. Is it void? It's not Tenebrine cloak. Huh. Okay. Please tell me I didn't make this up. It's not the ecumenical. It's not the talent. It's not the Ambra. It's not the Ares. It's not the Cossack. It's not the. It's the Kyrene. No, that's Basilisk scales. Ikernos is something wielded. It's like a specific thing we don't have yet. Hearing charm we think is the bad heart chamber. We're not sure what that is. Lamp siphon. It's not that. Lead heart is the really heavy heart. Moonstone guardian is for banishment of Hobbs feared Noctic sight. They take the form of a comforting guardian. All we know is it has moonstone in it, and honestly, this has moonstones. This is probably going to be it. Moonstone guardian literally has moonstone comforting. Okay, we're just going to mark that over here. We're going to move this over here to our sort of statues area. We're going to move this over to this possibly identified area over here of possibly identified necklaces. We're also going to identify what the heck these are. What does this do? Nothing to remark on inner perception. Warm and vibrating with energy. Okay. Gold and silver. Okay. I think this might have to do with the fact that it's vibrating with energy on a rainy day is exactly what we care about. So we're going to see if that's... Is that what the sextrum is? No. We're pretty sure the sextrum is the thing with the protection and the insanity symbols on it. What's the shimmer do? It's not the shimmer. It's not the shin, because that's the sea thing. Possibly the Scythian charm. They change with the weather, usually quite cold, but warm and tingly to the touch when it's raining. It says the more powerful designs make use of the planetary metals. And silver and gold are both planetary metals. I'd say this is a Scythian charm. I'd say it's a Scythian charm. Scythian charm. Planetary metals. Warm energy. When raining. We're going to see what it is when it's cold. We're also going to see if we can use it with the plants. Where are my plants? I'm realizing it's rather hard to see if it'll work with the plants. I don't actually know if they ever integrated that into the game, or if they did. It'll be interesting. The plants don't seem to react to this. But we'll see. Let's take another caller. It's called nitrogen? Yeah. I've been wearing a pendant that I found in the library, and it does something to me, says Francis Mason. It gives me an appetite for reading that I cannot control. I was lost in the library for 3 days without eating or sleeping before I managed to take the pendant off and escape. That sounds like the opposite of a problem, lady. It is rather pretty, though. Someone told me I needed a Cossack purifier and that this is the place to get one. So we're pretty sure it's this. And so it is. Label says a symbol for vinegar. and closer inspection reveals there's a small object rattling around inside. Sorry, Valent. The holes in a Valent are of roughly equal size. They are used by the adventurous to help them find their way. A curious pulse can be felt where its powers concentrate. Where its power concentrates. Okay, so we're going to mark this as identified. I didn't say solved for once, right? Oh, I just said it. Okay, Gothic Purifier. Put that down here under the identified stuff one. I'm going to put this under tools, actually. Over here. And, or just like bottles. We can make a bottle section. Yeah, bottle section. Because this is such a nuisance. I'm going to leave it right there. So, what is this? This might be it, actually. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. Bronze and a green gemstone. I think this actually might be something important. So we're going to look here. What green is? It's probably jade, stone of the earth, or malachite, stone of sight. Probably not malachite because it's not striated really. And what's interesting here is we can see a lot of little symbols here. So let's see what the symbols actually. Oops, wrong book. Let's see. Wrong book. Right book. So the symbols we have here are for the weather. Yep, it has weather symbols on it. Weather symbols. That's all we know here. Putting weather symbols under there. This is a hand with a turquoise gemstone in bronze. I don't know what those symbols mean. I don't know if they're in the... What is the... Turquoise. The turquoise gemstone, or that could be kyanite. That could be the anchor stone. If it's aquamarine, it's a stone of water. We have a thunder. Is that a thunder symbol here? It's almost the thunder symbol, but it's not quite. I clicked too quickly. Simone Green, our dear friend. Hello, fire rescue guy. That's nice to see you. How you doing? How did Haz see you there first? Haz, you're not supposed to call out people who are just in chat. Let me see. I don't have notifications right now. Done correctly. Oh, I have it. 25. Medication age. Yeah, my activity filter is boosted. Let me see. Give me a second. Oh, you got a... thank you for the subscription. Thank you very, very much. I hope you got my message. Simone Green says, I've been working on something that you might find interesting. Again, she's the librarian at Undermere. Do you know that nobody knows who built Strange Antiquities? It's very old. Perhaps the oldest building in Undermere, according to some accounts. Even Eli doesn't know of all its secrets. I've been decoding a journal that he found. It's slow work, but I've made a bit of a breakthrough recently. Have you discovered the plinths below the counter? I have learned that they can be used to access the shop's hidden depths, and this journal holds some of the keys. Here's something I discovered late last night. See what you make of it. Oh, I guess you can zoom in on text too. What's it say here? Let's read this note. Alcove key is Horn Shackle and then Evicant, and then a moon something. Okay. Horn Shackle is this. Evicant is this. And then moon something. We're going to go over here and see what says moon. Wrong book. So many books. Yellow book. We're going to go here. And it says moon something. So there's Moonstone Guardian. We could try that. We're pretty sure that she's the Moonstone Guardian. Oh, also there's this, which I don't think anything fits in. Yet. Yet is the important word here. I'm just going to put the cat in there. Can I put the... Oh, I pet the Jupiter 30 times. I got a chibi. Not... You can just fit anything in there. There's no penalty. We're going to check the book again and see if there's anything else that says moon on it. Because remember, different things have different names sometimes. It's not the data list. I'm just flipping through these looking for the word moon. Just looking for the word moon. Selenic totem. It could be the Selenic totem. But just while I'm here, right? Okay, let's try the Selenic totem, which I believe is this, the moon heart. That's why we always put the name on it. See, fire rescue guys are lucky charm. Okay, so we have 3 methers here. Because methers are what we call these cups. We're going to put them down here. This looks like the thing that was held by Keranos. We have a few little, what's it called here? I'm stealing these candles. I just want to keep them. And you can't stop me. They're free. They're my candles. And we're going to put these in the right order. Okay, so we see that there's a pattern that repeats around here. So we've already put, these are the 3 pieces we have, right? So we see that in a complete, here's an example. It goes like the D symbol, the up symbol, the O symbol, and I'm going to call it the W, D-O-W, okay? So we're going to put the O down here. We're going to put the W over here, spelling D-O-W, and then that means the last one goes here. And we can click that to try the code. Why doesn't it work? Mom, why? Also, you'll notice that this note now has a check mark on it. Anyway, you've completed the objective. We're going to put that in the archive. We're going to press leave here. Reopens. We got 2 free candles. Yeah! Get them candles. I don't know if they'll persist to the next day, but there's no achievement for that. I don't believe. I'm a bad person. It's all. We're going to open this up. We're going to go back to Kernanos because we have this weird thing that looks like a Kernos thing. Eye of Kernanos. It says it's alleged he wielded an Eye of Kernanos himself. It's an ancient. If we go to Kernanos, if we go to pictures of Kernanos, voice of Kernanos, you can see it looks like he's holding something which resembles the thing we have here. So Eye of Kernanos says lets you enter the mind of lesser beings. Green gemstone, dark wood, percepts you. Sense of touch, it's rough and cool. Scent and sound, a pleasant scent that reminds me of the forest. Inner perception, nothing to remark. I'm still going to say Eye of Kernanos. Kind of looks like the thing in the Eye of Kernanos. Looks like thing in illustration. I'd say scepter. Let's be real. Scepter in illustration. Smells like the woods. Okay. We're gonna put the statuette up here in our, I guess, our wood section. Welcome to the rice fields. We have this. We don't know what that is. Why can't we use this on the... So he's following it with his eyes. So Hellebore is following this with his eyes. Does he follow everything with his eyes? He does. He follows everything with his eyes. So that doesn't mean anything. If I put this here, will he knock it down? Why would you do that? Does he knock everything down, though? What if I put this here? Okay, so he knocks everything down. That don't mean nothing. I still think it's Kernanos. I think Hellebore is and being with a superior mind to mine, so I don't think he can be controlled with such a party trick. Alright, we're going to keep going. We're going to see what we got here. The methers here. We're going to open up our methers. Our mether regions. Alright. The restful mether. So we don't know if this is the restful mether or not. A mether is essentially a special kind of mug that people do like yerba mate out of. It says promotes clarity of thought. They all kind of look like that one though. I'd say this one says there's nothing to remark. Sharp aroma, hard and somewhat rough. Nothing to remark. This one's really hard. We kind of have to wait till we get the other methers to be able to identify that. So we're going to move these over. Actually, these kind of fit neatly here, so we're probably just going to leave them there. We're going to hit that bell icon, though. Hello, Jim Wolf. After years of working in a thundering mill, I'm afraid I'm quite deaf now. Do I have the thing for you? How about the hearing charm? I've tried St. John's poppy, but I'm looking for a more permanent solution. I would love to be able to hear my niece's laugh. Hearing charm. This is one of our day one items. It has a pendant in the shape of a bat, an animal known for its hearing, and closer inspection confirms that it enhances hearing abilities. That's why we have that. That's why we picked that. Veiled Fen. A veiled fen is brightly colored in the light but clouds over after a short period in total darkness. They can be used to command attention from individuals or small groups of people. Public speakers sometimes use them as a substitute for charisma. Okay, so we're pretty sure what that one is. This is the hearing charm, for sure. We just had it identified for us. We're gonna move it over here to our animal section, I guess. Things, animal related items. So veiled fen, I'm pretty sure is this. If inner perception, nothing to remark. Sentence sound, nothing to remark, etc. But if we put this in the drawer for a second, you're going to see what happens. So right now it's glowing. Open it up, it's clouded over. We're going to put a question mark here, though, because it's, I don't know what a fen is. We're going to put it up in here in the possibly identified, but we're not really sure. This is the absolutely not identified as, like, a bitch don't know shit and section. And we're going to see. Oh, I'm going to close this because it's kind of in the way. This has 3 holes in it, which is interesting. It says it's warm. Nothing to remark. Cool, warm, cool, warm. Not really sure what that's about. Is there anything with 3 holes in it? What's the thing called? It starts with a V, I want to say. The Valent. A curious pulse can be felt where its power concentrates. Holes in the valent are roughly equal size and spacing. Valent sounds like window, like valent. So we're going to see. The sense of touch, does anything happen? No. Pulsating power like a beating heart. That might be the valence. 3 holes. The holes in a valent are roughly equal size and spacing. They are used by the adventurous to help them find their way. A curious pulse can be felt where its power concentrates. The tip is where it concentrates. It's a valence. We're going to add this. Valent. Pulsing power. We're going to put this under possibles. We actually don't know what the heck this is. This has moonstones on it, but I don't know what the hell they are. We're going to go end day. And we're going to keep going. At camp that night, one of the pair had awoken with pain in his left eye. He was alert to the threat at once, recognizing 2 things at the same time. 1, a part of his mind was not his own, and 2, the casket wanted to be opened. Again, this is a very easy part. You don't actually have to do anything really. It could just be kind of hard if you're bad with your mouse like I am. I got a skill issue. The maiden in the tower points the way. I am buried among the trees. Alright, we're gonna explore first, try and solve this puzzle. There's a maiden. I'm hidden amongst the trees. The maiden in the tower points the way. There's a tower. I climb the narrow winding stair to the top of Galfrey's tower and am rewarded with views across Lake Undermere. I am not alone in the tower. Standing in the center of the circular platform is a statue of a young woman, the maiden. Her outstretched arm points due east across the rooftops of Undermere and beyond. Alright, we're gonna go back here. So if this is the tower, we're going due east. I am buried among the trees. If we go all the way east, it's this. That's the only wood to the east, really. I find what I'm looking for in a small cavity carved into a sturdy oak tree in mossy wood. I look around, half expecting to see someone, but there's nobody there. I take my prize and leave, feeling my mood lifted by the smell of damp moss and the gentle rush of wind through the treetops. Okay, we got one of them. Verona Green as I did live and breathe. I walked up the back a mile or so in the cold and wet yesterday, and found a section with a handful of dead fish floating in it. Belly up and blackened they were. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I don't like it. I'm on my way to Colgarth Hall now. I spoke to Dr. Robertson earlier, and she said the two women they found there are still in the same state as the others, in a trance and eyes all black. Before I go, Anna Bryant asked me to drop this off. We got some kind of letter here. When we were kids, we used to explore an abandoned house on the lakefront. We'd take a boat out to the northern tip of Naylor Island and row across from there. You know the one I'm talking about. Second from the left in the row of 4. I found myself outside its door 3 days ago, and I went inside for old time's sake. I wish I hadn't. It always had an ominous feel to it. It has taken me the last 3 days to summon the courage to write this letter, but I think it's better you see for yourself what's out there. Yours in faith, Anna Bryant. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to open this up. Naylor Island has a northern tip here. Second from the left in a row of 4 would be this one. I didn't know exactly what I was expecting to find. Anna's letter was quite vague after all, but I certainly wasn't prepared for this. In an alcove of the house, peering out through loose mortar and crumbling brick, is a macabre shrine of sorts. The skull of a stag is mounted above the opening, its antlers smeared with a dark red substance, and large melted candles pool out onto the wooden floor on either side. In the center of the altar, there's a small iron chest, rusted and fused to the floor. It's clear that it's been here for a long time. I do not see any hinge or keyhole or any way of opening it at all, but after a while I notice an inscription that says simply, "I open to the voice." Okay, so we're gonna go with, I was trying to do like a Life is Strange kind of voice there. I've never actually played Life is Strange. I'm just assuming that's what it sounds like the entire game. Alright, so we're gonna use voice of Kurnanos here. It did work. The chest opens to reveal a golden totem. I can't imagine who would have stashed it here or why, but it doesn't look like they're coming back for it anytime soon. Oh, that could also be the Moonstone Guardian, because it's like a comforting figure. I could organize this by gem. A bitch might, though. You know, a bitch might. A bitch might. Yeah. I'm moving the bottles down here. It's still raining, so I can't do anything with that. So I can't actually use this side because it's... Okay. Cool. We're going to move this over here to the potentially identified section. And we're going to make a moonstone section. Moonstone items here. Sorry, this is now Eldra's jewelry sorting stream. We have amber and amethyst. Okay. So these are like amber and something else. We're going to put the green stuff over here. Nature stuff. Blue stuff over here. What is this? That's like turquoise and amber and citron. Put that over there. This is just stone. Let's go to my stone section. Bad to the stone. This is just going to my wood section. Who out here touching my wood? I've ruined my entire system already. I regret it. Color composition, clay, bone. Okay. Let's go to my clay and bone section. Wood. What's a Selenic totem? It's going in the moon section. This has Vivianite, so it's going over there. This is silver. This has silver and gold. What is this made of? Bronze. Okay, we Bronze Age now. We also got to keep our 2 creepy candles. Yeah, buddy. All right, what's this got? Bronze. Okay, this is the Bronze Age section. This is bone. Bone goes in the bone zone. Also bone. This is just pure metal. This is going in the metal section. This is onyx, though. Onyx, I believe, is a gemstone. Yeah, that counts as a gemstone here. We're also going to move this to the amber set. We're going to make a multicolored stone section, too, for things that have multiple colors of stone. This could go in the wood section, too. I'll allow it. This is like human body parts. We're going to put human body parts over here. Like body parts going... This is now a body parts section. What's this made of? Bronze. Okay, this is bronze. You go into the Bronze Age. This is that one. This is pure stone. Stone's going to the Stone Age. I messed up. Okay. It's too late. This is multicolored stone, so that's going there. This is aquamarine, so it's going here. We're going to put kyanite over here because it's not a nice stone. This is a nice stone. We're going to put the Stone Age over here. We're going to put metal over here. Is this bronze? Yeah, it's bronze. Welcome to the Bronze Age, motherfuckers. Alright, sorry, I shouldn't say motherfuckers. My apologies. Please don't cancel me. This might go over here. This might be the Bronze Age now. I got lost in the sauce, folks. I got lost in the sauce. And... this will be the Stone Age. I think fossils count as a stone. I'd allow it. I didn't hear no bell. These ones are like, this is like the ironworks over here. This has a tree on it, so I'm going to put it over there. This is pure stone. This is tin, which isn't iron, but I'd say this is etc. What is this? Bronze and gold. Bronze Age, baby. Bronze keeps winning. Iron and a pearlescent blue glass. That counts as Iron Age. This counts as organic materials. This is from the Clay Age, but it's also got Vivianite in it. Wood being the wood desktop you made at Lamau. These are tools. That's gonna stay there because I'm a tool. Gotta have my tool. Gotta represent. And then this is bottles. So models and bottles, right? And then this is a bird skull, which is organic technically. So, and then this is like little guys. Yeah, actually, this looks a lot better. I never organize things by material, but I probably should. Also, is this nail or is that moonstone? I think it's nails. I don't think it's moonstone. Alright, we're gonna take a caller. Hello, caller. You're talking to El Draco. Lester Crowley says, I apologize if this inquisition is an imposition to your disposition. It is not my intention to bring your attention a matter of contention. I have an inclination to perform an incantation of flirtation. For your part, a leaden heart of the Thaumic art. Yeah, we're gonna give him this one. We're pretty sure this is it. Yeah, buddy! Using the index, I can remind myself that Kernonos' antlers, suggesting his non-human form could be a deer. Using my weighing scales, I can confirm that this item is heavier than it looks. I don't like the weighing stuff ones. I think those are terrible. No offense. I just don't like them. Corvin's Might. A Corvin's Might, sometimes called an Eagle's Gift, is an assassin's tool that makes use of Wixic power. When the Queen Warrior, Corvin, was surrounded and close to defeat, a gift came to her from an unlikely source. With it, she turned the tide of battle, and the legend of the Bloody Queen was born. Alright, we're gonna mark this as identified. It has the lead heart. I like it when it's a pun, but I also don't think it's really fair to other people. Also, we're gonna move this Wixic down. These are the mugs. Oh, you're not Eli, says Angus Eden. I'm returning an item he asked me to repair. The mechanism was mangled, but I've replaced all the springs and given it a clean. Good as new. It's gonna be my Thaumic. What is it? Please fit in the thing. Please fit in the thing. Okay, let's see what it does. Gold, a black gemstone. Oh, okay. Yeah, buddy. Okay, so we need to make it match this. Yeah, buddy. Okay, so we have, it says this green organic material, wood. I know what this is already now. Sounds hollow and tapped, nothing remark. It's the sheep snap pod. We're gonna look this up, see what it's called. Is it just called a sheep snap pod? Or lamb siphon? Lamb siphon. It's made of sheep snap. That's the dried seed pods. Yeah, lamb siphon. Okay. Lamb siphon. I'm going to say seed pods. Of course, it's not confirmed, so we don't know for sure. We're going to put this under our nature section. And we have on curses and their effects, a brief overview by Dr. F. Robertson. And we will consult this as needed, which will be in like 3 seconds. But give me a second. We're going to put this over here. And we can't. Can we take this out? Okay, we can't take that out anymore. Oops. So we're going to read this book real fast. On Curses and Their Effects, a brief overview by Dr. F. Robertson. We're going to read his thesis. It's just like using JSTOR, but without the paywall. Black heart. The heart of the sufferer feels constricted, as though it is clamped in a vice. The skin is pale and cold to the touch, and veins stand out darkly on the body. Eventually, death will occur. Braxis, characterized by necrosis of the flesh. The afflicted will feel no pain, but the scarring has no cure. Breath of Lyra. While those affected appear to be able to breathe normally, they feel as though they are choking. Burning blood. The subject has the sensation of burning from the inside out. It is rarely survived, and those that do never fully recover. Organs insanity, a poison of the mind. Not excite. Those suffering from this curse speak of increasingly vivid nightmares. The Sapphire Curse. Marked by a telltale blue tint to the eyes, those under this curse are plagued by waking hallucinations. Torments, paralysis. Affects the mouth and tongue so that speech becomes impossible. I have that for sure, right? Is that really it? Yep, that's it. And so we're going to take our next client. Eli White, it wasn't my intention to leave you unattended for this long, but I'm afraid that I'm going to need to rely on you for a little longer. The Order of the Black Veil seemed more concerned by the ravens than the black-eyed state that Mr. Hungerford was found in. They said it would take a very powerful force indeed to upset them like that. Unfortunately, they either weren't able or weren't willing to talk any further on the subject. I was hoping to avoid it, but I must go to Oxford and the Bodleian Library. I will be gone for a few days at least, perhaps longer, but you seem to be handling yourself well here. I do not see eye to eye with the head of collections at the Bodleian, but I do know that he takes an interest in horticulture. I will take him a Scythian charm to smooth things over between us. We're just going to try this one. Yeah, buddy. Always been on Eldriaco. The clue is made of gold and silver. Planetary metals. Leaves equal horticultural. And it vibrates in wet weather. Who out here vibrated in the wet? Diverging hook. A diverging hook is a way to carve thoughts from the mind of another. If done with skill, the third party might have no realization that the thought was ever there at all. But it is all too easy to leave a mind in disarray. Even when approached with care, the unanchored thoughts are easy to lose track of. They have a single gemstone from each of the 3 thaumic branches. Okay, it's going to be this. We're going to mark this first. This is gold and silver, so we're going to put this in our gold and silver section, I guess. It's not going to be this one. This one has 3 stones, but they're all the same stone. This one has 3 stones, but it's probably the shimmer. This one has 3 stones. We have a turquoise. We have something like an amber. We're going to find out. Okay, so we're going to open up this first and see what our... Aquamarine is a Dradic. Oops. We need to see what the 3 branches are. So Dradic. Okay, perfect. We have a celestial one. Next one we need to do is Diurnic, which would be the amber or whatever it is. And then we have one last stone. Topaz for Wixic. Yep, that's going to be it. That's going to be the, what's it called? The Dradic hook. I'm the worst owner here. Diverging hook. Okay. So we're going to use our yellow label because we're not really sure about it. We're kind of using the stoplight system, but not really at all. Take our next customer of the day. Hello, Francesca Robertson. I'm at a loss with these patients. They aren't responding to anything I've tried so far, and I haven't been able to find anything in the literature that fits their symptoms. I am finding that they become violent if they aren't restrained, and they're always trying to leave. If nothing else, Dranthium tea from a restful mother might get them a moment of lucidity out of them, but if you've got any ideas, then I'm all ears. Let's see what the witch's finger does again. Purification of the body, intense pain. Whereas the restful mother would do what? Clarity of thought. Do we want to do the restful mother or do we want to do the witch's finger? Witch's finger is going to hurt, but it might cure them. Whereas restful mother might help. I don't remember which choice matters here. What do you want to do? Restful mother or the witch's finger? I think we want to give him the witch's finger. I think we got to do some tough love here. Also, I want to make sure that it is the witch's finger. Witch's finger. Yeah, buddy. Oh, sorry, I didn't read the mother. Yeah, yew tree, symbol of witchcraft. There we go. Bones guard. A small item known as a bones guard can be placed in a liquid to render it safe to drink. King Cedric the Meek was well known to be terrified of being poisoned and so always drank from the same goblet and always placed a bones guard inside. He was stabbed to death in 1203. The objects bear the mark of antidote. Alright, so this is the witch's finger. We're going to mark this as identified. And we're going to look at the bones guard entry here. See if it matches anything here. Goblet. Okay, whatever. We're going to go through here, see what the symbol is for antidote. We're going to see what the symbol is for antidote. I don't know how to read good. Also, let me know when my next ad break is, so I can get more water. Okay, so if that's poison, I would assume antidote would be upside down. So we're leaving like a square with a T. That's just made of tin. If only we could find a witch mom, we could nail it from all angles. A what? Excuse me, young man? What the heck's a witch mom? Sir, this is a say-so channel. I never would fucking curse. He knew what he had to do. Without hesitating, he took hold of his diverging hook and used to cut away the infected part of his mind before it could spread and consume him entirely. Who out here getting consumed? If you're getting consumed while watching this, please note that I am not an emergency service person. Please call emergency services if you're being bored live. I am closest to the sunset, but furthest from the sunrise. Wait, fuck. Which one does what? Land of the rising sun is in the east. Okay. I am closest to the sunset. Okay. The furthest from the sunrise. It's the westernmost tower. There we go. That's how they get you, because the map's upside down. The view from the tower is quite beautiful, but it's what I find inside that catches my attention. In the middle of the room is an unlocked wooden chest, and within that, not one, but two smaller wooden chests, along with a cryptic scrap of paper. It's restful mether, M-E-T-H-E-R. Mether. We got some discovered items up in this boot. I'm also going to BRB for about 15 minutes probably. I will BRB. I gotta get some more water and tea and stuff. Sorry. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm back. Sorry about that. My mirror has fallen down. Give me a second. Let me fix that. So I don't have this far off dazed glare. Like somebody who had too much restful mether. Who out here resting with they methers? Yeah. Alright. Also, let me know if the fan noise is in the background. It's a ceiling fan. Sometimes there's a sound, sometimes there's not. Alright, so we finally have a stinky little box. It says it's an unpleasant sensation. Smooth and polished. Wood, gold leaf. It's got a memento mori on it. I'm going to say this is the... What's it called? Ecumenical. We're going to have a new section for boxes over here. This is something funky. Is that the lightning box thing? Is that a lightning symbol? Let's see what we got here. That is the symbol for thunder. And it's got amethysts on it, which mean what? Containment. Thunder plus amethyst equals. We're going to put this in white because we don't actually know what this could be referring to, but we are going to put an icon on a icon. Oh gosh, it's so Jover. We're going to put an icon on it for the weather symbol. We don't actually know what that is yet. And then this says object made from silver, something diurnic, something ionic. Okay, so I'm assuming this is going to have to do with that. We're going to put this down here in our clues section because we can't do anything with that right now. And we're going to call a customer in. Not for 26 years. Wait, not for 26 years, what? As if I didn't have enough on my plate, my sister Bonnie has been acting strangely lately, says Francesca Robertson. She never got over the death of our father. She's always blamed Mr. Potter for his role in it, and now, with all this happening, she's got it in her head that he's behind it somehow. I'm worried she's going to do something stupid. If she comes in here, whatever you do, do not give her anything dangerous. I want to give her a keepsake, to let her know that she is still loved. I've seen people gifting one another wood totems, but I don't know what they're called. Is that the thing that I'm thinking of? Oh, wrong book. There's only 4 books, and it always takes me 5 tries to get to the right one. I think what she's talking about is the Horn Shackle. No, it's a gift. One ain't gonna be Ambra. That's not the binding stone. Is it the heart? Is that the lead heart? That's not a wood totem, though, is the only problem. Wedding gift. That's not what she wants. So wooden totem. Is it a Selenic totem, possibly? Sentiment of joy. Yep. Carved totem, associated with the night, feelings of joy. Thank you, says Francesca Robertson. I also wanted to tell you that Mr. Hungerford has responded well, despite the pain he must be in. I put him through the ringer with that witch's finger. Who else been put through the ringer with that witch's finger? I'm hopeful he will come around soon. We didn't get like a reward for that. I guess that's fine. Those silly sods at Carlgarth Hall won't let me in to look around. It seems I've upset the little lord who lives there at some point in the past. Allegedly, I've refused to perform an exorcism on his haunted house. He doesn't like my suggestion that it might be the local kids playing pranks on him because he's a mean old git. I'm not so easily put off, though. Do you have a tenebrine cloak I could use this evening? I've got some snooping to do. Snooping as usual, I see. Tenebrine cloak. We have not identified a tenebrine cloak, but we have it if she's asking for it. Tenebrine cloak. Upon activation, single stone and bronze gives power to these objects. Alright, we're looking for a single stone in bronze. We're gonna go to the Bronze Age. Nothing to remark. Scent and sound, nothing to remark. Sense and touch, we have a single stone in bronze. It's a turquoise gemstone. We're gonna look what turquoise does here. You know what? It would be in alphabetical order. Blue is an anchor between body and mind, whereas aquamarine is a stone of water. Could it be this? What does jade do? A stone of the earth and nature. Okay, so we got two options here. We have the weather symbol option. We have this option over here. St. John's anvil has been identified. That's not in bronze. And also it's glowing, which is the opposite of a cloak. What a tenebrine cloak might do. This is the spirit's eye. I'm pretty sure that's the ethereal key. Weather symbols and jade. Nothing to remark. Raised, detailing, and smooth. Bronze with a single green gemstone. So there's only two options here. We could brute force this. I really don't like brute forcing though. So we're going to open this up again. Can create, upon activation, a tenebrine cloak can create a sphere of darkness that will cloak all within its reach. A single stone set in bronze gives power to these totems. What's a totem? Is there a bronze totem we have, perhaps? My guy. Does a totem need to be handheld? It says this is iron with a huge black gemstone. Actually, this goes in the Iron Age then, actually. This is an Iron Age artifact. My apologies, folks. This is gold. That's withered flesh. Okay, that's not what that would be. Which stone corresponds with enshrouding darkness? I don't know. Vivianite? Onyx? Enveloping night is moonstone? It could be the cat, but it's not, like, doing anything. There's also this one. We're going to open this up again and see. Onyx, night and darkness. Vivianite. We only have one thing for onyx so far, and that's the hearing charm. What is a bloodstone associated with? And it specifically said bronze, which is what gets me. Bloodstone is for dark purposes. Goodness, goodness. And this is bone and gold. It's been identified. We don't know what that is yet. This is tin. Maybe I shouldn't have clicked that. Let's see. It's not the libula. This doesn't have a stone in it. It's just this bronze. Enveloping night is moonstone. Onyx is night and darkness. Malachite is associated with sight. And bloodstone is for dark purposes. The key word I'm getting here, unfortunately, is a single stone set in bronze gives power to these totems. But I don't have a totem, do I? I must be missing something. Is there something I need to do today still? Aries Remnant, Gray's Grace, Field Paralysis Symbol. These ones have been identified. This one hasn't been identified, but we're pretty sure about it. Malachite is used for orcish weapons and armor. Oh, wrong IP. Absolute. See, together we have a combined IQ of 140, so we're a genius. My dad loves to tell that joke. Alright, we're gonna see what we got here. Is this striated? I can't tell. Everything looks striated in this game. That's the joke. This has 3 gemstones. Is this bronze? That's gold. Oh, that's bronze. I didn't think about it. So that's the Tenebrine Cloak. Thank you very much. St. Cedric's thunder is used to store the power of a single thunderclap. Alchemists have been trying to harness this power for centuries, and there are rumors that some have indeed successfully used it to transmute base metals into gold. They are placed on the tops of mountains to charge them during storms. Gemstones can be used to prevent the charge from waning over time. St. Cedric's Thunder. We're going to mark this as St. Cedric's Thunder because we're pretty sure it is. Because it has the thunder symbol on it and the symbol for... has the symbol for thunder, has amethysts, which are for containment. We're going to mark this color as yellow now. We're going to mark this as... is not the Moonstone Guardian. So this is the Tenebrine Cloak, which means that we're pretty sure this is going to be the Moonstone Guardian because it's got Moonstone in it, and we're going to, and it's comforting or whatever, and we're going to hit that bell icon. Thank you very much. Rumors. Nothing verified. Just ask Newton. That's true. I bumped into, Barton Potter says, I bumped into Eli at the station yesterday before he left for Oxford. His train was late, so we had a brief chat, and he suddenly remembered something he wanted to tell you. I told him I'd pass on the message. In other news, I've got a little something for you if you're interested. It's going to cost you, but it's a map of the worth it. A map of the catacombs, very rare, worth a lot to someone in your line of work, I imagine, and all I'm asking for in return is a Valent. Yeah, okay, here you go. It doesn't have a flared base. It's evenly spaced holes, has energy at the tip. We are going to mark this as the Valent. Have it positively identified. We have a map of catacombs. What's this say here? I keep forgetting to mention it would be helpful for you to read Dr. Robertson's booklet on curses. You'll find it in the cupboard hidden in the counter. E.W. Eli White. It's been solved because we already did that. And we also now have a map of the catacombs. We're open with the catacombs. That's interesting. So this should not come here. Okay. There's only one time we've seen a date so far, really. Actually, a few times. We saw the king's thing. The thing about the king and the cup. And also the thing about the shimmer. 1356. I clicked 1356. It did not do anything, so. Where's the one with the cup? What's it called? Bones Guard. 1203. Let's see if we can find 1203. 1223. The hell is they at? The hell is this? As I descend further into the catacombs, a strange sensation comes over me. It is not fear, although fear is mixed with it. With cold clarity, I know at once what it is. I have entered an area known as the depths, a place where few have been and fewer have returned from. I'm just clicking random places, by the way. Not even Paliants can clear the air here and render it safe to breathe, but there is a way. Slate miners inhale the vapors produced by a spirit called a wandering shroud. They say it invigorates their senses and stays the mind rot that would otherwise consume them. If we smell this, it says it smells like rotten eggs. It would be dangerous to continue exploring down here without following their lead. I don't think I should do this yet, because I think I accidentally remembered from my last playthrough, so I'm just not going to do it. We're going to hit this. What have you done to me, says Rebecca Rose. I wish I'd never come to this shop. I have peeled back the curtain and found a world of darkness and despair. My blind eyes are more open than yours have ever been. The old gods reach out through the tall stones, but we have forgotten their name and their tongue. Something stirs their slumber. They want it from us. I wish I'd never come here, and yet I feel more alive than I have in a long time. I will let you know if I see more with the spirit eye. Uh-oh. Bonnie Robertson. I feel like I'm going crazy here. I know who's behind this madness. All these people with the pitch-black eyes. But nobody's listening to me. I've seen it happen before, 7 years ago. My father died the exact same way. Well, since nobody will listen, I'm going to take care of it myself. A Corvin's Might, please, and I'll be on my way. Which ones do which? What's Grace do? Dispels Melancholy. We're giving her Grace, because that's the safer option. Corvin's Might was the fighting one. Grace was this one, possibly. Yep. Dispels melancholy when you touch it. Spirit Vault is a receptacle used to store a wandering shroud. It's lined with a paste made from sulfur, hence the nickname, the Fetid Chamber. They're not considered dangerous, and shrouds tend to be benign, but on occasion, they do not take kindly to being restrained. The faint vibration of the receptacle can be felt when the shroud is held within. Don't insult me, Thaumaturge. This isn't some depression that can be cured with your little trinkets. I will get hold of a Corvin's Might. Okay, so this is Grace. And this is also from the Bronze Age. Bronze Age. Okay, we're going to look at what a Corvin's Might is. Wixic Power, Assassin's Tool. The objects pay homage to the Bloody Queen's gift of an eagle. It's going to be Wixic in nature. Wixic is bloodstone. This is an eagle claw. I think this is Corvin's Might. As his mind roiled in confusion, he watched through his remaining good eye as his partner lunged toward the satchel that contained the casket. To his horror, he saw that his partner's eyes were black. Day 9, Friday. So we're going to open the catacombs map. We're going to press explore. We're going to try and match this with a catacomb. In terms of the shape. Or a grave. It might be this grave. I can't really tell. Oh yeah, buddy! I squeezed through a partially collapsed passageway and emerged in a small chamber. Glinting in the flickering torchlight, I catch sight of a pendant draped across an old gravestone. Oh, is that a basilisk scale I spy? Brown shard, black gemstone, orange gemstone. Nothing remark, leathery. A leathery shard. Maybe it's the basilisk thing. Let's go to the back. Made from basilisk scales. Material known to endure intense heat, withstand fire and flame unharmed. What happens if I put a candle on it? Nothing. Okay. Well, I think this is the Kyrene ward. And we're going to put these here. I want to see something. I want to see how many candles I can collect. If I just take every candle every day. Can we have more candles? Like, how many candles can we get? Hello there, hi. We're going to answer our first call of the day. Hello, caller. You're on with Elder Echo. Constance Bader says my awakening ceremony takes place at the convent tomorrow. I will need a talon. Amphissian talon. Yeah, buddy. We think it's this item here because it's got the 2 nails to make the 2 holes in the cheek. Yeah, buddy. The shape of the nail tips match the scarring on the cheek of the person in the sketch from Amphissian talon. Morgan's Folly. A folly symbol can be revealed to induce a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eyes upon it, making them open to suggestibility. Precautions should be taken against unwittingly looking upon the hidden symbol for too long. We know what that is. This thing over here has the hypnosis symbol. If we look at it, it says staring at it makes my head swim. It's a hidden symbol. Morgan's Folly, baby. Any question mark hasn't been confirmed yet, but we're pretty sure that's what it is. We're going to answer that call. We're going to put this back over here in the flesh section. Simone Green. Oh, where's Jupiter today? I always look forward to coming in to say hello to him. I've been working my way through the journal, but it's heavy going. I keep coming back to the series of sketches. Does it mean anything to you? Could it relate to the plinths? Yeah, probably. But I can't do anything with that right now. Francesca Robertson, here we go. I have stopped using the witch's finger on Jack Hungerford. I was worried it might end up killing him. I believe it has helped somewhat, but it still hasn't been enough to lift him from this curse. I'll take that mether for myself. I need to get my thoughts in order. So we're trying to give her the restful mether. We're going to look at the restful mether picture here. So it's got 3 sides with no little bits down here. If we look at these, this one has little bits. This one has little legs. This one's 3 sides and is plain. I'd say this is a restful mether. Let's find out. Nope. What does containment is amethyst? What? Oh, it might be this part down here. Really? This item resembles the drinking cup in the sketch. No, it doesn't. It has several embedded iolite gemstones, stones of peace, which hint at its ability to induce a meditative state. Restful mether. Okay, we're gonna label that. We've taken a good number of sanity losses, but we don't lose. We just have to do a mini game. If we have that go all the way up. It's like a Yahtzee type game. I've come back for that Corvin's Might, and I'm not taking no for an answer this time. Want a Corvin's Might? Either you give it to me, or you never see a cat again. Take it to the woods behind Calgarth. I don't know about all that. We'll do that at the end of the day. Wyatt Collings. I think I've been cursed. 2 weeks ago, I was quietly minding my own business in the Guilty Ram when a stranger came up to me. He handed me a book titled The Changes of Dr. Learmonth before leaving. Something about it intrigued me enough to take it home with me. Ever since I read the first page, I have been having terrible nightmares, and they're getting worse. I spoke to Dr. Robertson, and she sent me here. Okay, so he went to the Guilty Ram. Let's go to the Guilty Ram first, actually. Why don't we do that? Where's the Guilty Ram? Is it on here? It's not even on here. Okay, so we're not going to be able to do anything with that information. We're going to go back. My microphone is right in front of all the UI stuff. So we're going to keep going here. Okay, so here we're going to see the Curses book. Which one has to do with nightmares? It's Noctic, isn't it? Noctic Sight, Vivid Nightmares. We're going to go to the back of the book here. Look up Noctic Sight to see what that has to do with anything. Moonstone Guardian. For the banishment of Hobbs' fear and Noctic Sight. Comforting Guardian has a moonstone on it. It's going to be this. Yep. Item features a moonstone, and a cat could be considered a comforting guardian. This has now been identified. We have the Ascus. An Ascus allows the bearer to breathe underwater. This sensation is said to be most unusual since it requires one not to breathe at all. Those that use an Ascus for an extended period sometimes forget to breathe once they are back on dry land, and subsequently pass out. The core of the item is cold to the touch, but the ring, sometimes called the halo, stays warm. I'm pretty sure I know what that is. Okay, so we're going to mark this as the Moonstone Guardian. It's been confirmed. Oh no, which of our things has a stone? Oh, look, it's that. So we're going to do Sense of Touch. That's warm. That's cool. That's warm. That's warm. Wait, what does the Ascus say again? The core of the item is cold to the touch, but the ring, aka the halo. This is raised detailing. It doesn't say anything about it being warm or not. See, something with circles. Polished, hard and cool. Okay. Verona Green. Hello, Codison. Thanks for the return. There's not much that can unsettle me, but I found something at Calgarth Hall I hadn't. In the cellar where they found those two poor girls, I came across a bubbling black mess that was oozing from the rock itself. Seems there's a sickness in Undermere. It's in the earth and the water, and it's spreading. I suppose it falls to me to find out where it's coming from. If it's underground, then underground's where I'll start. See if I can find anything in the catacombs. I realize now that I've been a little careless. I've been getting headaches. I won't go into the catacombs without a sextrum. We're going to give it a sextrum here. It's protection from insanity. Bam! We identified it correctly ahead of time. Has the symbols of protection and insanity on it, which is great. That's what it is. A fortinance. A fortinance can enhance physical strength, or restore strength that has been sapped, whether by exertion or by hex. They are made of stone or iron, and usually take the form of a small totem. That's what a fortinance is. We're going to mark this as identified. This is the sextrum. We also got to go save our cat. I also need to mark this as identified. This is the Amphibian Talon. I'm gonna go save our cat. So we weren't able to do anything here. Did I do these wrong? Okay. Take it to the woods behind Colgarth. Okay. We're gonna find Colgarth. Colgarth Hall is 25. Here's the woods. That's close enough, says a voice from the shadows. Give me the Corvin's might and I'll return your cat. I peer into the gloom, but I can't see anyone amongst the trees. I hesitate. I should give her what she wants, but then again, I'm a thaumaturge. I don't always have to do what people want. Perhaps there's a better way to find out where Jupiter is. Yeah, we're going to use the diverging hook. That's divergent hook. Yep. Amber from diurnal, aquamarine from celestial, and topaz from the individual trees mean that this is the diverging hook. I focus my attention on the diverging hook, searching the woman's mind hurriedly for any thought relating to Jupiter. It doesn't take long for her to realize that something is wrong. She steps out from the shadows with an enraged look on her face and lunges at me, causing me to slice wildly with the diverging hook. Her feelings of anger flow through the hook into me and scatter. She stumbles forward, confused now, and I try again, this time latching onto a swirling image of Jupiter's face, and I cut once more. I learn instantly that Jupiter is safely stowed aboard the Maribel, and I back away uncertainly, feeling a complex mixture of anger and pity at the now placid woman in front of me. Alright, well, that's where we're going next. Gotta go get my cat. Maribel. The Maribel is an old paddle steamer that hasn't been in working condition for many years. There is nobody aboard, or nobody that I can see at least, so I climb over the railing and start peering through grimy windows. As I approach the far side of the boat, I hear a desperate crying coming from behind a windowless door. I try the handle, and it opens to reveal an unimpressed cat with mismatched eyes. Jupiter. He springs from his prison into my arms. I hold him tight to my chest, and he rubs my chin with the back of his head, purring with delight. Got him back. So this is divergent hook. We're going to mark that as divergent hook. Diverging hook is a tool. I'm going to put down in the tool section. I'd say it's a tool. And we're going to press end day. End of day 9. He tried to use the diverging hook on his partner as he had done on himself, but he could find no part of him that had not been taken over by the infection. His partner's hands ripped at the satchel, tearing it open and sending the black casket tumbling out. We got a cross symbol here. Below a moon that does not shine, there is no mark upon my shrine. In the dark, but not alone, my neighbor bears a cross of stone. Yeah, that sounds like something that's going to happen down in their catacombs. Below a moon, here's a moon that does not shine. There is no mark above my shrine. In the dark, but not alone, my neighbor bears a cross of stone. Okay, so it's going to be a stone cross. and a moon. So there's like multiple moons here. Here's a moon. There's nothing on this one, and there's a stone cross right there. So we're going to click this one first. Yep, that was the right one. I find the blank tombstone without much trouble. But there's nothing else here. Feeling foolish, I began to make my way back to the surface when suddenly I see it, tucked away in a natural crack in the rock wall. A stone totem. This is what I came for. Anyone else out here a fan of natural crack, no BBL? Got some kind of guy here? Kind of reminds me of the Fortnite thing we have here. Enhances strength, stone, totem. What's the symbol for strength? Is there a symbol for strength? What's the symbol on it? Let's find out. There's truth, there's strength. Oh, this is the symbol for strength. So this is the Fortnite. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Why am I so blue? It's only super crack for me, except no substitutions. Manuel of Arms, his ideal kind of woman. You know how some people want a woman who's all legs? He wants a woman that's all crack, baby. He's like, it should go nape at the neck, then the start of the crack. Like when they say my neck, my back, my crack, he wants it to just all be the crack. Fortnite, this has a strength symbol. We're gonna look at the color and composition. It's made of stone, has gold on it. There's nothing that says Fortnite can have gold on it, but I mean it's rather unusual, I'd say. Rather unusual. Also, this shouldn't be in the that should be in the natural parts section. Hit that bell icon. Why am I so blue? Because my recordings on YouTube are blue, so I wanted to match. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die. Oh, Catherine Walpole. A reference to Horace Walpole, by the way, author of Castle of Otranto, which you should read. Everyone should read that. It's public domain, so you have no excuse. I'll read it to y'all if you need me to. I have traveled a long way searching for the eye of the forest. I have read stories of the drear of old who would hunt in partnership with an eagle, seeing what they see soaring on the wind. I intend to rekindle this lost custom. Perhaps you know something about it. Lady, shiny, the birds that like shiny stuff are magpies, but okay. It says using the index of the book, you can find Keranos holding a similar item, which is accurate, and the jade gemstone, a stone of nature, hints at the connection to the natural world. That's accurate. We're going to say yes to that. Zephyrim. These resonant objects give off a faint odor that will be familiar to any thaumaturge. It is the scent of the storm, of ozone of power, the scent of magic. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's magic. When these vapors are inhaled deeply, they can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a powerful maelstrom. This is the power of the west wind. I don't think I got none of dems. David Schaefer. I was expecting to talk with Verona Green this morning, but she wasn't at home. Usual for her. I hope she's okay. Thanks for the mail, bro. Where's the MLG edit of this? If you can spare the time, we'd appreciate your help. There's something unusual in our house. You can't miss us. We're the only detached house on Ruskin. Warmest regards, Mr. R. Bream. This is the weirdest swingers party invitation I've seen in my life, and I've only seen none, but we're gonna go here. So we're gonna go to this house. It was on Ruskin Street. It's detached. I am greeted by a tired-looking, middle-aged woman. Oh, look, there's a cameo for me, who immediately offers me tea. I gratefully accept, enjoying the social ritual before we meander towards the point of my visit. She leads me up the stairs and into the attic. A single small window does little to dispel the gloom, but our eyes slowly adjust. Then we hear the voices. At first, I think it's the house creaking in the wind, soft murmuring groans that seem to come from the walls themselves. But then I start to feel as though a conversation is happening. Too quiet to make any sense of. Okay, we're gonna use a hearing charm here. They are just. With the hearing charm, I suddenly find myself able to pick up every small sound without difficulty. The whispered voices become clearer, and my heart beats faster as I hear what they are saying. They are discussing a section of the wall where some of the bricks are loose. Carefully, I pull them away to reveal a small cavity. Inside, to my horror, is a human skull, its dark eyes staring lifelessly back at me. At the insistence of the voices, I reach inside the cavity, and my hand closes around an unusual-looking item. Immediately, the voices fall silent, and my heightened senses are left with the whooshing drumbeat of my blood being pumped around my body. All for that. Bronze Age, baby. And we're gonna put this in the archive. I'm gonna hit that bell button. Oh, so we got it. Okay. So I got a good joke on just librarian. A man, I can't read that out loud. That's a really funny joke. Code Jason, but I can't read that out loud. My father's sword has a space in the hilt where a shimmer should go, says Grenville Pierce, but he sold it to buy whiskey a long time ago. For whatever reason, he never did sell the sword itself. I want to restore it to its former glory. We're pretty sure this is the shimmer because it looks like it would fit the illustration. It says, yeah, it would fit the slot in the illustration. Topaz and obsidian hint at calm rage, whereas malachite suggests foresight or staying a step ahead. I didn't think about that. I just thought it matched the picture. We'll show you the picture again in case you forgot. Babalia. The meaning of the unusual marks on Babalia are not clear. They resemble a mantic field pattern, but the items themselves do not produce a mantic field. They can be used to aid with translation of foreign texts, although they require some skill to make full use of. This ability does not transfer to spoken language. So it's ChatGPT. Okay. So this was the shimmer. This is the shimmer, so we're going to mark this as shimmer. Shimmer. And just as an example of how we solved this problem, we're going to go over here. We always show our work on the Elder Echo channel. Except for when we don't. So you can see it looks like it would fit there, right? There's 3 slots in a triangle that are circular, and then there's the implication that there's others that it would be able to fit into those slots. Just look at this. You have 3. You have a triangle section, and you have another inverted triangle, almost like a Star of David, or like a hexagram. I guess it's the same thing. I don't know if it's the same thing. Freddie Lamb says, I work at the steel mill in Keswick, and I don't think there's a one of us hasn't suffered a nasty burn. Do you have anything that can protect against that sort of thing? Yeah, I do. I have the basilisk, the Cyrene Ward, made of basilisk skin. This features a basilisk scale, amber and obsidian, hint at a connection to fire. Didn't think about that. Okay. Solemn Nether. Of the 3 varieties of nether, the solemn variety is considered the most powerful. It permits the drinker to forge pathways in the mind, to recall that which has been forgotten or to repair that which has been broken. It will produce a noticeably stronger thermic field than the other 2 types. He says, thanks, my wife will be relieved. I found this on the side of the counter just now while I was waiting. Don't know if it's important or not, anything. Bro, really? Another one? Oh, that's why. Okay, cool. So that's why we couldn't make this work. I forgot about that part. Yeah! You ready to see some magic? Okay, so we're gonna mark this as the Cyrene weather because this is Cyrene ward because this has now been confirmed to be a Cyrene ward. Boop. Press enter. Boop. And we are going to go here. We're going to click onto the. We're gonna pick the Mether first just to show you how this works. So you can see that there's certain fields that are showing up around this item, right? Here, also there's like ones showing around that item. This one has extremely strong ones compared to the other two, right? So by process of elimination, we already have identified the restful Mether, the restful Mether, which means if this is the strongest of the three, this would be the solemn Mether, right? It says noticeably stronger thaumic field. So this is the solemn Mether, meaning that the other two, solemn Mether, strongest thaumic field. Thaumic field essentially is like a magical aura. That means that this is going to be whatever the third one is by process of elimination. I don't like process of elimination in games. We are going to look through here and see what other things have a thaumic field because that will help us identify them. We're going to go back through here, boop, boop, and boop. Only the solid Mether says it. Okay, that's not great. So part of the problem is there's a guide to what the fields look like, and we don't have that yet. Oh no, it's through this. I forgot. Okay, so sorry. Oops. Okay, so we can use. Oops. Okay, so Noctic is. I'm going to show you an example. Noctic is going to be big circle midway on position 2 here. It's going to be a. This is going to be at the bottom. This symbol will be the square. That's going to be the Noctic field. It's going to be a circle, right? It's going to be a spiral, right? So what that means is that we can now place an item over here. And this doesn't have that, so it's not the Noctic field, is it? It doesn't have a Noctic field, right? So if we go through here, right, it says the Ambra has a Noctic field, so it's going to be something with a swirl. Items cause a mental fog. They're slow to work, requiring several hours to have an effect. Okay. So for instance, if we put this here, we can see this doesn't have a Noctic field, therefore this cannot be an Ambra. What about this one? This one can't be an Ambra either because it doesn't have a Noctic field. See? And this one has a paralysis symbol. This one, which is interesting. The Ambra here, it says caused mental fog, a withering of intellect and thought, slow to work, deeply disorientated, crimsons a Noctic field. So what we're going to do is we're also going to write on this it has a Noctic field, okay? Because this could be an Ambra. We're going to put this under as a yellow tag now. Ambra, question mark, paralysis, Noctic field. All right. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to take this one down here. Oh, look, there's nothing here. Also, we know this is the spirit jar. I just forgot to mark it. What's it called? Spirit vault. Because it smells like rotten eggs, which is what sulfur smells like. Spirit vault, question mark, sulfur smell. If we take this down here, we put it down here, we'll see there's no Noctic field here. Remember, multiple things can have the same field, so just because something does have a Noctic field doesn't mean it is the Ambra. It just means that there's a possibility it could be. So for instance, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. So far, our only real candidate is going to be, what did I mark? This, right? The Ambra. We're going to keep going through this and see what other things have a field that we might need to be able to use them for. So. The Ascus doesn't have one. This says Mentic field pattern, but the items themselves do not produce a Mentic field. So let's see what the Mentic field pattern looks like. If we look at this, it says that a Mentic field you'll see here that we have like a closing, we have 3 modes on this. Testing an item and testing like what a field would look like. So a Mantic field is going to have a big circle at the top. It's going to have a regular circle. It's going to have this sort of, there we go. That's what it looks like. So we're looking for something with these 4 curved lines, these like inverted parentheses, I want to say. That's kind of what this looks like, low key. But it doesn't create one. So that might be what it is. The meanings of the unusual markings on the Babelia are not clear. They resemble a Mantic field pattern, but the items themselves do not produce a Mantic field. They can be used with aid of translation, skill, and okay, so this is probably a Babelia. Babelia, it may be. Mantic field pattern symbol does not produce a Mantic field. Right? So this is how we use this tool. Essentially gives us another kind of sense to use. It's like doing a chemical test almost. It's a lot of fun. All right, we're going to keep on going through here. So we think that's what the Babelia is. Bones Guard has to do with poison. It would probably, and antidotes, it would probably be an inverted poison symbol. We haven't seen that come up yet. We're pretty sure we know what Corbin's Might is. It says it has a Wixic power. And I think the Wixic power is probably, and the fact that it says Bloody Queen here means it has to do with the Bloodstone. We're just looking for ones we haven't identified yet. Fortnance and Gray's Grace we've actually already identified. Gray's Grace got rejected. Fortnance we're pretty sure we have because I have a stone with a strength symbol on it. Heart chambers are based on the Wraith chamber, but different. Okay. Doesn't say anything about fields there. We're pretty sure we know which one the resonance compass is because they literally show it to us and we have one, so. We don't have a shin. It's going to be something that's made from the ocean. Zephyrum, it says, is resonant and there's an odor to it. So the resonance compass can help us identify if something is one. It has the smell of the storm of ozone of power, the scent of magic. So what we can just do is give them a little sniff. Scent and sound, nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. Remember, we may not actually have every page we need so far. I mean, we don't actually have every page we need so far. So we've probably identified everything we can so far. But it's always good. But now that we have this new tool available, it's very helpful. As we get more pages, we'll be able to use that Thaumic field lens tool thing a lot more easily. To identify a lot more objects. Judgment is coming, Sabri Bell. We worship the warrior not out of love, but because he is powerful, because he demands our fear. What use is a god that you are not afraid of? Those of us who have read Holgar's teachings have known about the prophecy for a long time. And now, the casket will finally be opened. It contains his final lesson for those who will not kneel. It contains his retribution against the sinful. It contains his divine rage. My preparations are underway to celebrate his wrath and prove our devotion. For now, a veiled fen is all I require. We're gonna try this. Yep, this is the veiled fen. Items brightly colored, when placed in the darkness, drawer covered, for example. Eye darkens. Absolutely. Witherance. A witherance is the inverse of a fortinance, and sometimes put to more malicious use. These can be crafted from stone like the fortinance, but wood is more commonly used. So this is a build found. We're going to mark that as confirmed. Also here we'll see there's a weakness symbol. This is probably the, what's it called, they just told us about. Witherance. Made of wood. It's got the weakness symbol on it. Represent A. Why did the chicken cross the road? Really? Why? I don't know. The two men fought as the heavens opened and lightning flashed across the night. One man wrested the casket from the other's grasp and leaped astride his horse, galloping into the cold, wet darkness. Oh great, it's a triangulation puzzle. So we're going to explore. We're going to do our puzzle first. Well, this is this part. This might be this part. And then this would be this in the center. Yep. When I draw back the curtain, I am unable to control my exclamation of horror. Behind the dark red velvet is a silent, squirming, seething mass of ice, all shiny and wet and alive. Fear takes hold before my mind catches up and I understand what I am looking at. And when I do, I realize that it is looking right back at me. The object I am looking for sits on a small shelf below, and the eyes watch as I snatch it and get out of there as fast as I can. Look at them eyes. Oh. This has the inverted symbol for poison. Nothing to remark. Made of stone. Okay. This is probably the Bones Guard. Small item. Mark of antidote. This is poison inverted. By the way, the reason I did not pursue the thing in the tombs earlier was because you can technically do some things before the days you're supposed to do them, but I'm not trying to do that. Like, I'm not trying to just brute force the game. Sarah Barrington. We think we've finally located the wreck of the Orion out in the lake. Sadly, our funding has run out, and we can't afford expensive diving equipment, but we put our heads together and wondered if there was another way. Your last hope. Okay, so they're looking for... I know what you're looking for, girl. You're looking girly pop. You're looking for the Ascus. Core of the item is cold to the touch, but the ring, sometimes called the halo, stays warm. Alright. I think it's gonna be this. It's not that. I thought it was gonna be that because it's got the blue on it. It's something with a ring. Wait. Cool and smooth, surprisingly warm. Okay. It's because it's glowing. That's what I got confused by. Let's see if it's this. Yep. Item's got a ring. It's warm while the rest of the item is cold. Yep. Gaudian Siren. Although these are similar in form to thaumic needles, gouty and sirens serve a very different purpose. They create a strong compulsion, like a siren's call that can be used to divert attention. So this is the ask us. We're going to name that right here. Address me. Question. How's my audio? I just want to double check. So this is iron. We're putting this in the iron section. Rebecca Rose. The spirit eye has revealed more. I now know what these nameless gods are after. It's a box of some kind. They have no name for it, but they say we call it the Nalian Casket. They can feel its power. They want it for themselves. They're afraid it's going to be opened, that all its power will spill out and be wasted, not that they care what happens to humanity in the process. I know this sounds like the ramblings of a mad old lady. I know people look at me and they see weakness and frailty, but I am not wrong about this. Goodness me, this is all quite exciting. Is it always like this around here? Cool. Let's go to the museum. No, nothing to do with the museum. They just say, go away. So rude. Rowena Hardwick, I am close, but I need more power. I need St. Cedric's thunder, and quickly while this storm is raging. Girl, what you gonna use that for? But you can have it. But be careful. Yep. Amethyst, containment, symbol of thunder, on the clasp. Yeah, it's a thunderbox. Thaumic needle. Thaumic needles are controversial items that are rarely used. They can reach into the mind of the recently deceased to give an impression of their thoughts before they died. Curiously, the weight of these tall items decreases when heated. Oh, so we'll use a candle. Okay. So we're going to mark this as identified. St. Cedric's Thunder. It is also clearly a St. Elmo's Fire reference. I've been trying to get a hold of an ambra, says Francesca Robertson. Before she vanished, Verona said it might have something to do with my patients. It almost slipped my mind, but then I remembered that there's one right here in Strange Antiquities. Eli told me himself he keeps it locked behind ethereal key. Okay, so this is the ethereal key then, because we used this at the beginning. And what was the ambra supposed to be? We should have played around. We should have marked what was kept where. It's not that. Ambra has the evil. This might be it. Nope, it's not that. Okay. We're gonna look up what the ambra does again. We're gonna not ambra. We're gonna write not ambra on this because it definitely was not the ambra. I was just showing you what not to do. They produce a noctic field. Okay. I don't remember what things were behind there. Well, that doesn't make a noctic field. Lady, the shop's closed. It doesn't really make a field. Not everything makes a field, by the way. I forgot to tell you all that. Sometimes a thing is just a thing. Oh, this says a noctic field. Oh, it's got a Noctic field, and a symbol of confusion. Okay. Pit. The three different elements that make up a pit allegedly represent the earth, the sun, and death or darkness. The Dradic, the Diurnic, and the Noctic. These energies balance in such a way that the objects do not produce a recognizable thermic field. They can be directed to emit powerful vibrations capable of cracking solid rock. Oh, so it's by Hitachi. Alright, so we're going to mark this as the Ambra. Wait, no. That's Witherance. And then, where did she put the thing? Early pop. No, where'd it go? Oh, here it is. I'm going to leave the confusion symbol thing on there just so I know what that's a symbol of in case I need to wonder later. I don't need to go through stuff. Lonnie Robertson, I do declare you. I know you from somewhere. I don't remember why, but this shop was important somehow. I am sorry. I know I'm not making much sense. I haven't been myself. I'll leave you be. Good. Go and get. We got the right to refuse service to anybody. We don't serve Bonnie Robertson in this house. Peter Leland, I do declare. They found some poor soul washed up on the lake shore, an older lady by the sound of it drowned. But that's not the worst of it. Her eyes were all black, just like the others. I'm not taking any chances with the water around here. I'll take a bones guard. Yeah, you can have a bones guard. Here you go. The symbol is the upside down symbol for poison with a line under it, thus the mark of antidote. Okay, cool. I didn't even see the line underneath it. I'm afraid I can't pay you, but I can offer a trade if you'll accept it. Okay, thanks for the hand. So this is the bones guard. And we're gonna press end day. Oops. Pet the cat. Don't forget to pet the cat. It's free, it's easy, it's cute. Yeah, the note about the 3 thermic fields, yeah, I know about that. I haven't gotten the rest of the note, though. The rider was lucky. He made it to Back Barrow and found refuge there and was nursed back to health. He would later discover his left eye was permanently blackened like his partner's eyes had been. To my left the day, to my right the night. Okay. Let's look at the map first. Is there anything here that says day and night? No. You know what? This might be it. We're going to look up hermetic symbology. Sun and moon. Well, that's just the sun. Okay, is there a sun down here? Yep, left the day, right the night. I find the row of 3 tombs in the upper levels of the catacombs. The cool darkness is strangely calming at times down here, and I sit for a while in quiet contemplation. When I rouse from my thoughts, I look down at my feet and find an item there. Had it been there all along? I never noticed it when I sat down. Also, let me know how the audio is, because I can't test audio in this. Okay, so we got some kind of lady here. I'm going to go check that note, as has been suggested. 1, 2, and 3. As well as this one. Diurnic seal, silver, and Diurnic field. I want to do this one first. This one's Noctic, which we know in Amber is Noctic. I don't know if it matters which ones they are. And we're just going to click these and see what we got here. Because we got to collect candles. This one could be a third. And then... yeah, buddy. I forgot to do this. Thank you for reminding me. We got some kind of obelisk here. We don't have any candles to collect, so this was a waste of my time. I'm kidding. And so this one has been solved within the archive. Something with a diurnic seal, object made from silver, and a diurnic field. Okay. Oh, you can see a tree there. Object made of silver. This is silver. Diurnic seal and diurnic field. Okay. So we're going to open up this book. We're going to go back to where the diurnic, where the very beginning of the book is. And we're going to draw this so we can figure out what that is. Okay, so it's going to be a big circle on top, a little circle in the middle, and then this one. So it's going to be the kind of radiating this two sets of those. We're going to remove this because it's, oops, I always go too far with this. I think Eli White's going to fire me, folks. I'm going to have to look for a new job. We're just quickly picking these over here. Just in case. That doesn't actually have a resonance, interestingly enough. That is a Noctic. This is nothing. It's not it either. This one. There we go. Diurnic field, and I don't know what a diurnic seal is. Diurnic seal. Diurnic means of the day. Protected by a diurnic seal, I think is what that says. So like the sun? Or summer? Summer. This doesn't have summer on it. Oh, this one has a second half? Okay, so we don't actually know what that one is yet. Keeping me on my toes, aren't you? We're going to put this back over here. And we're going to move this back over here and close this book for now. We're going to keep this book out. We're going to close that. And we're going to take our next caller. David Schaefer. I've been hearing a worrying rumor about Verona Grange. They're saying she drowned in the lake. I hope for all our sakes they're wrong. What do we got here? According to family legend, an ancestor of mine hid an item of phonic significance in his burial chamber. It has never been found, but not for lack of trying. I was tempted to search for it myself until I learned that it was in the catacombs in a place known as the Hall of Shields. Perhaps it's better to leave it to those who know what they're doing. Regards, MBM. Alright, so that's the place that we went on accident before. Oh look, there's a bunch of shields, so we're going to click that. We've read this text before, but basically it says that we need the Wandering Shroud, so we're going to use the Wandering Shroud from the Spirit Vault. We'll read this again just for the VOD watchers who skip ahead. As I descended further into the catacombs, a strange sensation came over me. It is not fear, though fear mixed in with it. With cold clarity, I know at once what it is. I've entered an area known as the Depths, a place where few have been and fewer have returned from. Not even Pelians can clear the air here and render it safe to breathe, but there is a way. Slate miners inhale the vapors produced by a spirit called a Wandering Shroud. They say it invigorates the senses and stays the mind rot that would otherwise consume them. It would be dangerous to continue exploring down here without following their lead. There we go. That's the Spirit Vault. I've tried to breathe in the vapors from the Wandering Shroud, but to my horror I realize the Spirit Vault is empty. My vision starts to blur as the cloying air of the depths fills my lungs, and I stagger away in a daze. When at last I reach the surface, I take deep breaths of the fresh air, but my lungs ache for some time after. I need to be more careful. I've written to Barton Potter. He will know where to find a wandering shroud. All right, so we have the right object, but we need to actually put something in it. Nancy Urban says, I've done something quite stupid. I went exploring in Heathwood and came across a grave. It was so overgrown with dark brambles, so I started to clear them to get a better look at the inscription. I wasn't as careful as I should have been. The thorns were thick and menacing, and I scratched my arm on one of them. I have not felt well since. Please, help me. So we're going to see what she's got going on here. There's only... How many pages are here? Blue tint under the eyes. No, it's not a blue tint. She don't got blue tint. We got... Oh. Veins stand out darkly on the body. Black heart. Death will occur. Okay, we're going to go to the back of the book here, see if there's anything we have for black heart. Lamp siphon. We know what the lamp siphon is. It's the only thing with the seed pod on it, which is this right here. So we'll try this. Bam. That's the lamp siphon. Spherical part represents the seeds of the pod of the sheepsnap plant. Truth conduit. These items are used by tricksters and swindlers to distort and deceive. They do not warrant the designation of dark article that some want to apply to them, but they can be and have been used maliciously. The gentle sound they produce anchors the mind as the spell is woven, combining symbology with a deeper, more primitive power. So we're going to mark this as identified. It's the lamb siphon. Lamb sipho. Who out here with the siphoning they lambs. That's just called milking a lamb. That's just milking, right? I think you really need a siphon for all that, folks. We're going to get another bell for Thaddeus White. You don't know me, but it's time I introduced myself. I'm the curator of the Museum of History here in Undermere. Eli and I have a complicated relationship, don't all siblings? I don't tend to come by the shop much anymore, but I heard he had left town for a few days. Then you can go and get now, boy. I wanted to bring him this, but I know he'd only turn me away without even looking at it. What we get here? Cool. You want to tell me what it is, kid? Okay. Simone Green, as I live and breathe. Jupiter, thank goodness you're safe. I was worried about you. I hope my mother is okay too. I've lost count of the amount of gossip I've heard about her misdeeds over the years. The truth is, when she gets stuck into a mystery, she's been known to disappear for days at a time. In the meantime, I believe I found another clue in the journal. The text before this is largely illegible, but I was able to make out a reference to a vault of some kind. 3 resonant objects, lightest first, heaviest last. Is there a vault? To the vaults. The vaults are blocked by a large iron door. It has no handle or keyhole, and it does not give in the slightest when I push against it. I realize that it has been thomically sealed, but that's not much help. It's not clear what I need to open it. 3 resonant objects. Lightest first, heaviest last. Okay, this is a resonant object. This is a resonant object. This is a resonant object. That's probably the order they go in, but we're going to keep going just in case. Yeah, okay. We're just going to weigh them against each other. This is lighter than that. Yeah, okay. This is the order. Okay, we're going to leave that, and we're going to put these down here first, actually. Moon puzzle. I'm gonna be right back. I need to sign for something. I got a package at the door. My apologies. You know what? You know what? Okay, so here's what we had. We had a little thing here that had the moon, and we pulled this. If you press this button, it switches between clock mode and moon mode, and if you pull this, it changes the pendulum, it changes the moon phase. We cycled through to make sure that we were at the same moon phase as this. We pressed the button. We were told 11, 4, and 6 were the numbers that the hands pointed to. So we click those, and we have this void here, which looks like that scene in The Magicians or anything with had like a portal or a void. Thank you for looking out to see that I was muted. I was definitely testing to see if you were paying attention. We're going to pull this out. We never pull out, but we're going to pull out for this. This is not St. John's Anvil, even though it has a poppy. And there's a bunch of leaves. It says 3 resonant objects, lightest to heaviest. We're going to put this in our archive. We're going to move these off. And we are going to take another visitor. I got a fright when they brought the body of that poor drowned woman to me with those lifeless black eyes, says Francesca Robertson. I thought for sure it was Verona at first. She does look like her. But we're quite certain it's a lady from Hawkshead who went missing a few days ago. There's one thing I can't get out of my head, though. Why would she try and swim across the lake? And in the meantime, Verona is still missing. I don't like to use thaumic needles as a rule, but the circumstances are beyond the rule book. We need answers. We're going to check here. See what I thought. Wait, yeah, ma'am, I totally know what that is. They can reach into the mind of the recently deceased. Weight of these tall items decreases when heated. We're gonna grab this. This is a tall. I would say this is a tall item, and it's been unidentified. We're put that over here. We're put a. Oh, look! It gets lighter with a candle underneath it. So this is gonna be a thaumic needle. Tall item. Using my weighing scales and a candle, I can confirm that its weight does indeed reduce when heated. So that's a thaumic needle. We're gonna mark it. Loam. Sometimes called a hand of Jupiter or a fire palm, a loam is an item with enticing power. They can reverse the signs of aging. But anyone who has played that game knows that it can only last so long before time catches up. And when it does, it often hits harder. We're going to mark this as the thaumic needle, because we have confirmed this is indeed the thaumic needle. Alright, we're going to put that over there. We're going to move this to our, I guess, what's this made out of? Golden stone. Okay, you know what? That counts as stone. I'm counting it as stone. Audrey Bell. The people are afraid, and they are right to be, but it is too late for them. They are of no use to us, but you might be. Prove yourself, and perhaps Holgar will deem you worthy of saving. I require an object to study my restless congregation and remind them why I am the one to lead us through this turbulent time. They respect strength and power above all else. I'll give her a fortnance. I don't think we should give Morgan's Folly to her. I think that's the hypnosis item. We're not going to do that. We're going to give her the strength item. I don't want to give her anything. I think we should have the right to refuse service to anybody. Symbol bears, item bears a symbol of strength, and it's made of stone. That's how we know it's the fortnance. And we have a Torment's Bane. These can be rolled across the tongue to cure Torment's paralysis, or worn about the neck to protect against the curse. Like most items that ward against curses, they emit a diurnic field pattern. So we know this is a fortnance now. We're going to label it accordingly. Lock it in. And that day. The rider's partner was less fortunate. They found his frozen body a week later. Also, the next game we're going to be playing after this is Lil Inferno. I usually play that once every few years, so you're in luck. It's that time of every few years again. I am marked by Jupiter. Yeah, okay. Not a hard one, hopefully. We're going to open this up, see which one counts, what's Jupiter's mark. It's 10. It's like a weird number 4. So we're going to go here. Only place we've seen these symbols is in the mansion. We're going to go to the weird number 4. A card expires, showing that that is the card. Also, am I still muted? Am I still good? I hope, please tell me I'm good. Alrighty. The mark of Jupiter on my map leads me to a square room on the ground floor. Other than an intriguing torn note, there doesn't seem to be anything of interest. Until I notice that the bookshelf is mounted on a runner and can slide to one side. I push it, and it glides easily, revealing a hidden recess in the wall behind it. Okay. We have the other half of that note, and we also have a snake thing. The castle vaults are blocked by a diurnic seal. It can be opened by any object made from silver or gold that produces a diurnic field. Gold or silver diurnic field. Okay. So we're going to open this up. We're going to go back to the past, Samurai Jack. We're going to double check what a diurnic looks like. I mean, I didn't forget. I'm just doing it for you. So it's the only 2 symbols. Okay. So gold or silver, does this count as gold or silver? No. Does this count as gold or silver? No. I mean, diurnic, no. No. Not the Elva Stone. This has gold, don't it? This has gold. I want to try that. Let's go to the vaults, kids. The vaults are blocked by a large iron door. It has no candle or keyhole and does not give in the slightest when I push against it. I realized it has been atomically sealed, but that's not much help. It's not clear what I need to open it. Yeah, you do. I mean, you know. What do you mean that's not gold? That's literally made of gold. Any object that produces a diurnic field. That's literally a diurnic field. Oh, okay. Okay. Is this gold? Yeah, it's painted black. Okay. Well, this is diurnic. Okay. The door slides open without a sound, as though it has been kept well oiled over the years. Behind it, I find a large natural cavern that extends into the rock beneath the castle. Somewhat disappointingly, the walls are lined with racks of whiskey bottles instead of the rows of artifacts I was picturing. When I show Edmund, he is delighted, and he spends some time examining the dusty shelves. It is not long before he makes a find that I'm surprised I missed. I return to the shop with a spring in my step and a curious item that demands further study. Okay. Bishop Square, yeah, it's Briar's disc, yeah. The Bishop Square is a simple tool of my great-great-grandfather's devising, loosely based on a Briar's disc. By all accounts, he was an impressive man, but it would seem his mind began to fail him at the end. Perhaps he spent too long studying his Zaya. He imagined invisible enemies coming to steal away his most prized possessions. So he began hiding them about the castle, noting their locations in a code that only he understood. Okay, we got this kind of thing here. We have a little disc tool here. We are now going to archive these notes because we have solved that. And we are going to use that disc over here. It says Mars in winter, rising in summer. So Mars is this one. Here's winter. Mars in winter. It says it doesn't seem right. There's nothing here. Okay. Mars in winter. Oh, Mars should be in winter. Rising in summer is the kitchens. The smells and sounds of cooking greet me as I enter the castle kitchens. I feel a little foolish as I try to avoid the cook's glares while following the clues left to me by a mad old man. What was I thinking? I'm not going to find anything here, and yet On the exact spot where the map leads me, there is something, a floorboard that has been cut and replaced. With a little difficulty, I lift it up and feel around in the cavity below before my fingers grasp something hard. Don't click that. Found a little guy. Little stone guy. Put that away. Okay, that's... I don't know if that's actually helpful, but we're gonna put it there because it's technically not helpful. It's not solved. James Herschel. I can't say too much, but it has fallen to me to carry a secret that people would kill for, that people have killed for. It's a lot of weight to carry around in my head, and it's getting harder to bear around certain family members. It occurred to me that it would be safer and ecumenical. We think it's going to be this. Yep, that's an ecumenical. Hourglass motif, a memento mori. It says, on closer inspection, it produces an unpleasant sensation suggesting it's empty. Okay. The shadow anchor. A shadow anchor is sometimes used in the practice of shadow casting, the art of projecting one's presence outside of the body. Without an anchor, minds have been known to become lost. Shadow anchor designs can vary greatly. Some prefer pendants, whereas others prefer to clutch a totem in their hand. Some make use of symbols, where others use gemstones. They will always produce a field from the individual branch, however. Okay, so we're going to mark this as the ecumenical. There we go. We're also going to try and see something. We're going to see what counts as the individual branch here. Individual is Mentic and Wixic. We're going to open that up over here. We're going to move the tiny one here, and we're going to move this over here. Okay, so that's Mentic. And then if we move this all the way up, move this downwards, it's going to be a wavy one, right? There's a wavy one. Or it's the one that looks like the one on the totem. Okay. So I want to see if this has one of those. Yep. I think this is the shadow anchor. Number one, it can be held, right? Number two, I think those stones have to do with anchors. Mentic, anchor behind blue, kyanite, anchor between mind and body. We're going to say this is shadow anchor, pretty sure. Shadow anchor. Individual field reading. Kyanite equals anchor. That's what I'm going with here. Oh, I'm going to play Little Inferno another day. It's not today. We're going to hit this. David Schaefer says, people are getting restless. The followers of Holger have been marching through the streets with that crazy priest at their head. Not long ago, that sort of behavior wouldn't have been tolerated in Undermere. Now there are people joining in. In answer to your question, yes, it is possible to capture a wandering shroud. To the north of town, if you follow the little stream up through the woods, you'll come out on a hilltop that was clearly of some ancient significance. It is not uncommon to see wandering shrouds there. Be patient, be still, and they will come. Your friend Barton. We're going to go into town. Barrows. After a pleasant walk along the beck, I reach a series of grassy mounds, the Barrows. Whoever is buried in them must have been important in their time. If I am to collect what I have come for, I will need to be prepared. Also, we're going to put this note away here for now. We're going to put the spirit vault here. That is a spirit vault. It's a container with a pungent smell. I sit and wait quietly and patiently, not certain exactly what I'm looking for. For some time, Nothing happens. And then, long after my mind has drifted towards a warm fire and a hearty supper, I notice a movement in the corner of my eye. A strange, thin mist has formed near one of the barrows. It seems to produce a sort of dark light, a contradiction that my eyes have trouble perceiving clearly. The ethereal creature, for surely this is a creature of some kind, ambles towards the vault that I have left out for this purpose, and I daren't breathe as it slowly nestles itself within the vessel. This is a spirit vault. This has been confirmed now by the game, so we're going to mark that as confirmed. And we're also going to go back into the tomb. Hello, shields. I've read this text to you twice now, so we're not going to read it again. We're going to use the item here. I breathe deeply from the spirit vault, and it clears my mind. I don't care to linger long down here, but I forge on until I reach the unmistakable Hall of Shields. A stone sarcophagus sits on a raised portion of rock in the center of the cavern. I hold the torch close to better see the inscription on the side of the tomb. It reads, "The sun's light will reveal my gift." Mystified, I cast my eyes up to the walls of the cavern and search the shields for some other clue. But nothing stands out. Okay, we're gonna have to look at this. The sun's light. We're gonna go to the back here. Ares Remnant, Ethereal Key, Sun Bond. Sun Bond has the light of the sun. The sun bond banishes the darkness in an instant, half blinding my gloom-adjusted eyes and bringing summer's warmth to the cold cavern. Blinking and squinting, I notice that one of their shields in particular is glowing in the bright light. I reach up and pull the shield down to reveal a small cavity hewn into the rock behind it. Inside is a blood-red urn. We have a blood-red urn. This is going in our bottle section. Also, this is going in our archive. James Herschel says, I got to thinking after I left earlier, transferring the secret to an ecumenical only adds an extra step. Yes, it's safer than walking around with it in my head, but I would know where to find it. What I really need is a truth conduit, so that I can deceive them into thinking I know nothing at all. I don't think we should give it to him. I don't think he's trustworthy. I still don't know why I'm going backwards for this. We're going to go over here, truth conduit. It says they have a gentle sound, spells woven, combining symbology with a deeper, more primitive power. It's gonna have some kind of symbol on it. Okay, let's go look at what the symbols are for lies. We're gonna mark it. We're also gonna mark that as completed by archiving it. Deception is the weird. It's the two triangles touching. Yeah, okay, truth conduit. Bam, just a guess. Bears a symbol of deception and has a gentle sound it makes, apparently. I didn't do that, I just looked at the symbol. Abrasive Mether. This type of mether is used to purge unwanted memories. As with any procedure that can alter the mind, it should be used sparingly and considerately. Methers are typically used in communal ceremonies, designed to be easily passed from person to person. That's going to be this final mether here that we have by process of elimination, because it isn't the one that was the solemn mether, and it's not the one with the strong field. I'm going to write process of elimination on it. And then we're going to write on this truth conduit, because this has been now confirmed as a truth conduit. This is a metal, this is a wood item, I would say, mostly. It says it's made of gold and oak. Soft sound when it moves. Nothing to remark. It's basically just a rattle. Evelyn Bennett. I have never felt more tired or more devoid of life. An apathy has settled in my bones that I do not seem to be able to shift, but while I still have breath in my lungs, I will not succumb without a fight. By the grace of Grey, I will find a way forward. I think Grey's grace, then. Yeah, Grey's grace. That might be something where there's multiple options, though, to give to her. I don't know. I just went off the name of what she was saying, literally. Darden Potter says, I've had a tip-off about something exciting. Have you come across the so-called nameless gods? Did you also know that the tall stones you find in high places were once doorways of a kind? And here's the exciting part. An inscription has appeared on the stone that sits atop Weatherlam. This is where you come in. I'm confident that a pit will open the doorway. The other option is a Babelia to read the inscription, but they say if you read the language of the nameless gods you become cursed, which I can't say I like the sound of. I'm leaning towards the more direct approach, but then again, that could be dangerous too. Yeah, I'm gonna make you read the... You gotta read first, kid. Reading's fundamental. You can read the Babelia. Yep, Mentic field pattern, as we talked about during when we first got this item. He says, thank you. I hope this works. Here's a token of my appreciation, something for you to ponder over. What do we got here? Some kind of pillar. We're gonna mark this as the Babelia, because we now know it is the Babelia. These probably should go in the stone totem section. We got a lot of stone items here. What is this made of? Yellow sandstone. That's a kind of stone that goes in the stone section. With dreams of earning his fortune long banished from his mind, the man brought the casket to a trusted friend. The curator of a museum in Undermere. Together they looked for answers. I am buried with a Knight of Thorns. Yeah, okay. So if we go up here... Oops. And we go to the part about the shimmer. It says the Knight of Thorns was slain in 1356. So if we go to the tombs, we go to 1356. The tomb of the Knight of Thorns resides along an ossuary filled with the unknown dead from the Battle of Sutherfell. It is an unpleasant place that I do not plan to linger in happily. I am able to find the item I came for without any difficulty. And I quickly leave and don't look back until I am out in the bright of the day once more. We got another stone item. Thomas Pope, pet the cat. I've noticed that some people claim not to fear death. They say that dying scares them, but not death itself. Not me, not the great Thomas Pope. Give me pain, give me fear. If I can feel, then I know I'm alive. Going back to the nothingness, that's what I fear. I'm going to do my best to live forever, starting today with a Loam. Hand of Jupiter or Fire Palm. A Loam is an item with enticing power. They can reverse the signs of aging, but anyone who's played that game knows that it can only last so long before time catches up, and when it does, it often hits harder. This is made of stone and wood. Crisscross grooves, polished. Nothing to remark. Chills your blood to hold it. We're going to see what the symbol is for fire. It's a triangle. And what's that symbol down there? Wax. Oh, this is made of tin, which is Jupiter's metal. So I think this is a loam. Yep, hand in the design. Made of tin, planetary metal associated with Jupiter, and the triangle. Oh, I didn't really notice the triangle is a symbol for fire. Okay, so that's a loam. Cassander. The eyes of a Cassander focus the power of the mind, enabling those skilled enough to see the path or paths ahead. These items do not produce a mantic field as one might expect, but rather the more mysterious selenic. Care should always be taken with any object of prophecy, and these are no different. Many have been seduced or driven mad by the path shown to them and have been led to ruin. So this is a loam. We're going to mark this accordingly. Agnes Dent. There has been an unsuspected death in the family. It has hit all of us quite hard, but particularly my husband. I would like to gift him a heart chamber. Yeah, we don't know what that is, lady. I think it's going to be the thing that's on his chest. I think it's going to be that unidentified thing on his chest that we have over here. It's not, this isn't the ecumenical, I think it's this. Yep. Appears in Sketch of Holgar and has a sigil like the mask. Okay, that's not very helpful. I think that wasn't a great clue. Briggic Charm. A powerful item that offers hope in times of worry, protection in times of darkness, and wisdom in times of uncertainty. It wields the power of the maiden, the mother, and the crone, the Wiccan triple goddess. Yeah, that's gonna be this one. I'm going to say this is the heart chamber because it is the heart chamber. Oops. And we're gonna go back here. Sorry, wrong book. So if we look at the back here, triple goddess is half moon, is crescent moon, full moon, crescent moon. Oh look, crescent moon, crescent moon, crescent moon. Raised detailing and smooth, and it's made of bronze with green, with jade. So if we look over here, let's look at what jade is. Earth and of nature. Let's see if triple goddess is in here. No. Briggic Charm, there we go. Protection, darkness, and wisdom. As always, the Briggic Charm matches the shape. We're also going to open this up again. We're going to see what's in the index here. We're going to see what the Cassander is. It says the eyes of Cassander focus the powers of the mind, enabling those skilled enough, blah, blah, blah. They do not make a mantic field, but selenic. So we're going to see what the selenic field looks like first. Identify it accordingly. Selenic is going to be this one. We're going to open this up. I do wish this book was a little bit smaller. Okay, so selenic is, okay, weirdly enough, it's actually this, not weirdly, it's the same as the symbol we were just looking at, essentially. Circle with two crescents. So we're going to move this over here. And we're looking at some unidentified objects real fast. It's not this one. It's not this one. Oh, look at that. The eyes of the Cassander focus the power of the mind. I think that's it, actually. I think this is the Cassander. It's got eyes on it. Cassander, selenic field, eyes. We're gonna move this over here. We're gonna move. We have a lot of wood objects, so we're gonna start moving stuff around. Sorry, a lot of stone objects. We're gonna start moving stuff around. This is in the jade section. I'm gonna make a gold section, I guess. This is going up here because we only have one item of native Vivianite right currently. This is wood. A display of Gothic objects at the Museum of History in Undermere. Similar in form to Thonic needles, they're different purpose. So the Thonic needle we already know is this right here. So what's similar to it that's in that picture? This. So this is a, what's it called? Gaudian siren, probably. I'm gonna put illustration here. Materials are gold, wood, and a green gemstone, which is jade. So we're gonna put that in the jade section because that's less popular. Here we have a snake with onyx, and it's bronze with onyx. This is gold with painted black. Inner perception, it's unusual, but we can't put our finger on it. No center sound. There's a hum though. Oh, pit. 3 different elements allegedly represent the earth, the sun, and the death, or darkness, the Dradic, the Diurnic, and the Noctic. They do not have a field. Mixed vibrations. Inner perception, nothing. Okay, but I think what's important here is that it has clay, gold, and bone. Now if we look at this right here, it says, so earth would be clay, gold would be the sun, and the death would be the bone, right? If we open it over here, there's no energy, so I think this is the pit, actually. Pit. 3 materials, no field. That's what I would guess. We've already identified the shadow anchor, we're pretty sure. We don't have anything that would qualify for a shin. Identified our mothers already. Tormund's Bane. Can be rolled on the tongue. None of these can be rolled on the tongue. I mean, I guess you could. There's no law against it, but I wouldn't. I use an ASMR 3DIO. Why? Who this? This is me. I'm Eldra Echo. It's nice to meet you. Somebody asked what microphone I use. I use a 3DIO. Did you ever work out what that bishop's square thingy was? I suddenly remembered this note that I found some time ago, and it occurred to me that I might be related. I almost threw it away, but it intrigued me, so I held on to it. I haven't a clue what it means. Blessings in spring, rising in autumn. I don't know if there's a symbol for blessings, but we're going to find out. Where is our book? Oh, come on. I didn't lose. There we go. There's the book. Fortune is this. Blessings is this one. So we're going to go to the house. Spring is the leaf, I believe. We're going to find the 3. There we go. Blessings in spring. Rising in autumn is this. The symbols on the map lead me up to the winding stair of the northern tower. The pendant has been carefully hidden, but knowing where to look means it does not take me long, and I am soon on my way back to the shop with a new trinket to add to our growing collection. Okay, that looks like something you can roll on the tongue. I'd say that's Tormund's Bane. Let's see what that symbol on it means, though. I don't know what that symbol means. Wood, oak, bronze. It says it spins freely. Okay, so you can roll this. I would say this is Tormund's Bane. this is a wood item, so we're going to put this in the wood section over here. Thaddeus White. Something isn't right at the museum. I'm worried it's all my fault. I'd hoped my brother would be back by now. I've had an idea, though. I'm no thaumaturge, but I think I can weaken it using a witherance. Oh dear, this had better work. We're giving him a witherance. The witherance is this one, we're pretty sure, has a weakness on it and wood. Also, to the person that asked to see more, we don't do that here. We're going to say witherance. Fortnance is used for strength. The inverse of which of weakness in this item bears a symbol of weakness. It is made of wood. Those were the clues to this being a witherance. The folium. A blade is drawn across the face of a folium 6 times during the ritual of the Hand of Prior. Drier huntsmen and those wanting to prove themselves perform this ritual before seeking out the basilisk, as a folium blade is the only way to pierce its thick armor. Okay, so we're going to mark this as the witherance because this has just been confirmed to be a witherance. We're going to leave the weakness symbol thing on it just so I know that it's a weakness symbol. This is definitely a folium. It looks like a whetstone. Whetstone's what you you do on knives. It says crisscross grooves. I think that's what the folium is. Putting this in the stone section over here, just plain stones. This is gold, so I'm putting this in the gold. I'm putting this in the onyx section over here. Putting this in the gold section over here. This is kind of its own thing. I guess it's going here. And we're gonna ring that bell. My mind is severed, need mether. Alright, we're going to look at which mether we should give him. And the solemn mether is to forge pathways in the mind. So we're going to give him the solemn mether. This one had the best thaumic field, so we know it's that one. Wixic cord. Despite the name, these simple-looking items do not produce a Wixic field. They belong to the diurnal branch. They cause a freezing effect in the body, earning them the nickname Medusa Stones. Fortunately, this effect is not permanent. Okay, so we now know this is the solemn mether, which means a process of elimination. The last one is going to indeed be the abrasive mether. What do I use to record story readings? I use a 3DIO. It says it, I always list what microphone I use in the bottom of my videos. So yeah, I use, for stories, I do a 3DIO. Yeah, I don't use a headset. We're going to archive this here. We're going to hit that like button. Francesca Robertson. I've discovered something via the thaumic needle. The woman who tried to swim across the lake was compelled to do so by some invisible force. She was looking for something, and whatever it is, it's right here in Undermere. That's not all. I decided to experiment with the Ambra. When I was under its spell, I heard whispers. Something was calling to me, and it left me feeling terribly afraid. This must be what's keeping my patients in their trance-like state. I've never used a Gothic siren before, but it occurred to me that I might be able to use it to drown out the whispers. So we put that in the wood section, or the jade section. Yep, bam, that's the one. Yep, it appears in the sketch of the cabinet. It's an obelisk shaped like a thaumic needle, and closer inspection reveals its attention to demanding powder, which I did not do, but I just went off the illustration. Carrick's candle. These items produce an invisible light that peels back the years. The effect is often murky and blurred, but it works passably on stationary objects. They are marked by a depiction of a candle upon their surface. Okay, so we know this is the Gothic siren. We're going to mark this as the Gothic siren. We're going to go over those things we just got now and see if any of those match. What does the candle look like? Let's see what the candle symbol is. Wax. Well, that's wax. Invisible light that peels back the years. Effect is blurry. It works passively on stationary objects. Okay. I would say this is probably the candle because of the wax. Carrick's candle. This is a PG-13 chat, please. Thank you. The curator learned that the Naline casket is a dark article, a class reserved for the most cursed and the most dangerous of objects. He locked it away deep within the museum's archives, along with other such artifacts that are best kept from public eyes. I am under the barn, where the axe meets the tree. Well, if you like the channel, you can support on Throne or something, I guess. We're going to go to see what this says. Okay. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Okay, so we're going to try to find a farm. We've been to Royston Farm already. I don't know if they would do two things at the same location. There's also Greywake Farm here, so we're going to click Greywake first. The scent of damp hay lingers in the air as crows pick at the muddy ground between weathered stone barns. The farmer lifts his gaze briefly, offering little more than a nod before turning back to his work. I don't think I'll find anything useful here. So that's not going to be the one, but at least we didn't take a sanity hit. We're going to explore again. We're going to look for another farm on the list. Strange Horticulture is not a farm. The Barrows is not a farm. These are not farms. Heathwood's not a farm. We're going to keep going down here. Keystone Manor, that isn't counted as a farm last time I checked. And we're going to go down all the way down to, I think, Royston Farm again. We're going to go to Royston Farm. Royston Farm is as welcoming and warm as its owner, John. He greets me with a grin and a handshake, always eager to share a story or two about the land. I ask him to let me know if he ever finds anything unusual, and leave him to his business. So we're going to do that again. We're going to try and solve this a different way. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Okay, is there like a, what's it called? A lumber mill? Oh, you know what? There's Woodcutter Road. Where the axe meets the tree is Woodcutter Road. And there's Pine Road. So this might be it. Nope. This is not. Stockside Rock. This natural monument looms over the town like a relic, its weathered surface heavy with the weight of Undermere's murky and tangled history. I take a moment to ponder its secrets and carry on. We're going to go again, because we haven't been taking any sanity hits. So here's Woodcutter Street. Here's Pine Road. It says, I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. Is it this one? Yeah, buddy. To the side of the house sits a dilapidated barn. The stench of manure is overpowering. There's no sign of an owner, so I search carefully, not sure exactly what I'm looking for. Suddenly, I spy a flash of blue. A bottle. This is it. We got some kind of weird-looking bottle. Alright. We're going to move this over here to our bottle section. And we're going to take our first caller of the day. Hello, Simone Green, the librarian. Good morning. Yes, and to you too, Jupiter. Let's pet the cat. I'm getting more concerned about my mother. Hearing about that poor lady who drowned frightened me, but she'll turn up. She always does. I've had another breakthrough. This time I'm certain it's a clue that leads to another hidden part of Strange Antiquities. What do we got here? From the individual, a stone for dark purposes. From the celestial, a stone of the earth, and from the diurnal, a stone of death. So we're going to open this up. We're going to have to use 2 books here. We're going to move our little compass down here. We're going to move our gem book down here, and we're going to move this note down here. So it says, from the individual, a stone for dark purposes. Individual is Mentic and Wixic. So we're going to look for Mentic and Wixic here for stones that have a dark purpose. Here we have the name of the stone, the discipline's part of, and a description, right? So we only care about Wixic and Mentic. So this is Amethyst is Wixic, but it's for containment. Bloodstone is Wixic, but it's for dark purposes. So that's going to be the one, right? We have 1 bloodstone item, which is Corvin's Might, right here. We're going to put that in the first slot. Celestial says it's Dradic and Selenic. And for Dradic, for Stone of Earth, it's going to be Jade. We're just going to pick a Jade item here. And for the Diurnal, which is Ionic and Noctic, a Stone of Death, which is probably going to be Onyx. Onyx is Noctic. Vivianite is Noctic, and it specifically says Death and Decay. Darkness is not close enough, not in a game like this. So we're going to pull the Hulking Grim, which has the Vivianite, put it down, and boom. Look what we got here. Now we have another clock puzzle. What you'll see here is we have a clock right here. Notice there's 12 dots around here. What else has 12 in this scene? It's the clock. There's this button here. When you click this, it turns from clock mode to moon mode. When you pull the pendulum, it advances the moon phase by 1, and you'll see it also changes these numbers, right? And they'll match. So we need a half moon here. We're going to click it and see we have a hand at 9 o'clock, a hand at midnight, and or 12, and a hand at 3. So we're going to click the buttons that correspond here. There we go. And we're going to press this button right here. You should probably visit elderecho.com if you want to learn more about me. This is a malachite stone, so this might be the first malachite stone that we have so far. We're going to put it over here, actually. We're trying to sort out the gemstones, essentially, or things by material. So we have, for instance, most of our jade items up here. We're going to press leave here. We got the item out of the portal that we needed. Everything goes back to where it needs to go. Pet the cat. Jacob Priestley. Thank you for the mether. I have seen into the yawning deep. I have seen beauty beyond the comprehending mind. The price is steep, but I pay it gladly. My shadow anchor broken must replace. So we're pretty sure this is the shadow anchor because it has an individual field reading kyanite, which symbolizes anchors. And once you know it, we were right. It is the shadow anchor. Kyanite gemstones shows that it's an anchor. It produces a mentic field from the individual branch. So now that we have this confirmed, we are going to, These were necrogaunts. These were once worn by the necromancers of the 5 Knolls who used them in their rituals of resurrection. The power became bound to them, such that if they were ever to remove them even after death, the necroquant would crumble to dust. Today, their power is much diminished, but they can be used to drown infections. However, they will cause braxis if held against bare skin for long periods. So we're going to mark this as a shadow anchor. Because that's what it is. You have shown yourself to be a useful ally in these worrisome times. Keep one eye on the lake in the coming days. When blackened eyes seek the casket and waters turn to midnight, perform the sacrament and have faith in Holgar. We're going to press OK. It says here, the sacrament is a baptism ceremony in which one's life is pledged to the warrior god Holgar. It is performed by a blood priest within a stone circle. In spring, a charm of green growth. In summer, a pendant of the yellow sun. In autumn, an instrument of the red night. In winter, a totem of blue fire. So I don't know what this note does. We're going to put this aside into the special notes section here. We're also going to put this note in the archive. You'll see there's a check mark on it, meaning we have finished the objective of this note. And we are going to hit that button again. We have David Schaefer again, our mailman. I'm afraid this letter was sorted incorrectly and has ended up doing a round trip to Kendall and back. Better late than never. All right, David, I'll forgive you this time. I have spent a long time looking for an object that is believed to have been lost somewhere in the catacombs. The adventurer and thaumaturge Marwyn left a trail to her hidden stash, or so the story goes. I followed it as far as the ossuary of the damned, a chilling bone-filled alcove carved into a natural chamber in the upper levels, but it seems her markings have been worn away by time after that. I pass on this story to you, in the hope that you can succeed where I have failed. Your friend Barton. So we're going to go to, we have 3 maps here, right? We have our town map for Undermere. We have the castle map for Gleaston Castle in Cumbria, which is a real place in England, if you're not from England. And catacombs. In the catacombs, we're going to read what this says here. That's not the right note. That buyer's square note. I kind of want to archive that. I'm probably going to archive that because I'm kind of tired of seeing it just pop up everywhere. I'm going to archive Thaumic Fields because we know how that works. I'm going to archive Bishop Square because we know how that works. And we're going to go back to explore. Ossuary of the Damned, a bone-filled alcove carved into natural chambers on the upper levels. Okay, so that would be this, right? Because we can't select this one, and the next one down with bones would be this. So we're going to click this. Okay. I am able to follow Marwyn's trail for a while, but the carved markings are faded and worn by centuries of weathering. By the time I reach the ossuary, I can no longer make them out at all. Fortunately, I've always wanted an excuse to use a Carrick's candle. So we're hoping it's this. This has the wax symbol on it, which if you look at the entry for Carrick's candle, which we got like a day or 2 ago, it's going to say, it says these items produce an invisible light that peels back the years, allowing a glimpse into the past. So that's why we're hoping it's going to help us with this treasure hunt. And it says they are marked by a depiction of a candle on their surface. This has the symbol for wax, which I think counts, so we're going to try it. And this does confirm that this is indeed Carrick's candle. The symbol for flame is rendered above the symbol for wax, a depiction of a candle. That's great. What do we get? Stalagmites retreat under the light of the candle as I hold it aloft and search the shifting rock walls for any sign of Marwyn's trail. Suddenly I see it. An M etched into the rock as clear as if it had been carved yesterday. I follow the trail in an excited hurry, tripping and stumbling as the candle distorts the height of the floor until I come to its end at a small boulder. Rolling the rock to one side, I reach behind it and reclaim Marwyn's lost treasure. Since you found this game, nobody knows so many things. Oh, let's see. Oh, Old Dark Viking says, oh, hey, you know what did you do? Hey, you know what you do. I love this game. Makes me relax. Found it yesterday in some videos, but no one knows so many hidden mysteries like you. Oh, so my specialty is puzzle games, right? So my specialty is puzzle games. I play a lot of puzzle games. I play a lot of escape room games. I play a lot of like deck builders. I play a lot of horror games. And they tend to reuse the same puzzles over and over, especially in point-and-click puzzle games like the kinds I play. I play a lot of the Artifacts Mundi games. I don't really play them on stream because I don't think that they're that popular. I know I shouldn't just sue for that reason, right? I do like the Artifacts Mundi games though, but a lot of times the puzzles are going to be the same. Also, I played Strange Horticulture last week. I played Strange Horticulture, I think when it first came out. I think I played it on the Switch originally. I have it on Steam. I played Strange Antiquities when it came out, but I haven't played it since, really. I don't remember when I last played it. You can check on my Twitch stats. But yeah, I've forgotten a lot about it. I played it once before, but I hadn't played it for YouTube, so I wanted to make sure I did it for YouTube, for the YouTube VODs, because I did Strange Agriculture. The next game's gonna be Little Inferno, which I played about 2 years ago. What's nice is I forgot all the combinations, believe it or not. It's just that the puzzles are really straightforward. Where this game will get you, and where Strange Horticulture will get you, is if you rush through it and you don't label stuff or take notes as you get them, you're not going to do well, right? So if you watch this VOD from the beginning, once it's done, you'll see what I mean. Is you're going to, basically the gameplay loop is, it's a visual novel, but you make choices using objects. And your rewards for making certain choices are either A, more objects, or B, pages that help you identify what said objects are. right? Very few choices matter in this game. There's very few choices you can actually make. I think there's probably like 10, I want to say, that actually matter, if anything, but it's not really a game that's for that. It's more for if you like cataloging stuff. And I love cataloging games. I play a lot of cataloging games, so this is like my bread and butter. So that's why like it seems like I'm good at it, because it's like I mean maybe I am, but it's more that I like these kind of games a lot. So for instance, I can't play FPS to save my life, so or action games or platformers, but this is my wheelhouse. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think it's a fun game. So we have this, says somewhat cool, made of tin, which is Jupiter's metal. Nothing to remark. And inner perception, it says it gives you goosebumps. We're gonna put this in the tin section over here. We only have 2 tin items, but whatever. And we're gonna archive this item here. Sacrament, I don't know what we can do with that yet. And we're going to ring the spell. Basically, for instance, if you play a lot of games that are puzzle games, you'll recognize every time there's a puzzle involving 12, it probably has to do with a clock, right? Or if it has to do with 7, it might have to do with 7 days of the week. It's about pattern recognition, because a lot of puzzles are recycled. Because they're supposed to be, remember, they're supposed to be solvable, right? But this is one of those games that's relatively easy. This isn't like a difficult game. I just want to talk it through for people that maybe don't understand how I got to certain conclusions. So, So he's got some kind of curse. We're going to go through a book of curses, see which one has to do with people that can't talk. It's not the Black Heart curse. It's not burning blood. Torment's paralysis. It affects the mouth and tongue so that speech becomes impossible. As I said before, when we got this seems like it's Tormund's Bane, because it's a little item with a rolling ball, and Tormund's Bane's item description says it can be rolled on the tongue. We're going to see this. Yep, this is Tormund's Bane. This is an item that can be worn about the neck. It has a moving part that can roll across the tongue, and it produces a diurnal field, which is associated with curses being dispelled. Yeah. Thank you. I don't even know how I managed to get down from Weatherlim, says Barnum Potter. Everything went dark after reading the inscription on the tall stone, but I somehow knew if I made it back to Strange Antiquities, I'd be okay. Through the darkness, I received a message from the Nameless Ones. They seek an item called the Nalian Casket. If we give it to them, they promise to free those it has infected. I don't think we have a choice. At least we can be certain of one thing. If they have the casket, they will not allow it to be opened. All they desire, all they value is power, and opening the casket would release all of its contained power. So we're going to mark this item using our labels. We have a label system here. So our yellow labels, if you're just showing up now, so blue labels were for things that we're kind of sure about. Yellows we're pretty sure. White is just notes. So for instance, we had something that was a bottle of vinegar, so we just wrote bottle of vinegar on it. Red was for dangerous items, but we kind of abandoned that. And green is for items where we've definitely confirmed what it is. When we have that pop-up that says what it is, and when it gets checked off in this book, in this checklist, you'll see there's a checklist at the beginning and also on the bottom of each page, right? When it gets checked off, that means we've confirmed we found the item. Remember, you can only have one of each item in the game, and you are not necessarily going to get pages and items at the same time that match up one-to-one. And not every item is going to be used in the course of the game. That's what makes it a fun puzzle game. Yeah, it's a fun game. The time has come to decide, Thaumaturge. The casket wants to be opened. The casket will be opened. Nothing can stop it now, and yet there is still a part of this mind that will not be quieted. Help me to calm this clamoring rage inside my head. This is your chance to elevate yourself above the scurrying ants that absently crawl through their meaningless lives. I don't think I'm gonna do that. What's the Zephyrim do? Unlocks wells. It's a power of the wind. Scent of the storm and ocean. What does the abrasive method do? Purges unwanted memories. Let's use the Mether. It says basically by process of elimination, you figure out which one the abrasive Mether is. We have the Gree. For the ritual of the broken path, a Gree is heated slowly over a flame. To have full effect, it must be held in an ungloved hand until the ritual is complete, no matter how hot it gets. The ritual should not be performed by those who have not studied the Wixic art. It is common to suffer burns, but when done correctly, it shouldn't be painful. So I don't know if that was the right choice to make, but it was a choice. I don't know which of these objects that would be. The only one we have left is this. I mean, there's also this, which could be heated over metal, I guess. I don't know. We're gonna press NJ, though. But the problem with storing powerful dark artifacts is that slowly, inevitably, the darkness seeps out. We have a little ball here of yarn. Okay, it's one of these puzzles. Okay. This is a matte matching puzzle. So what we're going to do is take this and try and match it to either a road or the river. It doesn't look like it's going to fit on the riverside, so it's probably going to be a road of some kind. If there was a cutout, this would be easier. These are really hard. Map puzzles are hard for me. Unless it's... Is it this? Oh, it could be this. Yep. Yep, this fits here. I looked for this long line to see where it fit. Inhaling deeply from the spirit vault to stave off the madness of the depths, I make my way carefully down crumbling passageways past decaying crypts. Placed carelessly on top of the tomb is a collection of clay pots. Some lie in pieces, but most are whole. At first, the collection seems unremarkable, but one in particular stands out, and I take it back up to the surface to take a closer look. So we got some kind of pot here. That's probably the thing we read about here, which was the gree. It's heated slowly over the flame. This is a white label one. We're going to put this in the clay section over here. Yeah, we're going to hit that bell. Marion Lancaster. Someone very dear to me has fallen ill. I would like a nephroquant. Do not be concerned, dear. I have used one before and know what I am doing. I don't remember what a nephroquant is. Like, we got the sheet for it either the day or yesterday or maybe the day before. Okay, it says these were once worn by the necromancers of the Five Nulls who used them in the rituals of resurrection. Their power became bound to them, such that if they were to remove them even after death, the nephroquant would crumble to dust. Today, their power is much diminished, but they can be used to draw out infections. However, they will cause Braxis if held against bare skin for long periods. Okay, what's Braxis again? Necrosis of the flesh. The afflicted will feel no pain, but the scarring has no cure. So it's going to have to be something that we haven't identified yet. And it's going to be a wearable. So our unidentified wearables are this one, which is not an Ambra. This is identified, that's the Lowum. This is an Ares remnant, we just haven't identified it yet. This is a veiled Fen, which is kind of just a funky monkey. We're going to put this over here in the funky monkey section, I guess. And technically we haven't identified this one either. This is we think this is a brigand charm, but it might not be. There's also this one, because it's something that's worn, right? And there's this, and there's this. So we're gonna examine. We're gonna look at all these and see what they could be. This one says there's nothing to remark, nothing for scent and sound or inner perception. It says it vibrates with energy, and it's made of a dark green gemstone, and it's bronze. So if we look down here, the gemstones guide, it looks like it's malachite. Malachite's associated with sight. I don't think it's malachite. I'm putting it up in that section. I also don't think it's the brigand charm, but we're just going to double check. It just says bronze with a green gemstone. Nothing remarkable. Nothing remarkable. Nothing raised detailing. With the weather symboled item, there's no inner perception check. There's no scent and sound check. There's no sense of touch check, and there's no bronze or there's no color composition thing. This is made of limestone. It's not remarkable for inner perception, scent or sound. It's just rough and pitted with engraved symbols. And the symbol is the symbol for paralysis and has a Noctic field. If we touch this, it just says it's tin, and it gives you the goosebumps. Nothing to remark about. Somewhat cool, because it's made of tin. I don't know what those symbols mean on it at all. There's just 3 lines. Sometimes lines are just lines. It crumbles to... Very organized. I have to go into lurk mode and enjoy the stream. You do very well. Thank you very much. Noli says an ungloved hand. Doesn't have to be your ungloved hand. It crumbles to dust if removed. Right. Oh, is it this? Leather and bony, withered flesh and gold. Oh, I think this skin's got Braxis. I think this is it. Clears the ring, has a hand scar by Braxis, spiral design for rebirth or resurrection. Okay, cool. That's the Nephroquant. Dread Vivant. A Dread Vivant is the only way to handle some of the more dangerous artifacts. It can siphon power away from oneself for a time. The power rising up off a Dread Vivant is subtle but noticeably invigorating. These objects represent the balance of life and death, of good and evil, of hope and despair. Yeah, I think that's going to be the flower. We're going to say this is the Nephroquant then, because this is Nephroquant. Manual of Arms. Have you played this game before? Did you play this game in advance so that somebody would know how to play it with me? We're also going to check this. It says it vibrates. Doesn't it say it vibrates with energy? It's unusual. Can't put my finger on it. Can't tell if the low hums from the item or my own imagination. Feels unusual. Not hot, but energetic somehow. I think it's a Vivant, but we're gonna double check. We're gonna Dread Vivant maybe, because it's like a both. I'm gonna say yeah. Dread Vivant, symbol of life and death. Magic-y. Hit that bell icon. Frank Underhill. Please do pay us a visit. We have some items we'd be confident that would be of interest to you. Yeah, okay. What's it say? The Twinings, artisans of wood, iron, and clay. It's 2 Market Avenue, Undermere. I wonder if that's where the next game is going to be set. We're going to go there immediately. Twinings. The man who dropped off his card introduces himself as the owner of the Twinings, an unusual sprawling series of grotto-like rooms filled with handcrafted carpentry, ironmongery, and pottery. Hello, Cerobox. Nice to meet you. We're all having fun tonight, thank you. He leads me past wooden chairs and strange iron contraptions to a room unlike the others. This one is filled with small trinkets, ornaments, and jars of various sizes containing ominous-looking liquids and organic materials. I know it may not look like much, but there are items of value among the junk here. Some items of value, says the man. Take your time and let me know if you find anything interesting. 2 hours later, I've indeed unearthed something very interesting I'm keen to take back to the shop for further investigation. Hi. Nice to meet you, Zero Vox. My name is Alger Echo. Moshi Moshi, Mayor Kamiyoshi. You can check me out on YouTube for Lovecraft audiobook readings. I do video games dual streamed on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm trying to, spread the love on both sites. Lovecraft is my big specialty, but this is fun too. I like kind of cozy occult games. I am leaving the Twinings with my haul when a man shouts at me from across the street. As I look round, annoyed, I notice to my horror that the man's eyes are as black as coal. He rushes towards me and I stumble backwards, fumbling with the strap of my satchel as I try to grab an item to stop him. Okay, so we're gonna look at what the Wixit cord actually is. Freezing effect in the body, Medusa stones. I mean, this has paralysis on it. I'm gonna guess this is it. Yeah, buddy. I didn't check the field because I was lazy. To my relief, the man goes rigid almost immediately. Anyone out here going rigid immediately? And topples forward onto the cobblestones. I turn and run, wanting to put as much distance as possible between myself and that creature. When I finally come to my senses, I realize I should alert Dr. Robertson, but by the time I return to the Twinings, the man is nowhere to be seen. So this is the Medusa stone, or the Wixit cord. We're gonna tag that. I went with Medusa stone because it's got paralysis and it's stone, so you know. We're gonna make a stone jewelry section over here. Sorry, this Aries remnant has sapphire in it, so we're gonna put it in I guess its own section over here. This tin lady has not been identified yet. Oh, it's not your fault. You haven't been here that much because I haven't been uploading as much as I should have been. Something bad is about to happen, says Edmund Bishop. The ravens know it. My father once taught me how to use a Cassander to see the paths ahead, but I saw what it did to him and vowed never to touch one again after he died. But the gnawing worry of what is coming has been too much for me. We're gonna use this. We think it's the Cassander. What do you mean it's not the Cassander? Oh, geez. Oh, geez, Rick. Okay, we're gonna go back here. If that's not the Cassander... Okay, well that's not the Cassander. So we're gonna open the book again, because I was wrong. They make a Selenic field. That's it. That's all we have, really. Is they have a Selenic field, and they have eyes. The eyes of a Cassander focus the powers of the mind, enabling you to see the path or paths ahead. No Mentic field, Selenic field instead. Okay, so this is Strange Antiquities. This is a walkthrough video, so for a VOD. But basically, in this game, you are an occult shopkeeper, and you run an occult shop and help people with their problems by giving them items that help them solve their problems. But you have to be able to identify the items first, so you give them the right items, right? And if you don't give them the right items, then there's a sanity meter over here you can see. You can't really see it because I'm hiding it. And that penalizes you, and you have to play Yahtzee if you fail. A fate worse than death. So we're going to open up this and see what the Selenic is. The Selenic is this one. So we're going to use this thematic field looker. So the Selenic field is this shape. It's sort of a crescent, a circle, and another crescent. It resembles the Maiden Mother Crone symbol that we have in the game. And we are going to analyze objects and find one that matches this. So we're going to move this back here so it's empty and see what we have here that's unidentified that might fit that. So for instance, it's not going to be this. This is a Noctic field, which is negative. Not Noctic field. The Death field. I guess it is maybe Noctic. This one has a Diurnic field. Nope, it's not that one either. We thought it was this one. I guess I could have just checked with this, because this one has the field we're looking for, but it's not that. This thing has eyes, little eye holes, but it's not that either. Is it this? Nope, that's the pit, because it has no field. That's the whole point. What else haven't we identified? Is it this? Nope, that's also got a negative field. That's a shimmer. That's a jar. I thought this was the Zia. Is this the Cassander? No. That's what I thought. Well, that was a waste. We just checked that. Why did I put that there? Does that count as an eye? That doesn't count as an eye. We're pretty sure this is the folium because it's a hand. Can any of them be cursed? They can be used for negative things. And items can be cursed, but you don't do any curse dispellation in this game, no. This is like all the items are ready to go. It's kind of like being a pharmacist. It's really kind of like a pharmacy simulator, actually, with like, instead of medications, you give people antiques. We're gonna move these over here just because I don't need these in the way right now. We know this is the Veiled Fen. This is Carrick's Handle. I don't know why it's a question. This is Carrick's Handle. We identified this. This is why I need to go slower. We're gonna move this over here to like weird wood objects. So we're going to read this book again. It says here, the Cassander focuses the power of the mind, enabling those skilled enough to see the path, blah, blah, blah. Okay. They produce a mentic field. All right. Also, we're going to move this item over here to our archive of papers that we're not using right now, because we have used them. Have I missed something here? Okay. Check the gemstone book. I see. Okay. I don't know what near an atmosphere means. I'm just going to be using this microphone. So we're going to look here. Malachite is for sight. We only have one malachite item, which is this one, which does have nothing to remark, but I guess there are two little holes in it. Let's try this. Yep, that's the Cassander. Thank you for the hint, Simple Salamander. 2 malachite stones, stones of sight or eyes. I don't think that's really good. I think that's bullshit. You can't just, because those are 2 different sizes and they're vertical. Really? Okay. Weaving edge. A weaving edge is used to enter the Red Knight a bloodthirsty state of mind. Tradition dictates that the handle should be made from the wood of a great oak. Okay, so we're gonna go with moving this up here. We're gonna mark this as the Cassander because this is a Cassander. Thank you very much for the hint. Nothing happens in this stream without backseating from viewers like you. Eyes should be literal. Okay. We're gonna put this aside. I don't know if I need to do this or not. I think that's optional. I'm gonna take another client. Hello, Gilbert Ames. There always seems to be something going on in Undermere. The sooner I can get this sorted and be on my way, the better. My uncle gave me a ring. I have had nothing but bad fortune ever since. I'm starting to think it might be cursed. Is there any way to uncurse it? Yeah, bruh. We got that Cusic purifier. It's vinegar. It's just a Cusic purifier. It's just vinegar. Hello, hello. Greetings to people. I know it's very rare to catch an elder stream. We're gonna catch this. Lavinia Hawthorne. I have been researching ancient customs, particularly those related to thaumaturgy, and am fascinated by the use of objects in ritual ceremonies. If you're able to get your hands on a gree, I would be very interested in studying it further. I think we have a gree, don't we? I think we identified one. What was a gree again? Let's look here. Okay, we're pretty sure this is the gree because it's the only vessel. What? Okay, we gotta play Yahtzee now. I got tilted. Okay, so the way it works is we're gonna roll the dice. You only get a certain number of rolls, and you have to fill everything in. So if you can fill one in, you can do it here. Boom. And then we're gonna bank it. And then we can't bank any other ones, right? So we're gonna roll. You can click a die to lock or unlock it. We're gonna lock this. We're gonna lock the snake one. We're gonna roll again. And we have enough here. We have this star thing. A star and a symbol means it's a wild card. So this one we need 2 snakes, 2 stars, 2 anything. We're gonna bank them right here. Boom. Filling one in moves the planchette. That's what that's called. Back a. That's the name of the symbol. Backwards one. We don't have anything here. An X moves things forward, unfortunately. We're going to roll. Just need a sun. If you get a bunch of bones, sometimes you get a mercy mechanic, and your cat, Jupiter, helps you. Oh, look, there we have a sun. Boom. Bank it. We're going to press continue here. And you'll see that our sanity or fear meter has gone all the way back down. Okay, she wants to, oops, sorry. She wants to find a gree. We're gonna look this up. For the ritual of the broken path, a gree is heated slowly over the flame. Okay, we're gonna hit broken path, and we're gonna see what else references the broken path. It says the Amphizian Talon. Commune with them via the broken path. The League of the Amphizian Heart use these items as part of their grim initiation. So Amphizian Heart, Amphizian Talon. A gree is heated slowly over flame. To have full effect, it must be held in an ungloved hand until the ritual is complete, no matter how hot it gets. The ritual should not be performed by those who have not studied the Wixic art. It is common to suffer burns. When done correctly, it should not be painful. Okay, so we're going to go down here and we're going to see what has a Wixic sort of dealio. Wixic means of the body. Fire is this. This is fire. It's an upward triangle. This kind of looks like it's been on top of a fire. Hard and cold, chalky black residue. That's ash. That's a gree. Should have guessed because a gree is a little poppet. The item has sit on its lower half, which suggests it's been held over the flame and it produces a Wixic field. Okay, so it's a gree. Lunima. A lunima, also called a moon pool or heart tranquility, harnesses the power of the elements to create an aura of unease. They can be used to keep people away from places they are not welcome. There is a superstition among thaumaturges that say a lunima should not be used when the moon is full. It's not known where the idea came from, so this is the gree. Give me a second. Give me a second. I need to hear something. I need to on my monitoring. There we go. Never mind. Just wanted to double check something. All right, we're going to hit the bell. Leopold Morris. There's been a basilisk sighting in the hills across the river from Backbarrow. I wouldn't say I'm a brave man, but I have a duty to protect my livestock and my village. Better me than a younger man with his life ahead of him. I have come prepared to prepare my sword. He wants the folium, which we learned about earlier. The folium looks like a hand. I think it's the folium. Yep, boom. The grooves on the item suggest a blade's been drawn across it, and the folium thing is called like the ritual of the palm or something. That's a hand, right? Francesca Robertson. They've escaped. At first, my patients grew agitated when I used the Gaudian siren, but then I had a breakthrough. Vivian Cartwright woke up. She seemed lucid, calm even. I made a stupid mistake and loosened her restraints. I don't know what happened, whether the siren stopped working or if perhaps it had never worked and she tricked me. But almost immediately she changed back and turned violent. Before I knew it, she had managed to free the others. We tried to stop them, but they fought their way out of the hospital. I've no idea where they've gone. So we're present day. Almost imperceptibly, the casket began to absorb the crepuscular power that had leached into the stone and the earth of its lightless tomb. Crepuscular means having to do with dawn or dusk, so I don't know what that means in this context. Does it mean like waning or like budding? I don't know. It's like some kind of clock. Okay, let's do this. Day 17, Saturday. Okay, we're gonna try it. This is a in the house puzzle. Okay. Why is it broken? Can we pull this enough times to make it? There we go. There's like a half moon. Okay. We saw moon symbols in a few places. I don't think we have one here. I think we have one here, though. Yep. We're going to find a half moon symbol. Bam. What we did is we made that clock, we did the clock here. We pulled the pendulum, take it to the side, press this, see what moon phase that corresponds to, time to moon phase conversion here. Click the thing that matches, which is that gravestone. The air is stifling, and the darkness and the claustrophobia of the tunnels almost overwhelms me, but I press on. I remind myself that there are few who venture down here, which means the chance of an interesting find are higher. It doesn't take long for my search to bear fruit. We got some kind of knifey boy. Thaddeus White. As I live and breathe. The witherance was a terrible idea. I've only got and made things worse. Why does he look like Jim from The Office? I wish Eli was back. He'd know what to do. Some years ago, a friend brought an item to me, a black casket, and I learned it was a dark article. I should have brought it to Eli right then and there, but I knew he'd want to destroy it, and I'm a collector of things. It seemed too important to allow it to be destroyed, but I see how naive that was now. This casket is far more dangerous than anything I've come across before, and now I hear they're looking for it with their black eyes. Either I need to keep them out of the museum, or bring the casket here to Strange Antiquities and hide it in one of the secret places. Dread Vivant or Lunima? We're gonna look at this book. What's the Lunima do? Dread Vivant is like handling dangerous artifacts, siphoning power. Okay, what does Lunima do? Aura of Unease keeps people away. Moonpool or Heart of Tranquility? I'm gonna give him a Dread Vivant to help him handle it, to bring it to me. And this was the Dread Vivant. Concept of balance with skull and flower, yep. And it has power on inspection. That's accurate. Light of Corkin. Despite appearances, these Noctic items have no connection to the League of the Amphisian Heart. These are objects of considerable power that can turn darkness to light, fear to joy. So this is the Dread Vivant. Oh, this is not the Dread Vivant. This is the Dread Vivant. We're going to mark it. This is the Dread Vivant. We're going to mark it accordingly. Move it over here, because this might be, actually move down here, might be important later. Touch the cat. David Shaver. There's an uneasy quiet in town today. There aren't many people out and about. I'm heading straight home as soon as I'm done with my deliveries. What do we got here? I have recently come into possession of a number of texts on the subject of arcane artifacts. You are welcome to them if they are of any use to you. If I don't hear from you, then I will donate them to the library across the street. So we're going to open this up. We're going to go to the map. We're going to find the library, right? Library is 26. Here's the library. Across the street. Here's the only... So I think it would just be this street, right? So it's either be this guy or this guy. Here we go. Several of the scrolls look promising, but they are written in the Dradic script, and my understanding is too rudimentary to make use of them. If Verona was around, I'm sure she could translate them, but she isn't, and I can't. We're going to use the Babelia here, because that has to do with translation. The effect of the Babelia makes my head spin, and I close my eyes tight for a moment as my mind catches up. The pages swirl and blur in front of me, letters and words floating in and out of focus. After a time, I find that I can read them, though it takes some effort, and I feel drained as I reach the end. So we got Water Shadow over here, and something called the Beck. We're going to look up what that is. What is the Water Shadow? Blood Beck is right here, actually. It was once thought that these objects could be used to commune with the dead, but it is now widely believed that such a thing is not possible. It is not known where the strange voices that emanate from the Blood Beck originate, but there are some who believe they are the voices of the nameless gods. We're gonna go to Nameless Gods. Nameless Gods is also under Physian Talon. Boom. Anyway, we're gonna go back to the water thing we just saw. What's it called? Water Shadow. It is alleged that a water shadow can be used to pass through solid matter, but the art has long faded from memory. The items themselves are often uninteresting, producing only a faint thermic field, perhaps as a result of going unused for so many years. So, do we have anything that has, like, sounds in it? We haven't examined this. It just says cool and smooth. Porcelain. Gives off a scent like that of a brewing storm. Okay, so we actually did have something that said storm in here. What was it called? Zephyrum. Scent of the storm. Resonant objects. If we pull this over here, does it have a resonance? Yep. So this is the Zephyrum, probably. This is a yellow tag, so we don't have it confirmed for sure. Smells like storm, resonant. There we go. We're gonna move this over here, and we are going to open this back up and look at what we were talking about. Was the Blood Beck has a sound? I think something did have a sound. This says it causes me to reflect on my own mortality. And for the inner perception, low chanting when you hold it to your ear. Yep, I'm gonna say it's Blood Beck. We don't have that many unidentified objects yet. This says I have nothing to remark on center sound. Sense of touch is just sharp, has a carved details, oak and gold. I think we just had something though that said oak. What was it? Weaving Edge. Enter the Blood Knight, a bloodthirsty state of mind. Made from the wood of a great oak. It's got a handle. It's got an edge. I'd say this is a Weaving Edge. It's got an edge on it, right? Like, I think that's kind of it. I think this looks like the water thing to me. This looks like the water thing. It's tin, and tin is associated with, like, because as I'm melting point is associated with like melting through things. 10 minutes till dinner. I'm not having dinner tonight, I'm sorry, but I didn't plan on that, so I'm not eating dinner. Thank you. So our thing is, what did those 3 lines mean here? We're almost done with this game, so we're going to finish this. We're not going to take a break. I guarantee dollars to donuts this is going to be the one to let you transform through stuff, because tin is associated with a high melting point in pop culture. I have a question. Do I really sound like a tour guide? Somebody said I sounded like a tour guide on another channel. I just am curious. And they said it sounded scripted. I hope it doesn't sound scripted. I play a lot of these kinds of games, so I know what the connotations of things are. Yeah. This is made of clay. This isn't a gree, though. We're going to delete the label here. You don't have to make it white to delete it, I don't think, but I do. What's the bottom? What's the symbol on it mean, anyway? I never can remember what these symbols are. It's an earth symbol. Okay, well, that makes sense. We're going to hit that bell icon. And Bryant. With all that's been happening in Undermere, I picked the worst week possible to lose my brigand charm. I hope that you have one that I can replace it with. So we think it's this one because we identified it earlier. I know it also... Okay, so I think because we identified things before we needed them, it could definitely seem like it's scripted, but it's not. We just identified stuff as we got it. You get a lot of stuff at the beginning. Yep, brigand charm, because this item is the symbol of the triple goddess. Argol, a vessel of earth used in various Druidic rituals. Okay, so it's going to be this. Because this is a vessel, it's got the earth symbol. Argol is a vessel, has earth symbols. Made of clay, which is an earth material, clearly. So this is a brigand charm. We're going to do this in green. I'm sorry, I did not intend to be away for so long, says our boss Eli White. I trust the shop has not been too much trouble to look after in my absence. I have learnt a lot from my time in Oxford. There was a powerful dark article here in Undermere called the Nalian Casket, and now you're telling me my foolish half-wit of a brother has had it in his museum this whole time. I know how to destroy it, but it's not going to be easy. Whatever happens, it must not be opened. We will need to create a pillar of Colaris. From what I gather, such a feat has not been attempted in over 500 years. I just hope there's enough time to prepare. I'm afraid I can't stay, but I'll be back as soon as I can. Bro. Okay. A pillar of Colaris is a powerful blast of energy that can consume the darkness. In my opinion, it is the safest way to destroy powerful dark articles. It can only be produced at a site, a place of significant thaumic convergence. Strength and weakness, light and darkness. Align the opposing powers at opposite compass points. With Corkin's light, the strong will be made weak, and the dark will be made light. Okay, so strength and weakness are going to be... We have something that clearly has strength and weakness on it, right? Witherance and the Fortnance, right? There's our strength and weakness. For light, we're going to see what this is. Corkin's light. Okay. Do we know what that is here? We're going to click here. Corkin's... Do we have anything that says Corkin here? Ossic ring. Corkin's light. What is this? Red clay. Raised detailing. It's got a symbol of Corkin. This says, oh, this is the note we already solved. We're going to put this away. And we're going to take another customer. We're almost done with this game, by the way. I have had my energy drained by some disturbing evil power. For days now I have felt tired and frail, and then today I found something that horrified me. Beneath my bed, I found a carved wooden effigy with a strange symbol painted on it. I don't know who has done this to me, but all I want for now is to lift this feeling of weakness. We're going to give her a Fortnance. Because, as I just explained, it has a symbol of strength on it. Strength's the opposite of weakness, right? Okay. Susan Hill. I would like a bloodbeck. The nameless ones are restless. I am ready to hear their voices. We're pretty sure this is the bloodbeck. Is it chance? And look, it's the bloodbeck. Yep. The design and the Vivinite gemstone to connect suggest a connection to death, and closer inspection reveals the whispers within. Yep. So that's a bloodbeck. Korkenna. These are used to call on the guile and wisdom of the goddess Korgan. She is a goddess of the earth, creation, and rebirth. It is maintained by some that these are not objects of power, but they exude an imposing aura that is hard to explain. Okay, so this is the bloodbeck. For sure. I'll move this over to the morbid things area. I went to move the casket, but it's gone. What do we do? I heard Eli's back in town, but if he's not come to see me and he's not here, then I don't know where to find him. Oh God, what do we do? Well, I guess I made the wrong decision there. We're gonna end the day. We're on our final day here. It festered and it festered and pulsated until it could no longer be contained. Some part of it reached out from the darkness, creating eyes so it might find itself and hands so it might open itself. The casket wanted to be opened. Final day, final puzzles. And remember, I don't show every single ending because I want you to have a reason to buy this game. I lie below books and scrolls on the esoteric and arcane. We also have a symbol here. I don't know what that symbol is. Is that the Omega symbol? No, Omega's like a O symbol, isn't it? Like Om. Okay. What is that a symbol for? We're going to the library here. We're going to the house here. So there's a library here. Here's a symbol. It says it's below the library. I lie below books on the arcane. Okay, so if we layered these, would this be over the ballroom? The symbol here. A long dining table fills a room more often used for intellectual dinner parties than dancing. Still, it holds a sense of occasion, but there's nothing to find here. We're going to try again. I lie below. It's not just in the library, is it? Yup, okay. Entering the library, I am drawn to a dark alcove round to the right bearing the title Esoterica and Arcana. I'm sure there's much to learn here, but sadly a cursory glance is all I have time for today. Piled up on a reading desk, I find books on ornithology alongside bestiaries of the old world. You can learn a lot about a person from the books that they read. So if we see, we have a circle here, and it's going to be in this little alcove thing, and we're going to go down. All right. So here we go, circle thing, alcove. We're going to go down one. That would be here. Yep, there we go. Card burns up, means we did it right. As I open the door, I am hit by the musty smell of damp. This room hasn't been entered for some time. The corner of the room is piled high with scrolls of parchment and old books, but underneath the debris I find something of interest. Okay. Okay. So we're going to look at this. It says it's got painted markings. It's iron, driftwood, turquoise, sense of touch, weathered, scent and sound, nothing to remark, and nothing to remark. But it is made of driftwood, and there's been one item we've been looking for the entire time, which is the shin, because it's made of driftwood, or it's made of an item of the sea, but this is driftwood, and that's an item of the sea. So, because we got that as a really, really early one, right? I'm going to put this under miscellaneous, I guess. Eli White. The museum was ransacked last night. I went looking for my brother, but he's nowhere to be found. The good news is they didn't find what they were looking for. I moved the casket myself and hid it here in one of Strange Antiquities' vaults. It's safe for now, but we can't leave it here for long. I have more to prepare, but I've left instructions on how to access the vault in the desk drawer. Okay. A candle that gives off no light. An anchor that has never touched the ocean. A finger, but not of flesh. Okay, the candle gives off no light. Clearly it's going to be a character handle. Anchor that's never touched the ocean. Shadow anchor. Finger not of flesh would be the witch's finger. Bio. We got another moon puzzle. This time it's going to be this one. So it looks like it's at 2 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. We're going to enter those in here. That's what the hands are at. We have to press this to enter it in. And inside we have the Nelian casket. Alright. Nelian casket. Just puzzle. If we examine it, what's it say? A complex feeling comes over me. It's both horrifying and yet compelling. Nothing to remark in terms of scent and sound. Rough. Composition is blackened wood, gold, and blackened wood. Maybe I shouldn't have opened that. Maybe I should have left it alone. I'm gonna press leave. Puts everything back. David Schaefer. The lake is turning black. As omens go, I'd say that's probably quite a bad one. But the mail won't deliver itself. What do we got here? I found this in an old writing desk up at Gleaston Castle. I expect it will mean more to you. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. It feels all too prescient as we hurtle towards winter and a terrible unknowing fate. Okay, so we're going to open this up. We're going to see what the symbol is for fear. It's this sort of Blair Witch goat head triangle inverted. So we're going to open this. We're going to check this note. It says fear in autumn. So we're going to take this little thing and we're going to look for the fear symbol, which is right here. Fear in autumn. There's autumn, rising, and winter. Which ones is this? Autumn? Yeah, it's autumn. Rising and winter. Rising and winter. Right, I told you I'm streaming, so I'm not actually going to go dinner. Can you close the door, please? Yeah. I have to finish this. Okay, so we're going to go up here. That is not the one. Fear in autumn, rising winter. This one's autumn, isn't it? We're going to double check. Because you never know. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. I searched the foot. I forgot that you can just prick the vestibule. I searched the room at the foot of the western tower quite thoroughly before finding a stash papers. To my dismay, they are largely the scrawlings of a madman. But in amongst the nonsense, there's some valuable information. Storm ward from they're made of metal, bronze, or rust, and something else. Bronze or iron, they're made of metal, low level protection against the elements, simple items. Okay. And we also have, what else is there here that we haven't checked out? Monis, lighter than Evocant by half, not the most useful insight. They're carried by desert nomads who use them to conjure precious water from the cool night air. So it's something carryable, and it's half a pound, because an Evocant is 1 pound. I've discovered the missing piece of the puzzle. There's an ancient shrine to the nameless gods at the skull of Lycanthra. It seems humanity tried worshipping them once long ago before we learned how little they care for us. We must take the casket there. Whatever happens, we must not allow it to be opened. We're just doing what my boss says because he's the one who pays me. It's time to end this now. Bring the casket to the pit. Okay, we're going to the pit. I think the quarry yard is the... Well, no, the pit's 20. Why did I think it was the quarry? Welcome to the pit. The sun is low in the sky as we arrive at the pit, casting a warm light across the treetops and the open fields. A solitary raven cries out from the tree line, and I look to the skies, but they are empty. The pit itself is an ominous sight that the otherwise serene atmosphere can do nothing to diminish. It is a scorched black hole, perhaps 5 meters in diameter, that has an unnatural look to it. This is a site of thaumic convergence. It is no simple thing to destroy an object of this kind. We need to set up opposing powers at opposing compass points, strength and weakness, light and darkness. And finally, we need the light of Corkin to bind them. So I don't think it matters which one you do them in. We're doing Fortnance here. We're doing this here. The light of Corkin, I believe, is... We're going to go here to the... There's not a time limit on this. Light of Corkin. Despite their appearance, these Noctic items have no connection to the League of the Amphisian Heart. Objects of considerable power that can turn darkness to light and fear to joy. It's a Noctic item. We're gonna bank this. We're gonna put this away. It doesn't matter. This drawer doesn't matter at all right now. We're gonna open this up. We're gonna see what the Noctic field symbol is again and check for Noctic items. It's going to be an unidentified Noctic item. So circle at the top, big circle at the top, little circle at the bottom, and the little square. So it's going to be the circle, it's going to be a spiral. It's going to be an unidentified item with a spiral. Well, I need this. That's the shin. I'd say it's this. I'd say that's the Light of Corkin. Bronze, black gemstone. It's got duality. Corkin's associated with snakes. I think that's what it is. Even though it's onyx and it's Noctic looking, it's actually a positive thing. It's an Ouroboros. That's a very good symbol here. We also need a symbol of light and dark. Light would be the sun bond probably, and then darkness would be the Tenenbaum cloak. Bam! I actually did it this time. Eli inspects my work. His face shows little emotion, but he seems satisfied. By now the sun has finished setting and only a hint of red afterglow remains in the darkening sky. The raven croaks his mournful cry once again, but this time there is a reply and then another. I look up and see several dark shapes circling above. Quickly now they're here. I spin round to follow Eli's gaze, and my pulse quickens as I look out across the field. A large group of shadowy figures is walking steadily towards us. We can't see their faces at this distance in the low light, but I'd be willing to bet that every one of them has pools of midnight for eyes. In the sky above, the ravens continue to grow in number, and their calls and cries get louder and louder. I look at the black object in my hand, such a small thing, and yet its seductive power is impossible to ignore. It wants to be opened. Suddenly, it feels inevitable. The casket now. But I'm not sure I want to give it to him. Yeah, I do. I want to give him the casket. The wave of intoxicating power washes over me, but I hold strong against it. I hand over the casket, and together we begin activating the items arranged around the pit, working as fast as we can. It still takes longer than we'd like, and when I look up again, the thaumaturge has fear in his eyes. It's not working. He's clutching the light of Corkin, but it is lifeless in his hands. Such a shame, says Verona Green. I turn to see the occult scholar. Her eyes are black, and she has a dread vivant in her hands. Where did she get that from? Not strange antiquities, I hope. She must be using it to dampen the power of the light of Corkin. We will take the casket now, says Verona Green. It will be opened. All around us, the black-eyed mob shrieks and cheers, jostling and shoving and tripping over one another in their frantic race to reach the casket. Those at the front are nearly upon us. All hope is lost, but the thaumaturge thinks faster than I do. He quickly activates a daedalus link and floats out across the pit, clutching the casket. The mob around me pays me no attention. They only have eyes for the casket. Eli begins to speak quietly at first, and then rising in volume until he is almost shouting, I am no longer afraid. I am the dirt beneath the ground, and the rock below that. I am the dust stretched thin across empty space. I am everything cold and dead and dying. But I am also the heat and the light, the wind, the ice and the fire, the leaves on the tree and the water in the river. I am everything warm and alive and living. At that moment, Eli locks eyes with me, and suddenly I understand what I need to do. I charge forward and tackle the possessed scholar. I grapple with her, trying to prise the dread vivant from her hands, but she is surprisingly wiry and strong. We teeter closer and closer to the edge of the pit, and cold fear hits my stomach as I look down into its inky depths. With one last burst of energy, I grab Verona and twist my body, pushing with all my strength. She scrabbles at the bare dirt at the edge, but she is unable to find purchase, and she falls. I will never forget the look of shocked horror on her face as she plunges into the darkness of the pit. Eli wastes no time. As soon as he is able to, he activates the light of Corkin. Time stands still, and then there is a rush and a roar as a swirling vortex of blue-green light races up out of the pit. The full force of it strikes Eli, and he is obliterated by its power. The casket is sent soaring up into the night sky, where it seems to hang for a moment, turning slowly in the air until, with a shrieking, splintering crash, it shatters into 1,000 pieces, and then there is nothing but smoke and the smell of ozone, and all is quiet. Eli's death has hit me hard in the aftermath of the events at the pit. Without his sacrifice, the casket would have surely been opened and devastation and horror unleashed on the world. But it is Verona that keeps me up at night. I have spoken to her daughter, Simone, and she does not blame me, but I can't help replaying it over and over in my mind, trying to will a different outcome into existence. I fear I will forever be haunted by it. It has been some small comfort to learn that those who were under the casket's spell have been released. They remember nothing from their ordeal, but there seems to be no lingering ill effects, and Dr. Robertson says they have all made a full recovery. Ending 7, a noble death. This casket has been destroyed at what cost? Verona's dead and Eli's dead, but everyone else lives. And that's the game. So we're going to raid out, but thank you very much for joining me tonight. I don't know how to raid out on YouTube, so we're only going to raid out on here. We're going to see raid. Who can we raid into? Who do I know that's online? Zombie Biscuits is online. She's doing a She's been up for 8 hours, even longer. She's doing a co-working stream. She's doing some kind of Gothic art stuff. Oh, Poppy's online. We're gonna raid the Poppy is what we're gonna do. And of course, tell her that I say hi. Okay? Okay? Okay.